Hello Dusklight listeners, it's TJ Lea, and if you're here, it's probably because you've just heard the farmhouse story that I narrated by Jared Roberts on Dark Somnium, who is gracious enough to let me host, cast, and help with the sound design. And you're probably looking for more of what I'm doing if you're here, and you probably like Sturgeon, so you're in luck, because Dusklight Radio is an in-universe radio station service that we offer that covers all things Sturgeon. It has scripted intros and outros, very much like Welcome to Night Vale, that are written and produced by myself and the other half of the channel, Lucy, Spirit Voices. We play undead twins, Evelyn and Everett Blackwell. If you really like the Twilight Zone kind of vibe with a little bit of comedy, it's very peaceful, I think you'll enjoy it. That is not on this video, just for the sheer time. The anniversary of our channel is tomorrow, and 4 years, technically 2, but 4 years of being alive and doing this is wonderful, and I wanted to get something special out. We timed it with Farmhouse, it worked out. Now, I have a lot of waffling I could do, but attention spans are already short. This video is going to be 7.5 hours, so if you want to hear more about this, stick around at the end, hear some of my thoughts. They'll be short, sweet, and we'll go through some of the processes. Now, if you want to support us, if you're subscribing and you're already hooked and you love Sturgeon, which would be wonderful if you did, you can by all means join the Patreon, which starts at $1 a month and goes all the way up to quite a tier. We can add you into the transmissions, we give you all different roles, and we give you like little scripted pieces to try and make it worth it. On top of that, there is the Discord, which we're really trying to push this year. It's just good for community-based things in Sturgeon. At this point, we have years worth of content with the Bar series, the Nightmare Fighting Tournament, the Tortoises and Tarots, Beneath the Static, the Life Extension Plan, Demi's Adventure, and now this strange 13-part series. This is the first half, which was originally called You Will Remember Everything That Happened Here, is now called 3Bs in Europe. I don't know what we're going to call it in the title. It is the pinnacle of what I am doing with my skill. It is experimental, it's a little bit queer, actually it's very queer, and it's very informative. It's body horror, it's Lovecraftian, it's a play, there's like a 5-act Shakespearean play in the middle of it. It's weird, it's wonderful, I'm so proud of it. The whole cast is listed below. There's so many people to thank, and I'll be doing so at the end, and I really hope you enjoy this. I thought this was the best way to bring you into Dusklight Radio, and if you don't like this, well, that's okay. We have lots of other stuff on offer. Check around the channel. We've got the Nightmare Detectives, which is a weekly D&D show based in Sturgeon that I'm so proud of. We've got live streams that me and Lucy do. We've got other stories we narrate from other writers, and of course we have other Sturgeon stories that you know and love. Thank you so much for giving us a chance. I really hope you enjoy your time here at Dusklight Radio, whatever capacity you choose to support us in. We're really appreciative, and if I could ask one thing of you, just one thing, is if you enjoy this, please leave a comment and engage with the algorithm, because our channel is not as regular uploads. We put a lot of time into our sound design, same as Rom next does, same as Spirit Voices, same as Dark Somnium, and we really want to get more out there and show the world why Sturgeon is so cool. There's 1.3 million of you that checked out the Bar series, nearly 1 million on the Nightmare Fighting Championships. I know that we can get there as well. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend, and happy 4 years to Dusklight Radio. Crazy. See you soon. Any person possessing a slither of a conscience should feel a responsibility for those around them, even those we only come into contact with for a short period of time. Within those fleeting moments, we behoove responsibility for their well-being and our own. This is a building block of society, and one that I, Phineas A. Gerhardt, take extremely seriously. Which is why I must confess to the horrific negligence I have undertaken this past month, and the punishment I am likely to face in the coming hours. I am, by all accounts, dead already. I long held a fascination with death. In fact, I seldom recall a time I did not find myself ostensibly connected to its decaying and spindly arms. In my near 30 years of consciousness, I not once felt I was truly among the living. and, in fact, concluded early on this was simply a sort of limbo for my soul to reside within. Perhaps that is how I became the gravedigger for my village, a small but well-connected group of bodies that congregated, proliferated, and eventually ascended to whatever lays beyond the veil. I found the work deeply gratifying and felt not only that I was best equipped to undertake it, but that those crops left behind wanted me to be the one to tend to them, to prepare them for the coffin, and to help them see what I saw. Families would often remark on my disheveled state, my tattered and foul-smelling attire that evoked the scent of death, my unkempt hair and skin that seemed too worn, chapped and wrinkled for a man of my youth. But they quickly saw past such oddities and thanked me for the great care with which I tended to their loved ones. Of course, if the issues within started and ended with my unusual habits, we wouldn't be here. No, the truth is far harder to comprehend for those who shy away from death's loving embrace. For I am able to commune with its wants and needs during the waning hours when the moon is obscured and the eyes of God himself are blinded by its brilliant luminescence. When a body is laid to rest in my commune for the dead, I bring it into the mausoleum of the family name, lost to time for preparation. There I lay with it and allow my unconscious mind to reach out for the spectre in the realms that lay between. My still living, dullard family that lived atop the hill in a building steeped in opulence did not care for such practices, calling them uncouth, barbaric, and downright insidious. But when one is so blinded by their own avarice and disconnected from the spiritual, it's unsurprising they would deign to call the most pure connection of life and death an act of, quote, demonic institutionalization. I did not recall the first time I communed with the creature in between this world and the next, but they did not frighten me on first contact. Perhaps because, despite their odd structure, their frame was hidden behind a thick veil. Their body was not built for conversing, the jaw struggling to move and tongue straining to click in a manner my mind could understand. But we would come to an agreement. For as long as I slumbered in the abandoned sepulchre, I would be granted passage to the true realms when this body eventually failed me. Perhaps it was a sixth sense that allowed me to understand the risks involved in this unholy arrangement. But all beings starved long enough shall eventually turn on those they trust. I did not wish to find out what would happen to me if I faltered. In time, I became adept at traversing the dreamscape, eventually able to bring the souls of those who had died in my company to the spectre for its own twisted desires. I did not dare to ask if it was for feasting, judgment, or an invitation for such things that were far beyond my understanding. I cared only about doing the work efficiently and properly. For a time, things were good. I felt purpose in every day's toil and adulation in every night's commune. My family desired for me to see a professional, to understand there was more to this world than living as a walking corpse, as they put it. But I brushed their concerns aside as the ramblings of the uninitiated and continued my work. Then the bodies stopped turning up. A mixture of longevity, job closures forcing a large swath of labor workers to migrate to the big cities such as Sturgeon, and low birth rates were major contributions to the decline of burials. And before I knew it, an agonizing 3 months had passed without a single one in Dondella. Communes with death each gradually transitioned from loving and familiar to unsettling, tense, and without warmth. Each night, fear began to mount that they would take me if I continued to come up empty-handed. But, as if it were fate, a man showed up at my shack on the border of my commune. He obscured his face, his sallow skin peering out from beneath strips of fetid fabrics, marked by age and filth. His tall figure clad in a dark trench coat that I admit captivated me. In truth, I could not tell if they were man or woman, but the way they commanded a room struck an admiration within me. Perhaps I wished to see them as a better version of myself, and referred to them in the masculine as a result. They asked to be let in, and though I did not care for the living in great capacity, I felt compelled to open up, literally and figuratively, to this alluring individual. When I say that my home is a shack, I am not being facetious. It is derelict, rife with keepsakes from those I have laid to rest who parted with them as offerings in anticipation of meeting death. I have no need for anything beyond the basics, no desire for company, and prefer to sleep in the mausoleum. But, on occasions such as this where there is no offering to give the waiting dead, I argue it is wise to stay away from their looming gaze. If the visitor had issues with my home, they did not let on as they took in the surroundings before being guided to a chair in my sitting room. The room felt like it was shaking as they sat down opposite me, the very air itself flickering and dancing.
"You are doing divine work here, Phineas,"
they remarked. Every syllable pushed past their lips was given the utmost attention and care, making my skin shudder with excitement.
"But it is clear you are lost in the fray and are in need of help. A true man out of time, it seems. Fortunately, that is why I am here, to put the pieces back together."
They extended a hand, thick and calloused with scars strewn across the palms like a battleground. Following the road map of their veins, I spied small chinks in the armor where vulnerabilities peered out. A slew of hesitation marks there, red pustules where hair had been torn out, signs of a battle raging within and without. All coming together to paint the picture of a person constantly at odds with the very skin they wore as my hands stretched to meet their own. When I gripped it, I felt an inexplicable energy radiate from them, and as their gaze met my own, I saw something shift in the corner of the room. "You are not alone, stranger." The words burned as they left my lips and my eyes skittered in my skull, desperate to avert themselves from the thing behind the stranger. It was long, spindly, hidden behind a veil. In that moment, it could be mistaken for a sibling of my own emissary to death. If the stranger was rocked by my revelations, they didn't show it as the handshake ended and the image left my sight.
"The fact you can see it, too, shows me I have come to the right place. My name is Gael, and I find myself in need of your services."
They looked around my abode as they spoke, energy still radiating off of them. "You have a body that needs tending to? Rites to be read before burial. I have plots available." I prepared to stand up and show them, but they held out a hand and, like an obedient dog, I sat down and kept quiet.
"Your reputation as a purveyor of the pervasive precedes you, Phineas. Not many in this fair town don't know of the gravedigger, who not only communes with the dead, but believes he shepherds them to the maw of the beast itself. I'm told that you eschew normal living with the opulence that your family name brings, and instead dedicate yourself to this macabre behavior. Is this true?"
My tongue lolled around in my cavity like a slug with salt on its back. My eyes stung from lack of blinking, and every pore of my skin bubbled with apprehension. Was this interloper about to cast me out? Was this my fate for not bringing fresh souls to my communes? "Yes, it is. I assure you, I am under no flight of fancy or delusions of grandeur. I may be different to the masses congregating in the petri dish they call a town, but I am of sound body and mind. I simply serve and ensure my place when this flesh prison fails me. Is that so wrong? To want to live in a way that pleases the soul as much as the body?" I stood with a start, perhaps the first time my heart had raced in as many months. A brief reminder that this body has its own drumbeat to march to, totally separate from my soul. It is petulant, and I expected the stranger to match my outburst. Instead, I saw a smile eke out from behind the fabrics covering their face, something sinister glimmering within it.
I take what you do with the utmost sincerity and admiration, Phineas. I do not wish to mock your practices, but rather help enhance them, in exchange for helping my mission.
They slowly rose from the table and turned away from me, unfurling some of the fabric around their face as they spoke.
I am not what I once was, disfigured by the heavens above for mistakes as a youth. Now I serve them in the hopes they will one day return me to the way I was. I must find those who have strayed from the path and either help them see the truth or send them to a higher judgment before this can befall them.
I dare not describe in this journal what I saw when the figure turned, only to remark that on this earth no such creature should exist or be allowed to walk with such turmoil present. Features displaced and some vacant. An artist with the most boorish mind, stooped in bizarre ideologies and assisted by herbs that opened the third eye, could not conjure such monstrosities. I somehow held my nerve, and instead looked away after a moment, allowing them to cover back up. I do not know if I can help you, I finally croaked, pushing back bile down my gullet. I prepare the bodies and carry the souls. I know not what happens to them after that. To meet a fate such as this.
Be not afraid, Phineas. I am simply trying to carry out the message of the Divine's will. Fortunately, you can help me with that. By bringing those I am tasked with seeking out, you can help me heal them and set their souls free. In return,
they walked over and handed me a small piece of parchment, faded at the edges and the crimson lettering still shimmering in the arc of the lamplight.
I will help you become even closer to your emissary. Closer to death itself.
If lightning were to have struck outside at that very moment, I would have considered it an omen of the things to come. Alas, the night was serene and cold when I gripped their hand and agreed to the terms, never asking why they needed someone like me in the first place. From that moment forward, all bodies brought to my garden were already encased in coffins made from obsidian mahogany, a thick seal around the sides and iron chains looped around from top to bottom. Whatever was inside, Gael did not want it ever breaking free.
Acquiring them was challenging, but not impossible. Those who have strayed too far from the path and lets the sickness consume them met a fate in life even worse than my own. They become demons incarnate. It takes all of my not inconsiderable skill to bind and subdue them. Now comes the hard part.
Gael pointed to the mausoleum, and a feeling of foreboding crept its way into me, nestling in the place that anticipation once resided.
We shall place the coffin in there. You will slumber alongside it and conduct your commune, cleansing it of sin and bury it in the waning hours before dawn. Should the grave remain filled come sunrise, we will have delivered their soul.
I am not a foolish man. Socially inept, perhaps, but never foolish. My instincts screamed foul, but one look from Gael's piercing eyes swayed me and assured me this was the right thing to do. After all, perhaps I was simply concerned over the prior lack of offerings. Yes, I thought, that must be it. Doing as instructed, we hauled the coffin into the mausoleum and propped it up against the far wall. The limestone screamed as the jagged edges of the coffin scraped against its skin. By the time our task was complete, the sun was beginning to set and Gael looked eager to take their leave. You're sure this is the right thing to do, Gael? What about their friends, their kin? Surely they want a chance to pay respects. I felt it was only right to ask. This was still my job, my lot in life. Gael gripped at their tender arms, hesitation marks still raw and seeping.
I assure you, no family will want to see them in their sorry state. To To that end, I chained their coffins shut so as not to invite unnecessary curiosity. I will return in 3 days with another.
They turned on their heel and left for the gates, the gravel submitting to their proud steps before they halted in their tracks, and something shuddered underneath Gael's shoulder blades.
But a word of advice, Phineas. The night can play tricks on your mind. Demons can too. Ignore anything you may hear or see outside of your commune. I'd hate to have to bury you, too.
Something in those parting words pulled at my guts and dropped them through the floor, struck by a fear I had not experienced since I first properly communed with the visage that hung in the spaces in between. I did not want to cross this stranger. The night came and brought with it a renewed sense of foreboding. The once inviting mausoleum, where I joyfully prepared the bodies of the recently deceased and peacefully slept beside them, now felt akin to the open mouth of a malevolent beast ready to bite down the moment I showed my weakness. Was this how others felt around the domiciles of the dead? I sat in the crypt facing the coffin, attempting to make sense of the etchings scratched across its surface and the sigil in its center. They bore no resemblance to the language I spoke, or of those held within the books my parents encouraged me to read as an adolescent. In time, my mind drifted to halcyon days up on the hill, living in the manor house with my siblings and shying away from their boisterous activities, instead opting to peruse every ancient novel my father's library had within it. Even my vernacular, though outdated by modern standards, derived from those tomes I held as close to my heart as if it were a dear friend known since birth. Being accosted by my peers and mocked by relatives meant little to me if I was able to lose myself in the worlds they held within. I paused my musing as a faint scratching could be heard echoing around the small burial chamber. It was rhythmic, constant, and incessant. My ears strained to pick up the source, and eyes inevitably fell on the coffin. The words of Gael hung in the air as a tangible threat greater than anything I had experienced. Before long, I saw a large rat race past my feet and into a small crack on the far corner, calming my nerves and allowing me to regress to the realms of childhood, a far more applicable location than this, with several hours still to go before my commune. It was during one particularly raucous evening that my connection to death truly began. My younger siblings, twins, were caught in Father's study by our elder brother Cochrane. He insisted he saw one of them making the other float as they, quote, cast aside their old identity in favor of one beguiled by the nameless one, end quote, before dropping their twin to the ground in a heap and suffering a seizure. I was engrossed in a book, as always, but even I felt the need to check on the situation and ensure all was well. Hushed voices spoke about the twins. What would befall the nameless one and that of their sister Lucinda? Would she forgive her sibling? Could any of the family forgive such a creature? Mother fretted and father dithered. Both then drank to assuage the guilt of raising children that largely failed to meet their exorbitant expectations. For a time, things were swept under the rug. Lucinda would suffer only bumps and scrapes, but her sibling would comment every night on something visiting them in their dreams. We didn't dare to use their new identity around them, lest we invoked the monstrosity within. Neither even now on paper do I risk it. But there was an abject sadness in their face when we failed to recognize what they'd become, as if they were proud of such a thing. Nevertheless, we inquired and ascertained that whatever they perceived was visiting them was simply doing so in their dreams. Cochrane was of an age where directness and bluntness were all he knew, and so he took to labeling our sibling as a freak, communing with demons. Regrettably, as the night terrors persisted, Father actually listened. I kept silent about my own nightly visits from the entity behind the veil, and Lucinda refused to elaborate when her twin pressed her to just tell them you saw it too. And whatever we as a family knew was going on was instead chalked up to one thing. Them. I still recall the night they were taken. Under the cover and shame of a twilight sun did the emissaries come, cloaked and hidden to ensure no revenge could be enacted. They assured father and mother that they would take care of the issue, they'd be safe, and would one day return as the child they once knew. They kicked and screamed until a cloth was placed under their face and their fragile body fell limp. They were barely 15 years old and looked like a child in the arms of these gargantuan beasts draped in fine clothes. In that moment, as I peered up from my book, I saw that very same visage of death I'd come to know in my dreams, with arms wrapped around both individuals and peering down at our sibling. I said nothing as they were taken away, never to be seen again. I would come to find they'd gone missing from the main building soon after arriving, and a search party was underway. Mother fell into a deep depression, and father denied any wrongdoing. Cochrane slinked off to the family retreat, and Lucinda, well, she was never the same. A broken family before, and an irrevocably shattered one after. We were never meant to be together, and my life's work ensured I had a path to follow that detracted from theirs, even if my father would forever remain irascible over the entire affair. My melancholy stops here, for a time, when something stirs me from my sonder, and my neck snaps to attention so quick that I damn near give myself whiplash. Someone is knocking on the coffin. A soft rapping that comes from weakened knuckles, but unmistakably there. I freeze like a rodent caught in the still widening eyes of a cat ready to pounce, waiting for the knock once more. I lean in closer to the fine wood and listen for breathing, words, or any kind of communication. Regardless of Gael's request, I cannot ignore someone's pleas for help. I am a gravedigger, not a murderer. As my ear is a few inches away, the chains rattle against the wall of the coffin as something horrifying bleats out from within. Guttural shrieks and inhuman howls of pain emanate from its structure, the boom rattling around the contours of the inscrutable tomb and creating a cacophony of suffering that threatened to burst my eardrums under the weight of its agony. Only as I am brought to my knees do I see the true source of the noises. It is shambling, shuffling in place as if standing on tired legs and bearing the weight on one to the other to ease the burden, swaying softly like a praying mantis ready to strike. Small, perhaps 4 feet tall, a bulbous head with a skull that stretches up like a spire. The light flickers as features come into place and immediately resign their positions from my view. Hollow sockets too deep to bear eyes, teeth as black as the coffin's obsidian material that jut out from where canines once resided. Large nostrils attached to a small bridged nose. The skin is a bubbling, peeling mess, allowing blue and pink flesh underneath to peek out. It was a monstrosity beyond what I can accurately convey, and it hobbled towards me, within striking distance after just a few steps. I was paralyzed to the spot, unable to fight back or flee, begging my lord's retinue to sweep in and save me from oblivion.
Stay back! If you still have intelligence, then know I am not your enemy. I do not bring you harm!
I shrieked, staring down this beast as it stood still at the shout of my voice, perhaps itself shocked by my actions. We stood in tenuous silence for a few moments before the heavy thudding of the coffin broke my stare, and I instinctively turned on my heel to stare at it. Immediately realizing the grave mistake I'd made, I turned back, expecting the brute to be at my throat. But instead, I was met with a sight that shook my soul to its very core. Lucinda, floating in the air as the walls of the crypt crumbled away, like the fragility of time itself, and gave way to a landscape I'd become all too familiar with over the years, my nightly communes with death. Her eyes were rolled back in her head, and her neck bent at an angle so fierce her vertebra poked up through the skin like a weed, threatening to pierce the soft flesh that kept it contained. Her palms were outstretched and covered in blood stemming from long slashes on her forearms, legs twitching beneath the knees as toes curled over. "Sister?" I choked on the words and the sentimentality I'd long cast aside, but to see someone I loved in this manner, it is enough to distill the bile in the hearts of any man and allow blood to pump anew. She did not speak before her body was pulled into the veil that enshrouded my lord, her expression of grim acceptance never wavering in spite of her broken body. Instead, she opted to send a message with actions over words. With arms moving like that of a stiff wooden doll, her index digit outstretched behind me to a burning house on the hill. Our house. I awoke with a start in the cavernous cold of the crypt, knees buckling under the ache. The first thing my eyes met was the unforgiving structure of the coffin, dutifully propped up opposite me. My first thought upon waking was one that carried with me until I saw Gael once more. Who was in the coffin? Gael looked at me for a moment before shaking their head and chuckling.
I take it they showed you something you didn't like, Phineas.
They remarked with nary a moment's hesitation, as if expecting my rattled demeanor. I nodded and they sighed.
I suppose that's to be expected. Did they meet your emissary, at least?
Again, I nodded, opening my lips to ask the same question before Gael held up a heavily bandaged hand.
They were nobody. An unfortunate victim caught up in something bigger than themselves. They sought amnesty for their sickness and instead invited in something insidious. All you must know is they are now at peace. Now,
Gael pointed to another coffin they'd brought.
I trust you can do this again.
What choice did I have? Like a docile servant, I nodded and Gael patted my shoulder before leaving with the same promise of return in 3 nights. Telephoning the home yielded nothing, and our butler simply told me the family were fine and on a sabbatical of which they would call once they were home, before promptly putting the phone down. Perhaps it is in my nature to be distrusting, but I could sense his taciturn behavior even after a lengthy absence from conversing with one another. Something was wrong. I won't waste valued pages repeating the same events as before, for they were largely unchanged, save for the intensity with which they occurred. Though I will note 2 distinctive differences were within the final moments of my commune with that second coffin. As the malformed monstrosity made itself known, it crawled towards me from the top corner of the crypt, dragging the torso as something viscous and foul-smelling trailed behind them. Milky white eyes bleached by chemicals bore into my soul as a jagged and yellow tongue lolled out of their distended jaw. I did not cower this time, instead backing towards the coffin and remaining patient that soon the commune would take me away. As my back hit the coffin, something squealed within and pounded vigorously for release while a wet substance dripped onto my shoulder. Looking up, I saw where the other half of this creature has been hiding. Another face, far fouler than the first, smiled at me with a lipless hole filled with rotten teeth before leaping towards me. Shrieking and turning away, I again was greeted with the sight of a sibling floating in front of me. Cochrane, his skin stripped from his body and leaving a red paste in his wake. It did not take a medical mind to see he was fraught with damage. Muscles still moving, sinews stretched and tendons squeezing as the twisted structure that was once my brother spoke to me before the veil enraptured him and my lord chaperoned him away. Come home, Phineas. I did not dare to speak of this to Gael, nor on the third and fourth occasion when a visage of my parents appeared, both clad with the scars of torture and guilt. Gael had changed, becoming a person whose presence I began to meet with dread, scorn, and disgust. Each time I met them, their body grew more decayed, fetid, and rotted. I would spot various packets of filth adorning their clothing. Mud, fungal, and fecal matter from the streets was practically growing on their body. If they were aware of the detritus, they took no notice as they sauntered into my home on the final occasion, now a swagger in their step. It was only after multiple sleepless nights and a rapidly diminishing sanity that fear gave way to frantic anger and a desire to see an end to this.
Gael, I barely sleep anymore. My dreams are filled with visions of my home burning, despite repeated assurances to the contrary. I have seen things that will haunt my soul long after it departs this body for new pastures. You will not tell me anything of the coffin's contents, and I am no closer to my lord than I was when we started. Do not think me ungrateful for the offerings, but something feels wrong.
The air in the room was thick, hot, and foul as my words reached a fever pitch.
If you cannot tell me the nature of this arrangement at this late stage, I'll have no choice but to...
To what, Phineas? To tell the authorities, to tell the townsfolk. What would they do? You think they'd listen to the ramblings of a madman out of time? A man who, racked with such unimaginable guilt for his actions, regressed to the point of a hermit and communes with the dead.
Gael laughed, a hollow thing that reverberated from their belly.
You are so feared and vilified that they dare not come to you unless it is with their dead. You are a murderer, Phineas. None shall offer you aid.
I did not understand. My rage simply built and I became inconsolable.
I have done no such thing, Gael. I offered you assistance when you came here. I was courteous and kind in spite of my disdain for the living.
I slammed a fist on the table, signaling for them to leave. They stood up, but made no movement as their eyes gleamed from behind the fabric.
Do you know why you detest the living so, Phineas? Because the first thing you said after the fire was, I wish I was dead with them. Cotard's syndrome, they call it. Though I think in your case, it's closer to survivor's guilt.
I felt the room spin as their voice began to feel distant, memories flooding my vision.
You said nothing the night your sibling was taken. Nor did you say anything when that fire was started in their bedroom, the one that consumed your home and your parents. You were always a casual observer of life's events, the definition of a wallflower stuck in a constant state of monocopsis. You are a fish out of water, watching everyone else swim comfortably well.
I fell to my knees and felt sickness overtake my body, turning my skin sallow as I struggled to breathe. The fire. I remembered the feeling of black smoke choking my lungs and sapping the life from me. The emissaries slowly pulling their veil apart as I resisted with all my might.
No, I did not cause the fire. I am no murderer.
I choked, barely holding back bile as Gael kneeled down in front of me.
Even if that were true, you most certainly are now, my friend. But all of that will go away by tomorrow, because you're going to complete one final job for me, and we will part ways as you requested. I will get what I want from the ritual, and you will get this.
I look at them and see a medallion with brilliant markings, a symbol of the Ouroboros snake at its center, and the light of a black sun shimmering down over it, burning its skin.
I will allow you to reach the state you desire most of all when communing with the dead. Your sins will dissipate, and you can finally be among the dead in the way you always wanted.
Gael stood up as they placed the medallion around my neck and walked to the door, where a white coffin, absent of chains with sigils I'd never seen before across its center, waited patiently. They did not look back as they stood in my archway, staring up at the setting sun with black clouds gathering.
I will do this, but no more, Gael.
My voice was hoarse, tired. They didn't seem to register as they responded.
Looks like a storm is coming, Phineas. Sometimes we don't even know what we want. It takes someone with a higher calling to figure it out for us. But the rain clears, and we harvest the crops. I shepherd them, just like I shepherded you.
They carried on walking, leaving me with the last of their coffins as I lowered it into the unforgiving hole in the earth's skin, staring at the creature I was putting into its arms with one overwhelming emotion surging through my normally numb, decaying, and despondent body. Regret. I chronicle this final entry after a night that I desperately wish to have been a figment of my imagination. A night that only existed in the worst nightmares possessed by those in the deepest circle of hell. That which is reserved for betrayers and ones who commit acts against their kin. But that is where I belong. Perhaps that is where I've always belonged, as Gael indicated in our last conversation. I did as instructed and kept watch over the coffin until the storm clouds gathered and I was forced into the mausoleum for shelter and to conduct my commune. But on this evening, the drizzle outside rapidly evolved into a deluge that, coupled with the heavens exploding, would keep me from a peaceful meeting with my lord. Instead, I would hear those same unholy sounds of retching, whooping, hollering, and shrieking emanating from the casket outside. Yet, something within their tonal cries was horrifyingly familiar and awoke within me the instincts to protect them from harm. Bearing my full weight against the crypt doors, I was decidedly unable to budge them with the sheer volume of waterlogged mud pushing up against it, even as the cries grew more tepid and panicked. Something shattered through the thick top of the casket, and the cries became all the more recognizable. I wish for this to be recorded in the annals of time for any who may investigate. I did not know who lay in that coffin before this moment. Had I done so, I would have sooner put Gael in a coffin of their own making than participated. For at that moment, the spell was broken, and the pieces began to fit together in my mind like that of a puzzle, showcasing the terrifying reality I had partaken in. Of course, I had heard rumblings of an individual that took despondent youths from their homes in the dead of night and sought to rebirth them, devouring them like the body of their martyr and absorbing their essence, their sins, if you will, mocking the authorities with talk of scripture and strange markings. Yet, the authorities never found those poor souls taken, and the bereaved families had no justice or peace. But they shall now. There were never any demons in those coffins, no evil to be purged or salvation given. They were people, young and vulnerable, as they were set upon by the hungry jaws of a predator and their foolish accomplice. I wish I could tell you that in certain plots within my cemetery, you would find the now sleeping bodies of those taken by the one the media dubbed the Antlion of Sturgeon. But it is my sad duty, to my great and everlasting disgust, to inform you of what I discovered upon exiting the sepulchre in the morning, staring at the garden of the dead in disarray. Each plot I had dug was unearthed,
each coffin destroyed, and an unspeakable odor emanating from the pits. A thick layer of skin and chunks of torn flesh with distinctive bite marks trailing in its wake. Whatever they were now, they had shed their old form and experienced great suffering in their tribulations. Except for the latest grave, that which contains my greatest shame and ultimate sin, for which my Lord will punish me accordingly. During the night, the storm had become so fierce that it filled the grave to the brim with a murky soup of rainwater, dirt, and vegetation. But the front of the casket was still visible, as was what lay within it. A defiant fist had broken through the front, bloodied knuckles and torn skin frozen in time, bearing a ring that had been passed from my mother to my sibling before they were taken away so many years ago. A moment which set a chain of events in motion that would bring me here, bring my siblings to their own personal hells, and bring my parents into the blazing inferno that was once our home. I know this to be true despite my mental defiance to the contrary, and the imaginary assurances from our old butler. My sibling lay in that coffin, their fate these past few years unknown, but now ultimately ended at my feet. Gael was nowhere to be seen, but today's paper highlighted that something new had developed in the Antlion case. A gruesome new pair of murders, with a third victim being found alive. They had evolved and progressed, leaving me behind. I will commune with my Lord when the sun sets, and I will accept what occurs with full responsibility. Perhaps I will be granted the release from this earth that I have sought nearly all my life. Perhaps I'll find a way to atone for what happened to them. I still hear the soft splashing and scratching from outside the crypt, even now, but I know this to be a trick of an addled mind. The medallion Gael gave me softly hums around my neck, and my tired hands finally opened the parchment they had given me, finding now as good a time as any to peruse its contents. How ironic that Gael would anticipate my reading of this until it was too late.
Time to come home, Phineas. Do not be afraid. Gael.
The hour is late, and in addition to the soft splashing and scratching from the still open grave of my kin, I hear the voices of my parents at the entrance to the mausoleum begging me to open and join them, to come home. I slept for a few moments and saw my lord approaching me, their skeletal hands gripping the veil expectantly. I know I must not tell what I see, but the fright shall consume me long before I am able to articulate. This is my fate. I will now remain here with the rest of the dead, waiting for someone else to dig me a grave. I beg of you to ensure I cannot crawl out of it. First of September 2023, 11:07 a.m. Patient Miss Lucinda G would be reported missing by her family when she did not show up to work that morning. Due to Lucinda's predilection for mental breakdowns and bouts of mania followed by psychosis, it was quickly determined she may have wandered off and could be a danger to herself. A search would be undertaken that evening but yielded nothing. It would be several days before Lou, as she preferred to be called, would reappear disoriented and malnourished in a field not far from where she was last seen. When questioned on where she had been, she said,
The stars took me away, and nobody could hear them dancing.
She then fell into a deep sleep, and when she awoke, had no memory of where she'd been. Preliminary health checks showed deep scars on her lower back, cuts on her inner thighs, and hesitation marks on her wrists. But Lucinda denied making these herself. She frequently asked for her parents and spouse, neither of which could be located. Lou was transferred to a medical facility until discharge was approved, and was ordered to be put under monitoring until her new therapy session could be completed. A new specialist at the Inner Sanctum Therapeutic Services has been assigned to Lou. The following transcripts are a documentation of Lou's last known communications and movements until the incident on September 29th. Transcription started. 9th of September 2023, 2:42 p.m.
Hello. You have reached the office of the Inner Sanctum Therapeutic Services. Unfortunately, we are unable to receive your call at this moment, but please leave a message at the tone and one of our dedicated team members will return your call within 24 hours. Thank you for choosing the Inner Sanctum, and remember, change starts from within.
Good afternoon? This is Lou. I'm just trying to reach someone as I've been transferred to your company. My current therapist is retiring early, and I wanted to know a little bit more about the methods of therapy you offer. The website is pretty unclear. I've got a lot of issues, and one of them is rearing its head right now. It's a problem my old therapist struggled with, and I'll be available for your call. Thanks.
Transcription started. 9th of September 2023, 2:50 p.m.
Hey, this is Bennett. You know what to do.
Hey, B. It's Lou. I called the office like you asked me to, but they didn't pick up. Hard to feel wanted in the heat of the moment, you know. I'm having one of my flare-ups, and it's hard to ignore. They told me that these people would be available 24/7, and the first time I call... I know you're busy, on one of your business trips, no doubt. But I really need you. I need my brother. Call me back when you can, okay?
Transcription started. 10th of September 2023, 0:30 a.m.
You have reached the out-of-hours service for the Inner Sanctum Therapeutic Services. Please enter your patient ID and then press hash. Thank you. We are checking your patient records. You are assigned to Dr. Rawlings. Transferring you through now. Please hold.
Hi, you've reached the office of Dr. K. Rawlings. Unfortunately, I'm unable to take your call at the moment. Please leave your name, number, and the reason for your call, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. If it's urgent, please hang up and call emergency services. Thank you, and remember, within you, there is change.
Fucking believable. Hi, Dr. Rawlings. It's Lou. I appreciate the call back earlier. The steps you outlined for mindfulness and anchoring were really helpful, but, well, Doc, it's happening again. I told you that something had happened before to cause my fear of the dark, but I didn't really outline why. I was hoping to tell you using the out-of-hours service I pay for and perhaps put myself at ease, but you're not there. So, I'll just tell you now and hope it reaches you before the morning. Maybe this'll help in itself. I used to bunk with my twin, Elle. We shared everything from food to clothes, hobbies to hatreds, dreams to nightmares, fears to... Fuck, what would it be? Bliss. That. My older brother, Bennett, used to bully us and scoff about how we were weirdo sissy twins. Our middle brother Finley just read quietly in Father's study and rarely ever came out or socialized with us. He was always detached. Mom, Dad, they were always busy with some stupid function, charity ball they didn't give a fuck about, or affair with the other snobby elitists, so we relied on each other. Sorry, I'm a little jumpy. I know the more I tell you about what happened, the sillier it'll seem that I'm out in the night sky during the dead of night. But it was one night when we were teens. Our beds facing one another in the spacious bedroom whose window overlooked the Dondella below perfectly. They had fallen asleep pretty quickly. You know, they were always borderline narcoleptic, but me? I was struggling, tossing and turning in the heat of the mid-July night. Then I heard something creaking. You know how you get used to the way family move in your home based on the sound alone? Well, these footsteps were unlike any ones I was used to. Unsure, heavy, menacing. I didn't let on that I was awake, but I managed to creep my eye open just enough to take a peek at the source of the steps. It was a creature. I know that everyone has dismissed me and insists that I saw nothing, but I'm telling you, it was there. A weird skull that stretched up and had a ring around it, like a halo, coupled with hidden facial features save for bright gleaming eyes. I thought I was seeing an angel, Doctor. It cocked its head to the side and reached out for me before I began to feel sleepy again. I remember floating, the cold air on my back just like this, and the sight of a bright, starry sky, with one in particular twinkling at me before getting so bright it blinded me. When I woke up, I was in my bed, and everybody acted like nothing had happened. Well, almost everyone. The stars sure are bright tonight. I think it's time for another trip. Thank you for listening, Doctor.
Google search logs, 0:45 a.m. Holiday destinations. Holidays without passports. Holidays without providing information on self. How to leave country without passport. How to disappear. Alien abduction theories. Side effects of antipsychotic medication. Message sent to Bennett Cochran. Subject: I need to talk to you. Sent 1:02 a.m.
Bennett, you haven't been answering your calls. I'm getting anxious. Look, I know you've got a lot on with your business and that weird experiment you're overseeing, but can't you see that I need you? You and the rest of the family were the ones who urged me to see these people, but I can't even get them to answer. I just feel like I'm being forgotten. I had that dream again last night. I told Dr. Rawlings about it, but it's bleeding over into reality again. Before you say it, yeah, I know, stupid bullshit. But I can't help what I fucking see, okay? I left out that one part like you told me to, but he's never going to believe me if I don't give him the full story. Can you check in on Phineas sometime? I'm not allowed to leave after dark and he doesn't even have a damn phone. Maybe he's got some advice given the way he sees the world. I won't keep blowing up your phone or your inbox. Not that you'd even see it with your Do Not Disturb function on, but please remember, your sister needs you. Love, Lou.
Songs searched on phone. Gorillas, Every Planet We Reach Is Dead. Jose Gonzalez, Crosses. Mazzy Star, Into Dust. Radiohead, Lift. Dark Ambient Soundscapes Volume 3. Cocteau Twins, See Swallow Me. Giles Corey, No One Is Ever Going to Want Me. Sadness, In the Distant Travels. Vessels, Yuki. Transcription started 28th of September 2023, 10:48 p.m.
Hello. You have reached the office of the Inner Sanctum Therapeutic Services. Unfortunately, we are unable to receive your call at this moment, but please leave a message at the tone, and one of our dedicated team members will return your call within 24 hours. Thank you for choosing the Inner Sanctum, and remember, you are a chrysalis waiting to blossom anew. Discard your old skin.
Okay, this is a message for Dr. Rawlings. I don't understand why I couldn't reach him, his voicemail, or anyone at this fucking therapy service. I'm in crisis and I'm paying you to... Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not in a good place right now and I just need to talk to someone. Please, could you call me back as soon as you can? I'm having auditory hallucinations and I can't currently leave my bathroom, which I know sounds silly because it's my bathroom and my home. I've lived there for most of my adult life. Why would it suddenly be different now? But you know how sometimes when you maybe go see a scary movie or someone tells you something unsettling while out, you get back to your house in the dead of night with all the lights off and your mind just runs through all the inevitable possibilities of what is behind your front door that now you're not 100% certain you locked? Okay, that's how I feel now. I feel that there's something in my bedroom and that if I leave here, it will get me. The stars seemed different tonight on my walk. They followed me home and I felt unsettled the moment I got through the door. Like something else was here, waiting in the walls or in the rafters. I know if I feel unsafe, I should call the police over you, but not only do I think this is exactly what Bennett and you have both said, Dr. Rawlings, a product of my imagination, but the weirdest thing keeps happening when I try to call the police. It just makes the busy tone. I don't know if this is still a part of my imagination. If you'll hear this when you listen back, or if my vengeful ex-wife has decided to come and put me out of my misery. But I'd welcome that over what I truly think this is. The stars.
Call list. Sturgeon City Sheriff's Department. Voicemail left. The family butler. Disconnected line. Inner Sanctum 6 times. No voicemail left. Minerva, ex-wife. No voicemail left. Bennett Cochran. Disconnected after 3 rings. Sturgeon Astrological Society 4 times. Several voicemails left. Google search logs 11:16 p.m. Is my internet service down? Is my phone service down? Cannot reach anybody. Connection issues? Where is everyone? What is the backrooms? Am I the only person alive? Unusual star patterns. Hallucinations in people with mental illness. Unusual star patterns overhead. How fast do stars move in the sky? Abduction stories. Email drafted but not sent. 2. Minerva Gahart. Subject. Why?
Minerva. Did you look at the stars tonight? They're truly something else. I spent so many months figuring out why you'd leave me. Why you'd up and gone in the middle of the night with nothing but the clothes on your back. I can still picture it clear as the sky above. I'd gone to visit my parents and to collect an anniversary gift. We'd had a fight about kids and you didn't want a surrogate. I told you I wanted to name it after my twin, and you... Well, you got that look in your eye that told me I should have kept my mouth shut. But typical me, I didn't. I've always been protective over my twin, and I refused to back down when you called them names. Said they were a forgotten shell and their shadow still haunted every corner of our home because I couldn't let go and be myself. You said other things that I don't think you truly meant. We got into things. I don't remember much of what happened, but I left in a fury and drove to the hills. The hills overlooking Sturgeon are beautiful all year round and give me ample time to think. Gosh, the stars are beautiful tonight. Have you seen them? I wondered, truthfully, if this was the life I chose or the life that was set out for me. I still wonder if my life was put on this path all those years ago when Elle was taken from us. Sometimes it feels like I'm truly adopting them, their traits and their loves, like I'm wearing their very skin. But the skin doesn't fit just right in some places. It's suffocating me and stopping me from growing, Minerva. I want to take the skin off, but I can't. I bought you a gift at the antique store in town. You always loved their curios and said it helped you feel the past wasn't just dust and faded memories. I thought that was so poetic at the time, but I think in truth, you just didn't want to think of what was lurking back there. I remember walking to my car across that empty parking lot and feeling something overhead. You know that sensation when someone's stare is boring into your very soul and you can just feel it? It was like that, but coupled with cold water dropped down my back. An instant freeze in my body that snapped me to attention and turned me around to find the culprit. And I saw the stars. Minerva, I've told you about that night. I told you what I saw and what happened. You were always passive about it, never fully in or out. I don't know if that's because you didn't feel like it was your right to judge, or you simply didn't care, but I always felt precarious about the subject around you. But I can't be now. As I looked up, I saw a pattern that I had never seen in the sky before. A complex, bizarre symbol that made my ears ring just looking for too long, twinkling in a rhythmic pattern before two of them broke off from the group. They grew in brightness until they felt like car headlights on full beam. Min, the stars were looking at me, literally, blinking in synchronicity and bearing down closer and closer. I took a step back and then began to run, the feeling of their burning light overhead as they followed me. I heard a sound. It was like the breaking of all the mirrors in the world, an all-encompassing smash that rattled my bones and made my blood boil. Then I woke up hours later with a taste of iron in my mouth and the feeling of itching in every facet of my skin, like I needed to peel it all off. I remember coming home and seeing clothes strewn everywhere, furniture dusty and rotting food like you let off a bomb in the house. I tried calling you, but you refused to pick up. You never did like phone calls. I never saw you again. To this day, I have no idea where you went. Maybe they took you. Maybe you simply wanted a clean cut from me. I wouldn't blame you. I tried talking to Phineas about you, but he dismissed it as problems of the living interfering with those of the departed. Bennett told me that I probably drove you away as I became more engrossed in my betterment. That I was like a cicada crawling out of my shell and Minerva did not match me anymore. He always referred to you with such disgust, but I always thought that was just because you weren't tidy. I wish I could speak to you once more, but it seems you can't hear my words. When I try to reach out, it's like all I get is static. My therapist said unkind things about you, that I need to let go of you for my true self to re-emerge after a long dormancy. I don't know. I feel like in a world of strangers, you're the only familiar face I have left. Minerva, have you looked up at the stars? Love, Lou.
Transcription started 28th of September 2023, 11:47 p.m.
Good afternoon. Thank you for calling the Inner Sanctum. Unfortunately, all our advisors are busy right now. We realize you're in distress, but please stay on the line and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. Remember, your skin is only temporary, and like a cicada, you can shed it to grow anew. Shed your skin, young one. Shed your skin.
This is Rawlings. I'm not available right now, but leave your name, number, reason for your call, and the Inner Sanctum Pledge. Then I'll get right back to you. You are being watched. Your actions are being judged. You cannot escape who you are. Trust the Inner Sanctum. We can fix you.
I don't understand what is happening. Why is nobody answering? My brother, my friends, any business? What the fuck is going on? Doctor, I know you think there's something wrong with me. I know you think that my very identity is a construction of a broken mind, but I wish you could see what I see. I came out of my room when things quieted and found a shape sitting in my bedroom. It's just sat in the corner chair watching me. Not a single aspect of it viewable. I've been standing in my doorway for 15 minutes, observing me as I observe it. It hasn't moved. It doesn't make a sound. Am I hallucinating? Am I just crazy? Am I... No, I didn't tell them everything. I did as I was told. I kept my promise. I swear I kept my promise. Please don't be mad. It wasn't my fault. Hi there, you've reached Lou Gerhardt. I'm probably sleeping right now, but if you leave me a message, I'll get back to you.
Lucinda, this is Dr. Rawlings. I've gotten your messages. All of them. I'm sorry that it's taken me a bit of time to get back to you, but things have been busy on my end. Truth be told, I wouldn't be calling you back so late if it weren't for the concern your messages raised. Lucinda, we cannot change what happened to us. We can only move past it. In your case, your desperation to make up for losing your twin has only intensified these unwanted changes, and a desire to become something you're not. Judging by your other siblings, that seems to be a running theme. I don't subscribe to the line of thinking that you can be whatever you want to be. Your identity is fixed from birth, and not something that you can change like a pair of underwear. Facts do not care about feelings. That dangerous rhetoric gets us to absolve ourselves of problematic pasts and gives us genderless bathrooms. We have been here before, Lucinda. Every time you experience a psychotic break and regress into yourself, we have to pull you back out. There were no aliens, no specters of the dark taking you and changing you. The night they first, whatever it was, appeared, they were observing which one of you to take. And they had no way of knowing who was where, given how similar you looked. So, they observed. They watched. Night after night they would come back and watch. Your twin, Elle, knew something was wrong. They told your parents and insisted you'd understand too. Well, it was clear that they had delusions when it came to their powers. They were not wrong about the abductor. But you and your brothers all insisted they were making it up. That is the guilt you bear. Twinless twin is something we're still understanding, Lucinda. But it's not unheard of for the twin left behind to undergo changes in the absence of their sibling. An alteration to their appearance, behavior, mental state, and even sexual or gender orientation to make up for the loss they experienced. Now,
I have tried my best to explain to you that you are what you are. To not only accept those things we cannot change, but to grow from it like a cicada. But you still live in a fantasy world where some otherworldly entities are taking you, where nobody is able to speak to you, and most concerning of all, where you have an ex-wife. Lucinda, you have never been married. Your desire to become this blue alter ego has completely disconnected you from reality. I am concerned. We all are. Your family is worried sick, and we must try to tackle these psychotic breaks head on. Please, please, call me back. I promise I will be here to answer your call and prove to you that you are not alone, that you can be saved, and you will be fixed. The inner sanctum will help you blossom and split from your skin.
Final call. 29th of September 2023, 3:38 a.m.
Hello. Who is this?
Doctor, have you seen the stars out tonight? They're beautiful.
Lucinda, thank God you called. Where are you? Are you safe? Lucinda, I cannot help you if you don't tell me what's going on. Remember, we can help you grow into the cicada that you are truly meant to...
Doctor, did you see the stars tonight? They're beautiful.
What? No, I didn't. Lucinda, that doesn't matter right now. You need to tell us where you are. Your tracker isn't providing info. It says that you're... nowhere.
Dr. Rawlings, please. It's Lou. Now look outside. Please.
For God's sake, Lucinda. You break curfew, disappear on your loved ones for hours on end, and leave frantic voicemails to everybody fearing the worst. Now you decide that it's time for some stargazing? How will this help anything? How will this show that you've honed our teachings and truly changed?
Kenneth, look outside. Now.
All right, Lou. I'm standing at the window and looking outside. Now what?
Do you see the stars, Rawlings?
Oh my God! What is that? Fuck me! What the fuck is that?
Those are the stars, Kenneth. What are they?
I don't understand. How is this... They're looking right at me.
What are they, Rawlings?
Beautiful. They're beautiful.
It's a cold day in autumn. Uncharacteristically so, in fact. You pull up your hood to bear the brunt of the chill and step up the large marble steps towards the pair of huge oak doors with a single knocker, a hollowed-out deer skull wrapped within a silver horseshoe. You hesitate before grasping it in your right hand, the cold silver steel making your skin burn as you wrap the malformed skull emphatically against the door, still clutching your personalized invitation in your hand. You don't recall where you got it, nor who wrote it. You just remember it being there, a fixture of your furnishings, enticing you into looking at it. Once you did, the personalized message and accompanied sketch drew you in, and even with trepidation, you knew you had to be there. The measured footsteps click across the floor before opening, and a gust of warm air followed by a lilting piano rush towards you. Standing before you is a tall, well-built and handsome man in his early 30s, his raven black hair swept back into a neat bun. Something about his aura feels different, like the way the air dances on a hot day. The very visage of him swirling, an intoxicating sensation to be sure, but one that carries a sense of unease. You brush this aside as you greet him meekly, any sense of bravado you may have in the outside world eclipsed by his demeanor. He smirks and shows you those kinds of teeth that are far too white to be natural, practically seeing your own inelegance within them, your clear inferiority in that moment. Someone who has it all figured out while you sift through the maw of your own ineptitude.
You are our honored guest for this evening, I see. Welcome to Sturgeon's most esteemed art gallery, highlighting the great artist La Serva.
He gestures for you to enter. Transfixed by his dulcet tones, you silently obey as hypnotic feet take one step in front of the other, and you cross the threshold into the grand manor house, sporting the illusory artist's entire compendium. Inside, you are startled by the sheer magnificence of it all. A grand circular foyer with 2 spiral staircases on either side. Walking up them leads to a mezzanine that displays a balcony overlooking a strange marble carving in the center. Its depiction eludes you. Perhaps this is one of those abstract art pieces you're not supposed to get. Or more likely, you were never going to get it regardless. A mouse staring wide-eyed at the magnificence of a spire made by deft hands. Before you could finish the thought, hands grasping at frayed sleeves, the sharply dressed man saunters ahead and stands in the archway, hands clasped together in front of him as he takes a short bow.
My name is BCG and I am the curator. You may simply call me B. We are about to embark on a tour of their grandest works, their dreams to nightmares, their fears to blisses.
He smirks, as if recalling a fond memory before continuing.
I ask that you keep an open mind, you follow my lead, and above all else, you do not look away.
The affable body language shifts momentarily, and you sense an air of authority and power exude from him as he leans towards you, holding a finger out to his temple.
You will remember everything that happened here, my friend.
With that declaration, he turns on his heel and bounds through the archway into a misaligned door in the corner of the balcony. The door is ramshackled, decrepit, and chipping away. As you inspect it, you determine that this door would more appropriately be affixed to a condemned home in a rundown area, not inside a fine establishment such as this. B stands by its side, hands gesturing to the features as he begins speaking once more.
This is where our story begins. Some say it was a cold Thursday in the winter where the very edges of the door were fastened shut by the chill outside, as if wishing to encase our esteemed artist in nature's very cocoon once they emerged from the one made of flesh. Others postulate it was during the rainy season. The insects gathered at the front porch waiting for the artist's already desired blood. Regardless, the nameless artist came into this world with fists balled, eyes shut, and nary a scream leaving their body.
B produces a rusty key from his lapel and puts it in the barely visible lock. With a hollow clunk, the door swings open and you follow him into the darkness. You fumble around as you feel dirt and slurry cake your feet as you step through the door, trusting your feet to take you forward, but the feeling of uncertainty is mounting within you with every single step you take. You hear B's footsteps further down the hall and surmise this must be a bigger room than you thought outside. After a few moments, the sound of a light being clicked echoes through the room, and you see B standing underneath a single light bulb, grinning.
Born into the filth and muck of commonality and poverty, our nameless artist had to struggle to survive. There were no mirrors in the home, and their mother refused to tell them what they looked like, other than they were beautiful. Encouraging words, of course, but very little was left to their understanding. This is where the earliest signs of artistic genius began to bleed through. Once they were able to start drawing, they never stopped. By the age of 12, they began their journey to becoming La Serva, and started where most artists' roads begin: Impressionism.
With that, B began lighting oil lamps around the box-like room and stood to the right wall by a large painting with a cloth hanging over it.
But like all artists, they had their own spin on it. You see, from birth, La Serva had been beset upon by calamitous night terrors. Spectres of unspeakable grotesqueness and horror would come from their mind and wreak havoc on their sanity, but bless their imagination in the process. A weaker mind may have gone mad from the offset, but La Serva knew they were destined for greatness, even if that greatness would never come in their lifetime.
Your hands tremble with anticipation, as if seeing a new animal for the first time. Fingers dig into the insides of your palms, and you feel a bead of sweat trickle down your forehead. A nervous bounce in your right foot, and a feeling of itchiness across your scalp that you're desperately resisting the urge to scratch. Perhaps the humid air is affecting you. Or it could be the glint in B's eyes that suggests he has something more in mind to showcase. That knowing grin when a bully is setting you up for a fall, excited to showcase your failings for all to see. You know it because you've seen it before. Perhaps you were the victim, the bully, or the bystander, but you know it. It is a look of malice.
This, dear patron, is the first glimpse into the beautiful madness of the Nameless One. I present to you Destitution.
B pulls the velvet away, and you almost fall over in the presence of its splendor. It is the house belonging to the broken door you walked into, propped up on stalks made from bones. The very structure of the bestial-like building seemed imposing, leering towards the reader from the very painting. Every window a yellowed eye staring down at you. The porch a scattered sea of splintered wood sharpened into teeth. Above, a black sun radiating an ugly shade of puce that the house was basking in. Its very presence sets every hair on your body to attention. If B noticed your fear, he actively ignored it and looked upon it like a proud parent.
This magnificence is known to us now as anti-impressionism. La Serva sought to personify the maleficence within their own mind and project that distortion onto any and all spectators. I must admit, those would have been far and few given the family's secretive nature and eventual isolation of La Serva once their mother died. You see...
B gestures to the room itself, and as the light brings clarity, you see wallpaper and old furniture adorning the unchecked corners.
This was taken straight from La Serva's home upon their demise.
Your mind swells at the thought of someone's entire childhood home being stripped away and nailed down in an unfamiliar location, preserved for all to see. Is it a prideful moment, or one of shame? You don't know, but you feel that overwhelming sense of inadequacy grow. It starts in your toes and rises up your body as your internal monologue confirms your suspicions. You will never achieve this level of public intrigue. Your works and your accomplishments will be forgotten in time. All that will remain of you is a memory, and in time, that too will be forgotten. You push these thoughts from your mind as B stands beside you, peering at something imperceptible to you. No surprise that the curator would find more insights than you, but intriguing nonetheless.
Do you see it, patron? The mark of La Serva?
He asks you in an inquisitive manner, sincerity in his voice. He points towards the window, a powerful digit with well-manicured and painted nails shaking at its target. You follow its trajectory until you gaze through the farthest back window in the painting. A dismal, pitiful thing that almost seemed to be an afterthought for Lacerva upon painting it. The windows were slathered with a grease-like stain, running down the pane and almost completely masking whatever may lay behind it. But not enough to hide the thin figure descending from the ceiling with its feet never touching the ground. A body hanging from the rafters.
I heard its voice call out to me. At the tender age of 3, it whooped and hollered so frightfully, "Child, you'll bring a soul to me."
B recounted the poem with enthusiasm as he turned on his heel and walked to the other wall where another velvet cover hung over a painting.
Lacerva's father was an unremarkable individual who drank and beat his wife. Not uncommon in those days, I'm sorry to say. He was terrified of his child and spent all waking hours avoiding them like they were diseased, claiming they had something off about them, and eschewing responsibility to Lacerva's already worn-out mother. After one frightful nightmare during Lacerva's childhood, the mother would find herself suddenly widowed, the selfish spouse saving the final act of violence for himself. Noose around his neck, belly full of booze, and a note, all that remains, cryptic in its intent. Quote, "The ills within this house will consume us all eventually." End quote. It was Lacerva themselves who discovered the body, the mother stumbling upon them, staring up at the still-warm corpse and drawing fervently. Macabre? Yes, but it is always said that genius strikes at the most inopportune times.
With that, B pulled back the second curtain, and a most macabre image bore its way into the deepest recesses of the mind. A bloated body shaped like a rotten tree, swinging from the very rafters located in Lacerva's home. The top of the painting is obscured mostly in darkness, save for the wiry hair split into branches and the wide, bulbous eyes sticking out as if threatening to leap from their sockets or apples falling when ripened. The noose wrapped so tightly around the neck it threatened to decapitate him, painted in the guise of a serpent constricting its victim as it continued to grip even tighter, the tongue yellowed and dripping sap from its very tip. The arms were caught mid-swing, held open like great tree trunks with the veins jutting out of the bark like skin. Insects crawling out of holes in the flesh as the body floated lifelessly at the sides. The toes drawn like roots ripped from the soil and pointed down towards the small figure beneath. A young Lacerva, head bowed and busy drawing a crude depiction of their father with crayon. There are a multitude of feelings rushing through your body as you stare at this depiction of life sitting underneath what looks to be an agonizing death. Sadness, disgust, morbid curiosity, and something else. Something you cannot quite put your finger on yet. B studies you with intrigue, watching how you react and the way your head sways side to side, as if mimicking the very rhythm the father's body would have moved in until discovery. He leers as he takes a beat around the house, hands gently caressing various furnishings as he speaks.
Lacerva would spend the next few years of their life here, perfecting the craft of anti-impressionism and focusing on painting the world as they saw it. Of course, they saw the world very differently from you or I. They saw it as a living, breathing entity, much like the house they lived in. In fact, their nightmares were chronicled in their journals, detailing how the town below felt as if it had consumed them should they ever step foot within it. This fear would eventually be conquered when they became of age and found a patron who would supply them with quarters in the city. But before they left to embark on the next crucial stage of their growth, they painted this.
B walked to the last covered painting in the derelict room, hands trembling as he held onto the delicate cloth and bore another smile that bordered on the insincere.
Sturgeon is, by all accounts, a place filled with a most unusual clientele. Rumblings of those with gifts that would disturb and terrify the public are commonplace within its citizens. It has long been said that the town was carved out of the flesh of a dead beast. But perhaps Perhaps the beast isn't dead, but is instead waiting for the right time to strike.
Your eyes sting, and you realize you haven't blinked in quite some time. The air feels thick and your scalp bubbles and itches. You fight the urge to scratch or to blink as B pulls the cloth away and you feel time around you begin to dilate. Was this how a deer felt within the headlights of a juggernaut? Distance incorrectly judged, beacons speeding toward them before the sensation of broken bones and silence. Unlike the other paintings, this one has no border and is instead plastered onto the very walls. A stench hits your nostrils that makes you gag, but you fight the urge to vomit as your eyes take in every inch of this beautiful monstrosity. A top-down map of the town would be too apt a description. It is the carcass of a great lumbering beast whose taxonomy you could not place had you 100 years of research behind you. The torso has been hollowed out, gutted, and organs either repurposed or stripped entirely to make way for the metropolitan district. Complex arrays of grey towers with small eyes for windows, all staring up at you as ant-like figures scurry about on the streets below. Perhaps it is the lack of blinking, but not only could you swear you see the image moving, you feel drawn to it, both emotionally and physically, as if falling forward into the painting itself. A sensation that removes you from your sense of self, perhaps astral projection, overcomes you, and you find yourself seeing your body from the outside. Small but subtle changes immediately lost within the fear of the moment. You brace your feet for the impact that never comes, finally shutting your eyes out of instinct. But no impact comes. When you look upon the carcass once more, you notice B is pointing at a particular spot in the corner, a look of pride casting his face in an ugly light.
The scholars say this town, shrouded in secrecy and scorn, has not been locatable to the outside world for centuries. Glimpsed only through folklore tales, and that of those with sight beyond sight. Unless you were born here, or stumbled here, through unusual means, you could never come across such a place. A town carved out of the flesh of an ancient beast, feasting on its very life force. A town like Sturgeon. Lacerva titled this, A Body Within a Body, on Desiccating Flesh. Aptly named, is it not?
While perhaps in another art gallery, college classes on art history, or even in furtive conversations with friends, you'd find the mere notion of an art piece declared to be on flesh a farce or something to mock. But you know immediately that this is not the case here. You break your gaze as he places a hand on your shoulder. You feel the force of his palm dig into your shoulder and send goosebumps across your skin. Maybe someone once placed their hands on you when you weren't ready, hadn't wanted them to, or simply done so with malicious intent. But that sensation of invasion is one universally recognized by humanity. You instinctively turn to meet his overbearing gaze, dilated pupils studying you as his nostrils flare.
This would mark a turning point in Lacerva's life. They began dreaming of Sturgeon every night from the moment they began painting this canvas until long into their adulthood. Each time it would show them the contours of its flesh, the complexities of its insides, and the lives of its individual inhabitants going about their business. Lacerva became those people, staring into them and absorbing part of them for their art, changing their identity in the process, and irrevocably altering their artistic perspective.
B paused and sighed, still keeping the hand on the shoulder as the other was firmly placed on its opposite, guiding you slowly towards the painting as he continued speaking.
It was at this time Lacerva saw something in Sturgeon. Perhaps you see it too. Maybe that's why you were called here, to witness the beauty of their work and fully understand it. Many patrons have tried, but...
The nails dig into your flesh and you worry they'll break the skin, but B relents and guides you towards the door, controlling your every step.
To truly understand the boon period of Lacerva's artistic timeline, you must experience it as they did. You must answer the question their art poses during this period.
The closer you get to the peach-colored door, the more aware you are of the intense heat coming from it. But there's something else.
something far more sinister as your eyes focus and B's guidance becomes more pronounced. The peach door is breathing. Hinges straining as the center of this archway struggles to contain the pulsating, hairy mass. Perhaps those weren't hinges, you thought, but the tired lungs of one of La Serva's artworks. You shudder at the thought and banish it from your mind, hoping it doesn't resurface the same way other ugly thoughts do. Violent ends for you and those who hurt you, ideations of disappearing into thin air without a trace and becoming something you're not sure you are. But all these thoughts have air within them, a life of their own, so they must inevitably resurface to the top of the ocean within your mind. You barely have time to register B stroking the side of the peach door with gentle precision, tracing leather-bound fingers down a particular patch of flesh and almost shuddering with delight as it vibrated to his touch. You are transfixed as the door slowly gives way to a circular room with a searchlight in the center that is routinely moving and fixated on different displays of artwork. Grandpa once told you about the idea of a panopticon, a prison with minimal guards that could theoretically keep watch of countless prisoners through fear of surveillance. But the wave of nostalgic memories is immediately replaced by the sickening reminder entering your brain as you step through the door. I know what it feels like to be watched constantly, to feel eyes boring into your skull at all hours, scrutinizing you, waiting for you to slip up so they can pounce on you. B whispers a question to you as the light begins to fade around the room and you are pushed to your knees in front of this grand monument to servitude situated in the center of the oval-shaped room. Your skin bristles as his words seep their way into your skull, but you ignore it for the moment as your eyes follow the sickly puce light as it directs your gaze to the northeastern wall where a painting sits. B's voice carries on the wind, but his form eludes you as he begins explaining the work.
The server would come to realize that the mark of genius comes with a price. Their mother used to tell them they carried the mark of Golgotha, a realm in biblical literature that saw the death of a religious figure. La Serva didn't fully understand this until they caught sight of their mother destroying an earlier creation, citing it as housing evil. The young artist looked at the fear in their mother's eyes, the shape moving within the painting, and they understood.
B pauses, a shudder in their tone as your eyes focus on the wall opposite.
This was the night their gift was truly born. The gift of manifestation.
Your teeth begin grinding in that way your parents used to chastise you for. Cramps fill your feet and the sides of your temples throb. You know you are not just witnessing art, but something worse. Something darker. A 30 by 40 portrait encased in bone-white trim and nailed to the wall was what initially looked to be something of a Rorschach painting. You'd heard of these, of course. Those odd blotches of ink that somehow form shapes only discernible to the individual, then extrapolated upon by experts in comfy armchairs to tell you that you have some kind of predilection for sordid activity A, or a propensity for unbecoming desires B. You hated those people in those boxes. It reminded you too much of the time spent at the inner sanctum. The cold eyes staring at you and telling you how to feel, how to think, assuring you that they'd call your parents to pick you up once you, quote, weren't sick anymore, but never did. How could your parents send you to that place instead of talking to you? Why did that man convince them more than their own kin? You lose yourself in the thoughts, and it's only when your eyes focus again that you clock why your teeth were grinding, your legs cramping, and your temples throbbing. It was your body's instincts urging you to flee. That you were seeing something beyond the purview of normalcy, and your best bet at surviving was to get far, far away. Just as it had been urging you to do since the moment you set off from your home to come to this place. But that overriding sensation of guilt, shame, and fear kept you rooted to the spot. Whatever was in that letter was far, far more convincing than your own natural instincts. So you stared. You stared and watched the black shapes on this white canvas spread out to every corner, twisting and writhing like a billion insects marching as one. They pulled at the edges, bubbled to the surface, and began to form a shape, slowly but surely. You see the head first, a small bulbous thing that juts out from the neck like it's desperate to escape its own fleshy trappings. The ears are pointed, the lobes hang like rotten fruit and seem to cling to the sides of the neck, which is wide and veiny. The jaw is immediately noticeable and it catches you off guard. Its prominence, something that resonates within you, shaking hands, touching your own.
I don't know why you hate it so much, it's sexy. It makes you look cute, not like the others.
The lips came next, thin and pursed, chapped and almost sun-bleached as they parted to show teeth locked in a grimace. Grinding. Your eyes meet its eyes. A shade of brown your last part had described as the shade of pure soil on the spring day. And you'd always sigh because it was such a dumb compliment. But it made you laugh. It made you feel seen for who you were, who you wanted everyone else to see. But these eyes were narrowed. Crow's feet littered the sides, and where they stopped, bright red blood vessels mapped the whites of the eyes like a stained battlefield where every tear had left a scar. The sallow skin and pock-marked areas littered with craters of spots or former ingrown hairs you'd spent hours picking at, forcing to bleed until your deft fingernails could claw out the rocky core, determined to never let anyone see you with less than smooth skin because you always hated the feeling of hair on your face. Nobody had ever told you that you looked beautiful with it, and you damn sure didn't want it now. This was you. Every bit of you that you'd shut away in a lockbox at the back of your closet or covered up with years of desensitization, sex, fashion changes, beauty products or corrective procedures. All of it had bubbled back to the surface, and it was furious you tried to keep it from the light. And it shrieks. The enamel on the teeth rotted away from stomach bile and caked in a shade of ginger. The tongue covered in a white paste that undulates as every emotion this poor unfortunate creature felt on its own is hurled back at its older self, understandably distraught to witness a world where it, inexplicably, had moved on. But as soon as it started screaming, it stopped. The face relaxed, and the lips turned down. Black streams ran from the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth as it simply gawked at you. Within a few moments, the painting had changed back to an odd amalgamation of shapes, slowly swirling on a white canvas. You didn't even notice you were crying until B appeared and handed you a handkerchief, before stepping back into the shadows.
That, my friend, was the tragedy of the self, or le Matheo de la Sturgeon.
B pauses and takes in a deep breath, admiring the sight.
Also known as the ugliest person in Sturgeon. The true beginning of Le Service gifts. For whoever gazes upon the painting for long enough, they will see the parts of them they wish to keep locked away. When Le Service's mother looked upon it, she saw a version of her she tried to ignore. A person quick to anger, quicker to beating her beloved child as a way of regaining control for what her husband had done. A person who could not live with the failures of their parenting. I'm sure you're curious if Le Serva themselves looked upon the painting, but perhaps that will become clear in time.
You felt sick. Your stomach is in knots and you have the urge to vomit, but you remember your therapy, or at least the bit that stuck, and you hold your nerve.
You came here for a reason, because you know you can't stay there. See this through to the end, no matter what. You are not a coward, but you are broken. You can fix this.
You take a deep breath and your eyes follow the panopticon light, now a shade of indigo as it travels across the room to the east, resting on a wide canvas depicting a white ball with a single stain smeared across it, arcing down and ending in a circle. A noose. You feel the bile rise up again and the hesitation marks on your skin burn. You know what this represents, and it takes you right back to where you were on your first danger night. Dripped in sweat, a shaking hand gripping the bottle of water as its paired partner dishes out the pills. Someone online assured you it would be painless, but sometime later your insides were burning and your body shook, and you knew it was anything but. A swell of emotions rises within you. Shame, apprehension, concern, and above all, fear
still holds the crown. You continue to stare as B begins discussing the art.
Like any genius crushed by the weight of their gifts in a world that seldom understands, Lacerva's life was punctuated by many bouts of mental instability. Ever more pronounced when their mother passed away after witnessing Lacerva's gifts for herself. She locked herself away in the abattoir and refused to come out, declaring she no longer lived with her child, but instead lived with the monster that will devour her essence. Ironic, unfortunate as it is, that she starved to death in the end.
B stifled a chuckle before continuing.
The next 2 paintings were done in a state of mania, the first using only Lacerva's bare hands, blood, and of course, their innate gift. Step forward and keep watching, young cicada.
Something about that painting's title sent shockwaves in your mind that jerked your body, but you held fast to the command and walked a few paces towards the display, eyes focused. Sure enough, something began to form around the noose. Shades of brown, green, and grey piled up like great spires. Dirty plates, mouldy food, and a living situation in utter filth surrounded the center noose and spread like a tidal wave of fetid and grotesque waste. It escaped from its imaginary boundary within the panopticon's indigo light and ran amok across the whole eastern wall as it depicted large insects tearing each other apart for supremacy of filthy kitchen countertops. Maggots proliferating in the rotting corpse of Lacerva's mother. Clothes caked in dust strewn across the wooden floors and discarded next to unfinished bottles of booze. Once it finished spreading and the rotting canvas was complete, you step back and take in the scope of all of it, as B continues.
Yes, a sorry sight to behold, but Lacerva's self-neglect began to take its toll in the aftermath of their loss. They barely ate, drank heavily like their father before them, and rejected the outside world all the more, trying desperately to hide their gift from prying eyes and to understand what this monster was within them, that their parents seemed to see, but was beyond their own purview.
Taking a look around, you see the source of the pain and frustration littering this wall of neglect. Ripped paintings. In every room, every corner of this decaying home were destroyed projects, ideas that would never be realized and had been thrown away in bouts of frustration, artist's block, and self-hatred. You look back to the center of the noose and notice it has diminished in size, moving to the one clean spot in the house, the drawing room. In fact, the longer you look, the more you think the wall itself is shrinking, as every facet of filth is shrinking into the center canvas once more, making you feel as if the walls will close in at any moment. That claustrophobic, crushing fear is enough to make your breaths labored and panicked, but you still keep your eyes fixed on the center, even as your heartbeat is thumping in your neck. Within a few moments, the filth and regret has folded into a drawing canvas being worked on by a tall individual with a wide gait, sat with their back to you. It almost looks real, but the oil markings belie its realism, and you take a step forward. They turn and stare at you. A menacing, piercing stare from icy blue eyes that stops you dead in its tracks. You can't place it, but you know this person. Their lips don't turn up, but you know they're smiling. Their teeth aren't bared, but you can sense their hunger. They say nothing, but you know their intent. Their hands continue to paint with the rest of their body obscuring the final product, eyes fixated on you. Their motions are blurred and manic, the joints moving far too quickly to gauge what is going on, but if you saw someone on the street painting that fast, you'd assume the end result to be one of sloppiness and abstract in nature. Once they're complete, they turn their body around and it fades to nothing, leaving only the finished canvas. It is Lacerva, smiling joyfully with a noose around their neck, the body in the midst of falling off the stool that held them up.
Ego's Untimely Death is the name of this piece, where Lacerva made the conscious decision to put aside their fears, their concerns, and any notions of safety to become someone different, someone better. But they had to kill the self in order to do so. It would be after this final art piece we would enter the penultimate stage of their artistic journey, for they would have a dream so vivid that it would consume their waking hours.
The panopticon pulsates and the boom rattles in your bones as it swivels to the far corner and a black light bursts from it, burning a hole into the final art piece of the room. You feel tired, and as you walk over, your thoughts overwhelm you of your own brush with death. You could never bear the weight of 2 selves, let alone 1. Why bother trying? They didn't even try to understand, to ask or to support. It was straight to seeking help from the imaginary friend in the sky. Every day you get told you're an abomination. Better off just proving them right. When you are about 10 feet away from the installation, you don't stand and observe. You fall to your knees and gawk at the display. A wood carving draped in crimson and bioluminescent colors beyond your understanding of the color spectrum. But it's the contents that captures your attention, and your lip trembles in awe of the mastery.
Many artists throughout history have drawn from their dreams, nightmares, and religious interventions to depict the ethereal realms beyond human understanding. Hieronymus Bosch being one of the most accomplished, but I venture even he would be swayed by Leserva's raw vision, knowing they accomplished this piece in a fever dream of just 3 days. You are looking at the culmination of Leserva's deepest and darkest fears made manifest for all to see before their self-imposed exile. Gaze upon the height of Leserva's boon, Delirio Eterno.
Each carving told a story that fed into the next, intricate depictions of malformed beasts with appendages that defied physiology, anthropomorphic birds in ornate armor dissecting hapless citizens and feasting on the writhing insects in their entrails. A grand battle taking place on a strange platform made from bones, marrow, and dust. Far above, great obsidian spheres with wide slits for broken teeth loomed overhead, silently watching the carnage. On the far left stood a black pit that the townsfolk had gathered around, some flinging hapless others into, their faces permanently etched in despair and fright as something unseen undulates in the inky maw. Casting your eyes to the center carving, you see warriors, mages, and all manner of nobility pointing and shrieking at something in the distance. The hollowed-out eyes and gaping jaws made all the more uncanny with the wood carvings. You follow their gaze and see a spectre floating in the sky. Black clouds gathered around them as bizarre insect-like creatures blast trumpets and bang drums to its presence. A sash filled with bulbous eyes flows seamlessly around their cloaked frame. Painted toes and bronzed skin dazzle even from the carving. But you cannot make out their face, save for the eyes. Wide, proud, and manic as they stare down at the show of opulence and violence taking place below.
This is Leserva's vision, a violent world full of unworthy souls willing to cast aside their own kin if it curries them favor with their peers, who will fight over the smallest of sentiments and die for their petty causes, who will shun anyone and anything that dares to be different in their world of innate ugliness. Leserva saw themselves, enlightened and powerful, returning to Dondella and exacting the kind of justice it so desperately needs.
B trails off as the light moves to the last carving next to his position, 1 foot up against the steel door as he points towards the carving.
This is their vision, one that would take years for them to finally return to.
You walk over and feel disgust. It is a grand table stretching from one end of the carving to the next, piled high with the bodies of screaming, terrified citizens. Some human, many deformed and bizarre. You can't even tell what species they're meant to be, only that they're in absolute terror as they all stare to the center of this banquet. There sits a gargantuan figure, jaw dislocated and full of broken bodies, their flesh clinging to spire-like teeth, and some hands seemingly reaching out for assistance that will never come. Looking at the hands, you see the fingers turned into pincers that grasp and flay the closest victims trying to escape, pulling at their limbs in order to better devour them. Your mind could separate this as art, but something within it rings sincere, and it scares you to your core.
We will speak no more of this, for interpretation is vital in understanding Lacerva's journey. It was at this time they committed themselves to the institution known as the Inner Sanctum, where they cocooned themselves into a chrysalis and waited, growing, eating, and learning until the day would come that they would emerge anew. They returned to this hallowed ground just once in that near-decade span of time known as the Fractals, sequestering themselves away in my favorite art piece of them all, Entbehrung.
He opens the door, and for the first time, you can't sense anything behind it, let alone see anything. It is darkness for an imperceptible distance, and not even sound seems to emanate from within. B offers a hand to guide you in, and you acquiesce against your better judgment, knowing you've already come this far. But once the door shuts, you realize what kind of hellscape you've entered. No light, no sound, no senses whatsoever. In fact, after a few tentative steps, you stop feeling the floor beneath you, and the sensation of falling overcomes your body so powerfully you drop to the ground and curl into a ball.
This Vantablack space is designed to be representative of Lacerva's own mental state during this transitional period. On one hand, there was little inspiration, and their thoughts were clouded by darkness that snuffed out all sense of the former self, burying it away as best they could. On the other,
you keep your eyes shut tight, and you remember that when you were a child trying to make your uncanny reflection go away, you'd press your hands into your eyes to see colors, pretend you were descending a magical rabbit hole where you could be yourself and nobody would judge you. It soothed you then and seemed to do the same now. You tried to calm yourself, and after a few minutes you relax and look around, noticing the colors had followed you into the Vantablack room. Short bursts of bright pinks, wild marigolds, and deep ochres float around you and past you, smashing against the wall and creating short after images that at first don't seem to represent anything of merit.
They create something remarkable, for this was the time when Lacerva began to understand the power of manifestation, harnessing one's emotions and desires and bringing them into the world fully formed.
B called from beyond the door.
It is here the wheels began to turn, and Lacerva started to undergo the final changes, with guidance from those close to them.
You keep your eyes locked on one spot where the colors smash against the barrier of darkness, watching as they form a pair of people, one with a reassuring hand on the other, sat on a bed, arms bound. They led them to a doorway with another person restrained and whisper into their ear before unfastening the straps and closing the door, leaving them with the unfortunate victim still tied down.
It is here the work of divinity began. It is here that the Antlion was born.
You look beneath your feet. A brilliant shade of yellow swirls around you and forms a pit not dissimilar to the one in the carvings. It towers around you, and you feel the sensation of sinking as you get closer to its center mass, something beginning to poke its head out. Instinct takes over, and you leap for the direction of B's voice, for anything that will save you. You remember how weak this body is, how useless it's been to you all this time, and that your parents were right to call the specialists, that fixing you was always what would happen. You feel yourself succumbing to the inevitable when a flash of light blinds you and B opens a door some 10 feet away that you leap towards. Clutching your chest and with blurred vision, B helps you to your feet and leads you on unsteady legs towards another room on the other side of the house. You don't know the route, and you see flashes of red velvet, grand marble, and something crawling along the walls. But you're so relieved to be out of that room and still struggling to keep your breathing in check that you barely register it. After a few minutes, you're led to an armchair in a dark room and placed gently onto it as B saunters around and moves a plinth in front of you, hosting a box and highlighted by a single spotlight.
And it is here the tour reaches its end, for this is the final stage, once the server had emerged from their chrysalis and begun their work in earnest. This would be where they married their artistic vision, their innate gift, and sense of righteousness together to create an entirely new kind of art. And in doing so, they would cast aside their old title in favor of a new one. But before we get to that, we need to understand the process they underwent. So, we have this. Return to Utero.
B stands beside the plinth and keeps his hands folded as he waits for you to get to your feet. You take a moment, but you do so and inspect the box. It's made from bone, and numerous sigils are carved into it that you won't even pretend to understand. You open it up to a blinding flash, and the smell of a noxious gas that burns in your lungs and sends a ripple through your body. You don't know why B would wait for you to recoup before doing this. Perhaps it's like you see with predators in the wild, playing with their food. Nevertheless, your last coherent thoughts are that of confusion and terror as B holds you steady and speaks softly into your ear, steering you towards another light that swings overhead down the way.
Do you know what antlions do to their prey? They lure their victims in with a false sense of security, ensuring they are deep in their pit before springing the trap. The prey struggles naturally, but they can never climb out as the very walls themselves begin to melt around them.
Your eyes dart to the sides, and what walls you can see are twisting and breathing like the peach door. You feel sick, and your heart beats faster as B continues.
Then, in an instant, the antlion strikes with its jaws and drags the hapless meat underneath the earth, where it feasts on its essence before casting aside the skin and starting over, nourished by its target. Of course, an antlion in name is not an antlion in reality. There are always going to be liberties taken. Soon, you'll see for yourself. You will return to Utero.
You stand in an archway and feel B's hands interlock your wrists to the sides of two obsidian pillars. You try to pull, but whatever you were dosed with is slowly working its way through your system, crawling into your lungs and spreading through your bloodstream. Regret takes center stage for a duet with fear, and you think of your parents. You think of your partner waiting for you at home, and wondering why you took off in a hurry after reading a letter in a black envelope. You never had the heart to tell them the threat of exposure held within it if you didn't come here. You couldn't handle the shame of being thrown out into the sunlight and burned for all to see. Misunderstood, misdiagnosed, misrepresented. Another one of them for the masses to gawk at. No, you had to be here, right? You don't get the time to answer that question as a black viscous liquid cakes your skin. At first it just feels heavy, but then the burning sets in and you push past the weak moans to deliver an ear-splitting scream that surprises you. Once again, you feel you're looking in at yourself, suffering, the black tar bubbling as it eats away at the flesh on your back. You don't even notice B walking around you with a bag full of something he's affixing to your shoulders. They feel awkward, sharp, and weigh down your already weak skin, but you aren't able to resist. B mutters something, and you feel two sharp clasps in your shoulder blades, followed by another severe set of burning. When you are released, you fall to your knees and see B kneel down in front of you with a Bowie knife, twiddling it in his hands. Gone is the expression of joy, adulation, or intrigue. He's detached, cold and calculated as he talks to you.
You are to be the next in a line of many who failed to be reborn. The will of manifestation is alive within you, and your choice to come here showcases that. But before you can gaze upon the masterpiece, you must yourself be transformed. You must be the fallen angel the server would eventually become. Gael. So,
He grips the knife with a firm hand, his lip turning down in a grimace as he looks behind you and pulls at something your body struggles to recognize as your own, turning you towards a wall where a large mirror hangs.
Your wings must be clipped. You must be humbled before you can return anew. A cicada sheds its entire skin to become something more, but an angel must walk among its fellow man to recognize its own divinity.
You see what he has done to you. Tarred and feathered, yes, but something more has taken a hold of you. You see yourself in the way you want to be seen. Your skin smooth and luminous, lips bright and plump, eyes alight with the joy of life, and your very smile lighting up your soul. This is how you feel when nobody else but your lover is looking. The you that you want to see. But then your eyes travel up and you see the black tar crawling down your shoulders, burning your chest and your back. You see the black feathered wings twitching and convulsing from your back, unfamiliar with their new master and almost flapping to get away, like a fledgling learning to fly. And then you see the knife cut into one near the root. You feel a pain so intense your vision blurs, and it's as if a limb is being separated. Why would he do this only to take it away? You try to separate yourself from the experience, but all you can think of is the other you in the mirror. The version of you slowly being flayed away until nothing but ugliness remains. You hate it. You would give your very life to spend just a few more minutes in the presence of that version, to be that version of you. The pain stops, and you look in the mirror again. You hear a howling and realize it's your own voice as that same portrait of you from before howls back. The realization that you have always been, will now always be this person because of this sick individual crushes you like nothing else. This has taken something from you. Something irreplaceable. You had a feeling this ordeal would be painful, but there was no way of knowing the depths it would go to in order to do what this man had promised. You have no desire to escape, to tell someone, because you know what has been taken cannot be given back. Instead, you simply wait to be led away by B. And sure enough, he obliges, gently taking you to a red door some distance away. When he opens it, you recognize the room from the beginning, but it's far more vibrant now than it was before. You're standing at the top of the stairs as thunderous applause greets your presence. Unseen hands clap and voices cheer from the shadows, B leading you by the hand as you gingerly take step by tentative step down the red velvet stairs and into the spacious mezzanine. The pain is overwhelming and you fear you'll pass out at any moment, but fear and regret now battle with another player on center stage. Grim acceptance. You no longer care what happens and continue moving as directed until finally, mercifully, you are let go and fall to a heap on the floor, sat looking up at B as he walks to the large monument hidden under a veil by the stairs. He looks almost forlorn as he speaks to the unseen crowd.
Thank you all for coming. The tour of Lacerva's life is now complete. We have seen the birth, struggles, life, and death of Dondella's greatest artist, becoming Gael, the Antlion of Sturgeon. Now, we gaze upon their final art piece, their magnum opus.
He looks to you as deft hands grip the sides of the delicate velvet.
This is your destiny, should Gael look upon you and determine that you cannot be saved. For they named it after the very site where a martyr was crucified for doing what needed to be done. This is where all unsavable in this world go to meet salvation in the next.
He pulls off the veil, and your body goes numb. Fear, regret, acceptance, and everything else dissipates from you, and they leave the stage of your mind. Even your pain ceases to elicit a reaction as your mind struggles to comprehend the thing in front of you.
The product of manifestation. The monument to to salvation. The Wound of Golgotha.
A gargantuan statue covered in a grey and bronze sheen looms overhead. In the very same moment, it shares an air of absolute genius with abject horror. The body is posed with its left arm covering its chest as if wounded, the right reaching out to you. Around it is a pair of sashes littered with burning eyes fixated on you. The head seemingly hidden behind one of the sashes and cowering its bulbous shape. It takes you a moment, but you see the various areas of the arms, torso and legs where bite marks seem to form. Large swaths of the marble are missing and muscle can be seen underneath. The intricacy of the art is astounding, you think, as you process what you see. Then you spy the various blisters. Some look red beneath the veneer of bronze and grey, and... did that eye just move? What about that one? You feel the urge to move forward, despite the pain you know is still there, as if you're being called by this macabre piece. You do it without thinking and shakily climb to your feet, stumbling forward and trying to get a better look at the head. You don't know why, but you feel like you have to know. Your mind briefly thinks of the life you once led before you met the man in the therapy office, the one who was fixated on your name and why you'd insisted on changing it, why you wore your hair in that way, and if he could learn more about you. You try to focus on the could-have-beens and the maybes, but it melts away the closer you get. It's only when you're just over an arm's reach away that you notice that B is no longer in the room. The applause and cheers have faded, and the beautiful colours of this mezzanine have drained. In fact, it looks almost dilapidated now. Rot seeping through the banisters above and an ill wind rattling around outside. You hear a small squelch and spy a blister has just burst on the statue. A soft, moaning noise accompanying it. But statues can't moan, you think, as your eyes travel up to the sash and stare at the eye in front of you. It's weeping. They all are, shaking and sobbing as they seem to silently plead with you. You recall all the reports of a cannibal killer operating in Dondella Sturgeon. 2 whiter than white presenters with perfect teeth and uncanny accents talking nonchalantly about a homegrown monstrosity the media dubbed the Antlion, offhandedly mentioning his targets seem to be missing, vulnerable, and assumed queer. Someone calls in to make offhanded comments about the community, but you've long since purged that from your mind when the next tidbit of information was brought up with a suppressed dry heave from the co-anchor. You could still remember their relatable voice breaking through the malaise of media-friendly cadences.
There are even unconfirmed reports that this killer takes pieces of his victims and eats them. How would you know that he eats them, Miles? The, teeth marks.
You don't remember how only some of the bodies were found, but now you come face to face with the mass. You think you do know what happened to them. Your last conscious thoughts are that of what lurks behind the sashes, what passes for a head on this monument to destruction. You realize this is no statue, that whatever manifestation Lacerva has, it holds within it a hellscape you cannot even fathom. And as the last vestiges of your sanity ebb away, you hear 3 words echo around your skull before that same pronounced silence you felt in the Vantablack room eclipses your world forever.
1,150 miles.
All right. Dictation started, the music's on low, and the journey is underway. No time like the present, I suppose. At least it's a nice day for it. My name is Professor Luann Coleman, 53 years old. Proud woman. Head of the Inner Sanctum of Therapeutic Services and advocate for the protection of young people in Dondella, Sturgeon. I have been asked to do this dictation by the Board of Directors for the Inner Sanctum as they undergo reviews following recent incidents involving some of our patients. What better way to start than on the longest damn journey of my life, right? Okay, here we go.
Question 1. What are your main responsibilities and roles within the company?
Well, I ensure our staff are constantly vetted, trained up to the standard expected by our clientele and their loved ones. Regularly do seminars highlighting the importance of our company's therapy techniques, and do my own counseling sessions to get a general standard for both our new and senior staff to attain. I, of course, report to all of you on any matters pertaining to the general outlook of the company, set out targets for our staff, and oversee or approve new medication trials or therapy techniques for patients. Essentially, the buck stops with me. I didn't get that PhD for nothing. Oh my goodness. It's gorgeous out here today, isn't it? I hope you don't mind if I go off script a little here. This is an informal investigation after all, but don't you just love the way the town looks this time of year? I'm traveling down the dirt roads near the Golgothan Bridge. The sea is twinkling in that almost mystical way that makes you feel like you're in some kind of dream. The clouds overhead keep forming into little shapes I swear I can make out if I was foolish enough to keep my darn eyes off the road for too long. And the smell of the air is laced with barbecues, and it just evokes such strong sensations of nostalgia. I try to remind our patients of the importance of that. Remember who you are, where you came from, and, of course, the end goal of being in our care. To bring you back to our reality, safe and sound. I tell you, there are few things as rewarding as rehabilitating a member of our society in our care who comes through our doors so confused, detached from the real world, and in need of our guidance. To see them blossom out of their shell and go back home to their loved ones as someone they feel they haven't seen in so many years. Well, it's like raising the dead. I feel like the right hand of Osiris himself assisting the Roman god of resurrection whilst spitting in the face of Thanatos, death himself, and taking someone he'd already buried back from his clutches. All the more gratifying when it's a young person, giving them yet another shot at life. The bridge is coming up. I love looking out over the water and seeing if I can spy any marine life. Something struggling against the current to survive, and reminding us how difficult yet rewarding this journey can be. No such luck this time. Just a couple of dark shapes bobbing by the surface's edge, watching and waiting for their next meal, perhaps. On to the next question.
Question 2. How many years of experience do you have within this role and the company?
I've been fortunate to give some of my best years to this institution. I joined as an undergraduate some 25 years ago and interned with passion. They used to call me Wallpaper Coleman because I was basically always standing by the walls, taking notes, observing and shadowing. Not the most creative name, but it beat some of the more unfavorable ones I'd gotten in my youth, and in the media as times have changed. I became the head of the Inner Sanctum roughly 7 years ago, transitioning from my prior role as head of research and therapeutic enrichment. There, I was tasked with providing unique methods to help young people find their way, rehabilitate them, and ensure as low a chance of relapsing as possible. It was during this time I achieved my PhD with a thesis that focused on the experimentation and exploration of identity within young people, the benefits and the damage societally. I became a professor in my 5th year, achieved tenure, and went on to focus my efforts on bringing my lifelong goals to fruition. It was then that we saw our retention rate of patients go down, while follow-ups with successful implementation of our methods shot up. So, when the time came to choose a successor to our retiring head, I was fortunate enough to get the job. It's been more than rewarding to see my vision implemented and to have the board's support, which makes the recent mishaps all the more troubling. To know this happened under my watch, well, it's no surprise you wanted to query me, and I can only apologize that I was unable to meet you in person. But you know how strenuous the job is. Bah. Apologies if you hear a rumbling sound. My Twitter just went off. I've been going viral for a series of comments I made, and I haven't muted the responses yet, hoping to ride it out and sift through the ignorance. Some people really don't have anything better to do with their time than to spew hatred at those for having an opinion. It's quite sad, really. But I digress. There's a long way to go on this journey, and only so many questions I can answer. I'll restart the dictation at my next milestone.
999 miles.
All right. Been a good hour and a half. Peed twice, and my voice needs a slight rest from the singing to my driving playlist. So why not answer a question or two before my brain turns to, well, mush.
Question 3. What inspired you to work with the Inner Sanctum?
Well, I think their message spoke to me at a time when I myself was feeling lost and unable to break out of my shell. I spent a lot of time thinking I was something I wasn't. Confused on who I was deep down, and past all the bullshit, if you'll pardon my language. I was a 20-something who thought she knew it all and wouldn't listen to anyone else. No different to the millennials and zoomers who wouldn't miss an opportunity to tell me online that I'm no different as a boomer. Times change, but labels and sweeping generalizations don't, I suppose. If we don't divide ourselves by our race, it's our class, gender, sexuality, age group, or living area. We are a tribalist society at heart, and I think barriers will always be put up. We need to feel special in some way, some form or another, as the current youth of the world keep showing us in their grandiose ways. Stumbling in the dark with nothing to light the way but the flames of youth and their unbruised egos. Sorry. This does link back into the question, I assure you. My mission statement has always been to look after, enrich, and protect young people who are led astray by the dregs of society, or who fall victim to unfortunate genetic and social predispositions. I knew the Inner Sanctum was doing good things, but needed something new. Something like, well, me. I don't want to brag, but when you've spent your life being told by everyone and their dog that you can't do certain things because you're a woman, and thus automatically lesser, well, that builds up a unique kind of motivation that can spur anyone to do great things. Spite. Of course, as times changed, that glass ceiling grew higher and higher, but it was always there. mocking me as I kept ascending with the constant fear I'd ultimately get splattered across it instead of smashing it. Even now, being at the head of the Institute, I still worry I will never be able to go further. Not even with his guidance.
850 miles.
I'm on the aptly named myopic road leading out of Sturgeon, and into the large forested area bordering on the great swatches of land. It's like coming out of civilization, going back through a tunnel in time to the ancient forests of our long-forgotten relatives, and entering the primordial soup that begot our earliest ancestors. In essence, coming back to what we once were. Very appropriate for the philosophy I myself share. We cannot escape who we are, always veering off the path and back towards that inevitable car crash that is self-actualization. Ugly doesn't begin to describe how that can be for some of us. It can alienate you from so many of those who are supposed to love you, even after you finish your period of self-loathing. Suddenly the phone doesn't buzz as often, you're not in the group chats with your friends, who once were stalwarts and now barely even acknowledge your existence or your struggles. Colleagues who had all the time in the world for your preamble and idiosyncrasies have unfollowed you across all social media platforms. And you tell yourself, it's not personal, it's just business. People grow apart. After all, it's just a social media. It's not a big deal, right? But you hate yourself for it. And you often come back to the same burning question each time. What part of me was so ugly that it drove them away? God, this song is lovely. Mazzy Star's always been in a staple of my playlists. Something about Into Dust just caught me off guard the first time I heard it, speaking to my soul and calming the boiling, frothing seas of conflict within me, making them more than a tepid vestige of indigo as far as the eye could see. All right, well, enough rambling. Next question.
Question 4. In your own words, what happened leading up to this review?
In short, a series of misgivings, failings, and incorrect assertions on the ways to tackle adult minds. But, to back things up, there were a handful of patients under our care during the last 18 months that have each met unfortunate ends to their time with the Inner Sanctum. First was patient Finley G., and then 27-year-old male suffering from Cotard syndrome, a condition where the individual believes wholeheartedly they are dead and living within a world of other dead people. He had been brought to us after suffering a nervous breakdown following an incident at his family's estate that took the lives of his parents and caused severe damage to his siblings. Inexplicably, this disconnect from reality ultimately led him to take a job as Dondella's sole gravedigger, a job that one would think would snap him out of his delusions since he would be interacting with people deader than himself, but he simply rationalized this away to therapists by explaining that, quote, his boon was in the form of a waking mortality granted by his god beyond the veil, provided he kept them fed. When pressed with this, he would refuse to elaborate. Finley preferred being referred to as Phineas, a facsimile of himself that allowed him to embrace the notion of a turn-of-the-century hermit gravedigger cavorting with specters. But I refused to acknowledge this individual and would instruct his other therapists to only call him by his birth name as a means to ground him in reality. Now, suffice it to say, it had negative effects while he was in our care. He would cower in the corner and demand we, quote, recognize his connection not as a malady but as a gift from his lord, and that by calling him by that shadow self, we were only making things worse. He was ultimately sedated and underwent several unsuccessful attempts at cognitive behavioral therapy before his 6-month review. It was a tough decision to let him go, but I was assured by my associates that he would be best left to his devices and delusions, that we'd all done all that we could, and now only a specific kind of therapy was possible in order to bring him back to sanity. This was an unorthodox one-to-one set of sessions to be conducted at his home and facilitated by an accredited member of the Inner Sanctum. What happened after that, with the Graves, the alleged rogue accredited member of the Inner Sanctum, and the Doe? Well, I hardly have a crystal ball, do I? But it's regrettable, to say the least. I hope they find that poor soul alive and well. Truly, I do. With our other patient, Lucinda, it was even worse. A 23-year-old female who preferred the nickname Lou. She was suffering from a multitude of things, but chief amongst them was survivor's guilt, one half of a twin pairing, and never able to reconcile with what happened that night. She was never able to acclimate to our therapy sessions, and despite multiple attempts by Dr. Rawlings and Lucinda's carer, Bennett, she sank further into her delusions before the critical incident in September. Kenneth was awoken by a call from Lucinda that urged him to look outside. We don't know what happened to him or to Lucinda. This was recent, hence this unpleasant inquiry. So they're still looking for the pair. Some of our more superstitious alumni think Lucinda manifested something. But I say there has only been one instance of a patient of ours being able to do such a thing, and I am not entirely convinced it isn't a specific malady to them. We never told Lucinda that her brother was a patient here sometime before her. Perhaps that was another oversight on our part. I realize that this proverbial sword of Damocles is inches from my head, but I assure you that in neither case am I culpable. Should we have kept Finn for longer? Absolutely, we could have done so, but with what recourse? Should we have vetted the alleged criminal he's rumored to have assisted? Again, yes, but we did our diligence and found nothing. In every case of negligence, there's always collateral damage, and if the fault is on my shoulders, I'll own it. But I cannot be found at fault here, and that's that.
770 miles.
I just passed a section of the road where the forest gives way, and sky almost blasts you with its brilliance on a clear day like this. Now I can see the Rocky Mountains on the left and the steep drop to the right. A small sheet of metal, the only thing between us and oblivion. That's how I look at my work, sometimes. That of the inner sanctum. The thin line between a person and their erasure of sanity and self. Humbling when you think of how fragile we are. Half a century I've been on this rotating ball of dirt and ice. I like to think I know a few things. Certainly more than the know-it-all Zoomers or self-righteous hypocrites of the ultra-woke calling themselves millennials. Labels are exhausting. Ugly self-labeling stemming from an old tribalist mindset that makes people feel they need to be different, to self-diagnose and to come up with their own safe spaces. Ignorance at its finest. Soon we won't even need the inner sanctum. Everyone can just identify, codify, and fix their maladies in one happy bubble. Why even bother with specialists? Why bother with anything? Sorry. I'm just frustrated. My phone hasn't stopped notifying me of tweet replies since I left that last comment. We all say things we regret in the heat of the moment, right? But I know what I support and stand for is just... I won't let any uneducated snake in the grass try to take that away from me. All right, next question.
Question 5. Have you ever formed any unprofessional attachments?
What? No, of course not. The entire way up the corporate ladder, I'd be ogled or belittled by my peers, told I couldn't wear trousers because they didn't show off my frame appropriately, like I or anyone should listen to them. I got where I am on my merits and nothing else. I wouldn't jeopardize that position by fraternizing with a coworker. That would give satisfaction to my elder peers that I was a typical woman, while they would bang interns or the secretaries and high-five in their boys' club. Disgusting. Standards for men in power are drastically different. We have a long way to go. Have I done anything unprofessional? Yes, without a doubt. I'm a human being, and I'm prone to making mistakes. As I said before, I'll own them every time if I feel I'm at fault. But no professional attachments. Christ. I need a break. Maybe a trip away somewhere for a while when all this is blown over.
700 miles.
I passed into Menosha County not too long ago. The locals here say that the restless souls of the dead wander the bog swamps that surround the large swaths of land between the little interconnected towns. It's like a place frozen in time, save for the main city, where you can see ordinary folks go about their lives and act out the same banal activities and adhere to nuclear family norms their ancestors have done for thousands of years. Never growing, just existing. In the last town, I got out to ask for some directions, and when the woman went to tell me, her husband gave me the stink eye and said, "We don't help outsiders," before ushering her inside. Maybe my tone was too rough when I spoke to her. Who knows? But these yokels need to get with the times if they're ever to step into the larger world. Anyway, I'm passing through a long stretch of open road as the sun begins to set. And there's nothing but bogs and quagmires. So, let's get to another one.
Question 6. What do you know about the online handle Gen Inquisitor, the patient designated number 27, and what is your relationship to them?
I have no recollection of that handle. Nothing at all. Is that someone who follows me, perhaps? My account is very popular in many circles, and I've been interviewed by several outlets, but I can't place the name. Patient 27 is a special case within the inner sanctum. He came to us covered in mutilation marks. He had led a largely sheltered life on the outskirts of Dondella. Father was an abusive alcoholic accused of something unforgivable. While his mother tried to protect him, she would ultimately let him down and leave him at a vulnerable age after claiming he was a monster in weight. The same thing his father said in his suicide note when patient 27 discovered him. He had no name when admitted here, only the artist nom de guerre La Serva. But after healing some of his wounds and providing stable appointments, I helped him come up with a new name, more befitting of his new outlook and mission in life. Gael. Gael was always troubled, but brilliant. He could see things others couldn't, was able to detect if someone was deceiving him, and had access to information no ordinary person should. I don't need to tell you about Sturgeon's rich history of unusual individuals with powers beyond the veil of believability. That's why there's such a vested interest from the outside. But Gael's were unusual even by those measurements. He possessed the gift of manifestation, the literal ability, within parameters, to make what he wanted occur. It is limited to short bursts, but when witnessing it, you couldn't help but feel you were in the presence of something greater than yourself. Remarkable is the only appropriate word I can affix to him. I was proud to see him rehabilitated. To answer the last part of the question, my relationship to him was not unlike that of any of my patients. Professional. I admit I enjoyed seeing his progression to becoming a stable member of society, but I wouldn't be good at my job or running my clinic if I didn't care for the well-being of my patients. That's all it was, though. Professional curiosity.
Question 7. Liar.
It just says liar over and over again. I don't understand. What are you implying? Are you trying to say I'm deceiving you about my online dealings? About who I fraternize with outside or inside of work? How dare you? I have put in more time than any of you have sat on the board to be where I am. I did not climb up the ranks and bring this clinic out of financial ruin and disrepute to have another condescending conglomerate of men who think they know better, and women who are so under their thumb they may as well be meshed with the dirt under their fingernails. Tell me I'm a liar or a cheat. Oh, I get it. A men's club once again trying to intervene. Telling me a smart, childless, and unmarried woman is somehow a goddamn threat to them because I have nothing they can take, and they have nothing I want. I'm over the hill, as they love to say, trim but lacking the curvaceous childbearing body with big tits and a massive ass that they love to drool over. No. I clearly have to be taken down a peg for doing nothing but my goddamn job and doing it far more efficiently than any of those dickless pigs could dream to do. My predecessor? Functioning alcoholic with an affair that got his 18-year-old receptionist pregnant. He doesn't pay child support. Urged her to get an abortion whilst lobbying against it. Everybody knew. Nobody said a word. Why? Because he's a fucking man. My old boss in R&D. Closeted pedophile. Never acted on it. But sure as hell had innate desires that were later uncovered when he took his own life out of shame. Still got posthumous awards. Still took credit for my work. Why? Men's club. Always the same tune. I will bring this up with the HR department, and I won't hesitate to walk. Expose you for the world to see and ensure that this company burns to the goddamn ground. This is not a caring place when bad practices get exposed. Christ, I need a break. How could you ask that? Did you try to entrap me? Are the rest of these questions like this? Yeah, let's take a look. Oh.
620 miles. Question 8. What would you have done differently with your relationship to patient 27?
For God's sakes. Everything? Nothing? I don't know. I wasn't to know you were aware of... Shit. Gael is a man with a vision. I still don't know if I fully believe he's capable of what's been said about him, but maybe I would have questioned his dedication during our sessions. He was always so adamant about his art, his mission, and his desire to help people. I thought it was admirable, in a way. He wanted to help people from making terrible mistakes. Lord knows the last thing we need is men pretending to be women and entering our safe spaces to rape more of us. You'd think more people would understand that plight, but Twitter is clearly not the place for it today.
Question 9. Do you believe you can change people?
What kind of question is that? Of course I do. I didn't get into this profession to half-ass it or write a prescription and call it a day. That's what sycophants do. I do this because not only is it my life's work, but I am the only person who can save these people. I gave up my best years, chances at true love and bliss for these poor souls. How can you even ask me that? Do you ask a surgeon if they can heal people? Do you ask an accountant if they can look after people's money? Again, I feel unfair scrutinization coming into play here for untoward reasons. I would not be here if I was unable to perform the most basic of my duties, and that of the inner sanctum. Change comes from within. I adhere to that motto every day of my life. Furthermore, I think I can stop people from making bad changes. That's something I've always been passionate about. If someone comes in with delusions of grandeur that they're living in a bygone age, it's my job, and that of my staffs, to remedy that and help bring them into the real world. If they believe the world is out to get them and the stars are following them, or that they may or may not have a spouse, again, I have a duty of care to help. The same can be said if they come into my sanctum bloodied, battered, and bruised with self-inflicted deformities because their brain has convinced them that is neither man nor woman. It is my job to follow the science and to help them find their way back to what they were supposed to be. Facts don't care about feelings. I think I see something in the swamp. It looks like a deer has gotten stuck and is being dragged under. The poor thing's wailing and thrashing against the embankment, trying desperately to get free. I'm trying to get a better look as I pass by, but it wasn't a deer. I'm speeding up.
"580 miles.
No more swamps for a while. I'm past the halfway point of Menasha County, and the road has switched to a dirt trail with just enough room for a car and a half. You'd need to mount the forest floor in order to let anything else come past, so you need to drive slow. It's got good air around here, though. Intoxicating. It's letting me think clearly and prepare one of the many apologies I'll need to send to you guys when this is over. That's for sure. I put my phone on silent. No sense in listening to that drivel anymore. I'm not taking the post down, though. I have to stand by my words or I'm good for nothing. My fellow like-minded sisters all agree with me, and I even got an endorsement from a nice gentleman who runs an alternative podcast, so there are some positives there. All right, next one.
Question 10. There is someone about to flag your car down. Will you stop for them?
What? I don't see... Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, that's not possible. They're limping into the road and their torso is... Why are they looking at me like that? Jesus Christ, I can't stop. They're covered in blood and they might be a threat. I have to keep driving even if it means... Move, god damn it! No. How did you know? How the hell did you know it was going to be there?
Question 11. What was wrong with them?
They were bisected, holding their lower half and making the legs move like some kind of deformed stilts. Their entrails dropping all over the floor. They were deathly pale and naked. Their body was slashed and violated. Markings all over and chunks of their skin missing. They looked as if they knew me. What is going on? How can they move? How can they even be here? How did you know about that? What else are you going to ask me, huh?
Question 12. Are you lovable? You don't think you are.
No!
Rest stop.
I've always detested the bubble that local communities sequester themselves in, like little insects. They congregate at the feet of more powerful societies and take the scraps back to their little hovels, proliferate until they get out of control, and then the surrounding areas need someone more competent to come in and fix the issue. In nature, that'd be a predator, like a wasp. In the world, that would be the doldrums of progress and governmental oversight. Being here, in this pimple on the asshole of the world, makes me yearn for the days when war kept the idiotic population in check, kept them educated on the world around them, and ensured that bubble stayed popped. Now, with traditions becoming more important, the bubble is reinforced and nothing is getting through without their say-so. They hold all the marbles, and we have to barter just to get in. You know what my idea of hell is. It isn't the fire and brimstone in biblical retellings, nor the house of lies in more ancient cultures. No. It's monotony. The idea of doing the same banal tasks over and over ad nauseum until my body is desiccated, worn and broken. My mind a useless husk that can barely remember how to wipe my ass, let alone pontificate. My value as a person plummeting into the floor now that I can't birth children or sexually satisfy my husband. I see these poor, broken souls popping out stupid kid after stupid fucking kid, smiling and doing the chores for their lazy husbands, never once experiencing a powerful thought or even a goddamn orgasm. And I weep for them. It will never be me. So long as I live, I'd sooner bite down on a cyanide capsule and choke. How long have I been here? Maybe half the night? First thing I did was get out and try to find any scotch I could drown myself in, but that didn't work out too well. Place only has damn good coffee, and so I'll have to resign myself to being alert, agitated, and anxious. Having come to terms with it, it's likely what I saw on the road was some kind of a sick deer or other wildlife in the middle of its death throes, but my mind cannot shake the possibility of it being... something that should stay buried. I've had to private my account due to the harassment from fringe groups and would-be slacktivists. They've even getting death threats for having an opinion. Good to know the thought police are out in their droves today, What is our world coming to where voicing an opposing ideology causes so much damage? If these people's minds are so fragile, they'd be better served coming to our inner sanctum and seeking treatment. Hell, we'd been talking about expanding, why not? Reach as many people as we can, even outside of our borders. Get as many places to sign it into law that if you have those kinds of maladies, physicians can recommend you to us. That's all we want to do. After all, take in the weary and send them back out well. I wish I knew how you'd uncovered so much about me. But I suppose that's hardly relevant now. What matters is you do know. And I need to address those concerns.
Question 13. What do you know about Patient 27, and what is your relationship to them?
Do you ever get the feeling you're in the presence of something beyond your understanding? Something greater than the sum of your parts? Surely you know someone who was an absolute train wreck of a person. Their demons overcoming them, and their days spent recused in a dingy alleyway with a needle or a pipe, only to have an angel inexplicably appear in front of them at the very lowest moment of their lives to provide divinity. Suddenly, the lying, stealing junkie is a reformed member of society. All for God, glory and goodness. Oh, that's similar to what happened to me the first time I met Patient 27, Gael. It felt like the air moved around him when he spoke, as if divinity lived within him. It's hard to explain when out of his influence, but he truly commanded a room and your attention. When he was brought to us, a broken soul with such deep welts of abuse, he refused to speak to anyone until I came in and sat with him, asking him about his paintings. Something within him stirred, as if he expected no one to know the artist formerly known as La Serva. But I am diligent in my background checks, and I found the derelict home he had spent most of his life in. The paintings that sat there, oh my God, such beauty and sorrow held within them. By this point, if you know anything of La Serva, you know there was something else inside them. Something more. Once he opened up to me. I did my usual routine of trying to find the root of the problem through cognitive behavioral therapy and enriching his mental health with an activity he derived pleasure from: painting. I remember watching him draw a portrait of me during his Sonder period and feeling the strength leave my knees when I gazed upon it. He had depicted me with every essence of what I truly despised. The fears I held and the ugly sins I'd buried deep in the house of my subconscious. He ripped up the floorboards and dragged them into the light, kicking and screaming. From there, the fascination grew. How could someone so talented be so broken and confused? What was his purpose beyond languishing here in a small padded room? What could I do to help? And that was when he told me he had a vision. One where a faceless, bodiless voice called to him and spoke of a grand project.
Save as many souls as you can. Bring them into your masterpiece and show the world your divinity. You'll know how to find them.
So, in essence, I became the right hand of his masterpiece. Interpret that how you will, not that you'll figure it out without assistance from a much younger, smarter undergrad who got her PhD long before any of you could pay to have one provided to you as an honorary. You people have no fucking clue of what it means to be a part of something greater than yourself. So let's crack on with the inquiry, because God knows it's not going to change anything now. But it's adorable that you think you can, in any shape or form, make an impact on therapeutic services and rehabilitation without my steady hand steering the ship and guiding us towards a better future. Hell, maybe I'll take my early retirement, deny you the satisfaction of sending another independent woman off into the sunset, and watch as you fawn about trying to fix things you have next to no understanding of. Yeah? You could even bring in another younger woman like my assistant Rhea, a barely 30-something with progressive and woke ideals who will champion inclusivity whilst leaving her own gender in the dust to rot. Oh, don't think I don't know about your scheming. Since she joined us, it's been one thing after another. Use preferred pronouns, Coleman. Use the name they want to go by, Coleman. Let them use the right bathroom, Coleman. Right bathroom? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you want a lawsuit on the Inner Sanctum's hands? No, absolutely not. But that's what you'll get if you start giving into these aggressive and dangerous policies. Facts do not care about feelings. I swear if one of the richest authors in the world champions our causes at every given opportunity and keeps rapists out of our safe spaces, you'd think any successor of mine would follow suit. And no, before you say anything, it is not hypocritical. My policies were about making young women feel emboldened and powerful enough to do anything if they put their mind to it by leading by example.
Hers are about indoctrinating young people with dangerous ideas that you can change what you are. You can't. Not now. Not ever. That is why we are here. To fix them. Forget this. I'm going to bed. I'll decide when I wake up tomorrow if I want to continue or just want to tender my resignation here and now.
"545 miles.
Question 14. What goes on behind the bookshelf?
The self-indulgent man, then, craves for all pleasant things or those that are most pleasant. Hence, he is pained both when he fails to get them and when he's craving for them. For appetite involves pain. Aristotle spoke about that in his lectures. It seems appropriate now. I'm driving through the final area of the journey, a series of battles long since finished and left to gather dust, moss, and insects as nature snatches back settlements once beholden to the strange folk who eked out a living here some centuries past. Even now, large mortar buildings and black obsidian castles stain the land with their presence. Monuments to the hateful rhetoric that once swept across this land and beyond. A delusional emperor and his greedy concubine trying to claim artifacts from every sovereign entity in order to awaken the null god and bring about an empire that would span millennia. Sadly, they would be betrayed by their own people during the Great Famine. Their fates left unmentioned by the pages of history. Gael and I will not end up like that. Never. So what use is there in hiding? The bookshelf houses a room I constructed when I first took over in order to conduct some off-the-book experiments and therapy treatments. You'd have never approved it if I pitched it, and I was in a position where few questioned me. Many of my inner circle fully supporting the notion that these poor, confused people could be fixed. In the past, there have been many scientists, psychologists, and pioneers left vilified by historians for their perceived barbarous actions towards the frail, deluded, and afflicted among our communities. They would shock them, deprive them, and in some cases lobotomize them to bring them either back to sanity or some peace. But in educated circles, they were ultimately vindicated for their deeds and seen as a necessary step towards a better society. I will be viewed in the same way, eventually. Gael used the room as a way to find out if the person was able to be saved. During the aforementioned Sonder period, he would always pick someone out from the patient list, bring them to the room, and paint them in the same way he painted me. He'd watch for the secrets to be laid bare and then judge them on if they were worthy. I'm unsure of the criteria. He would always tell me it was beyond normal understanding. But the end result would always be the same. Rejection. When that happened, his face scrunched up in frustration, and that of the recipients a look of terror. He would turn to me and say the same thing every time with a look of hunger across his face.
More for the sculpture.
Please don't make me say it. If the families are ever going to hear this, I don't want them to know we failed to fix their loved ones, nor do they need to know how they met their end in this world. If you push further, you won't like what you find.
440 miles.
I passed by the maligned gateway to the Emperor's Conclave not too long ago. Locals don't dare venture near it anymore, since it's said to contain his endless spirit, bound to the very god of the void, Nulldus. He sought to bring into the world. As punishment, Nulldus would anchor his spirit and keep only 3 sensations alive within him: hunger, fear, and pain.
Emperor Marius' dying words were that one day his kin would inherit his desire to bring about the Null God era, and he would be vindicated. His concubine and children were lost to time, most thinking they were killed by the rebelling townsfolk for decades of ruin, tortured and executed as a statement to the bourgeoisie. Others postulate that they may have fled to a neighboring territory under a nom de guerre, a place that allows for fresh starts with minimal inquiries so long as you can protect yourself and show an aptitude for unusual talents. I wonder if anywhere comes to mind. There's always been something haunting about folk music. And I find solace in Don McLean's Vincent more and more these days. The story of a misunderstood artist, vilified by his community for seeking the truth within his art, painting unashamedly regardless of the way the town abused him, beguiled by night terrors, visions of horrific deeds, and an overwhelming desire to leave this world with his art lost to time. Many know his genius now, but few know that without his ultimate support in his brother, Theo, Vincent van Gogh's legacy truly would have been lost to the ages. Perhaps even stopped before it could peak, thanks to Theo pulling him back from the brink on so many occasions. I was his Theo. He just didn't know it. Sometimes I wonder if he does, even now. I'm going to prison when I reach my destination, aren't I?
Question 15. Do you believe that you should change people?
It's not a matter of should, but must. These people are destined to a life of suffering, misunderstanding, and prejudice if they continue down their path of delusion. I'm simply stepping in to help fix them. Those special among them are chosen either for absolution or blissful freedom in the loving arms of Gael's divine art. We give them purpose beyond their existence. It is as simple as that. Hang on, there's a tunnel up ahead. This isn't marked on the map, but it's the only route to the destination. God damn it. My God, it's dark. Even my full beams are barely lighting up the long stretch of darkness. You'd think even a place as sparsely populated as this would want to ensure driver safety, right? But that's just the way the world works now. Cut corners wherever you can... What is... How are you here? How are you fucking here? Oh! Is this a joke? An elaborate prank to make me confess? To show me what a stupid, stupid woman I've been? Because you will not catch me out that easily. I know prosthetics when I see them. I'll prove that. That thing lying in the road isn't them. It can't be. Get up. Get the fuck up! You think you can mock me? Do you know who I am? The friends I have. I will put you in this entire misogynistic company on every news outlet in 1 hour flat. I have friends in the government. The Attorney General thinks I'm a goddamn hero for women's sex-based voices. And you think I won't call on her? You are real. You can't be real. You can't be real. I watched you. I did. You. No.
Doctor. Why?
Help! How is this possible? Did you know about this? Is this in your fucking inquiry?
Question 16. What did patient 27 tell you to do?
He told me to help him with his work, to make sure that they were compliant, that they didn't struggle when he set upon making them beautiful for his art. Sometimes he'd ask me to document it, but put it on monitored websites for like-minded individuals to get a kick out of. Other times, he'd ask me to rouse them from unconsciousness mid-fear. I'd try to keep them calm and tell them that there'd been a mistake, that they could go home. Then he'd come in with a fire in his eyes and tell them that he didn't make mistakes. Divinity didn't make mistakes. They were there because this was always where they were meant to end up. That you can't change who you are.
Question 17. Did you do it? Of course you did. You're weak. How did it feel?
The tunnel is beginning to wind. There's still no way to see past my beams. I'm having trouble focusing, and I...
Unknown.
Oh, I don't know how she does it every day. Honestly, woman's on a mission.
You ever think she gets tired of it? Especially with all the obstacles and people against her.
Nah, Dr. Coleman's one dedicated woman. She'll fight for her gender till there's nothing left in her. I think she'd continue on spite alone. It's inspiring in a way.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Sometimes I feel like we're in the minority, but you hear her speeches and read her books, and it's like... I don't know how long she could do this, though. It does seem to be a degree of... Damage is an unfortunate and inevitable part of our line of work. You need to accept that when working here, since it is one of those things you just have to sit back and watch. Change is inevitable, right?
200 miles.
All artists must suffer for their work, and I have suffered more than most.
Gael told me that the last time I saw him, it was late, and I was cleaning up the cicada chamber, as we came to call it. He asked me an odd question.
Do you think God forgives those who commit sin in this life, if it means absolution in the next?
I stared. I wasn't a particularly religious woman, I'm still not, but I thought on it for a while. I told him the ends justifies the means, and if it was in the name of something greater than yourself, you should go forth without regrets. He smiled and looked at me, pressing me on the fact I didn't have a husband or any children. Asked if I was content being a sinner myself, as he pulled up my social media profile, saw the bio and read it aloud to me.
Inner sanctum head psychiatrist, lesbian, tea lover, unashamed turf, rad femme and gatekeeper. Proud advocate for women's sex-based rights, not your safe space.
He knew I was gay. Something burned behind his eyes. He started reading my recent posts. The tone, not quite disappointment and not quite adulation, rang out.
Women don't have penises. They're just men in dresses trying to enter a woman's safe space and rape her. Keep these predators away from us. Look at these poor, misguided child with the she, her in his bio. You're not fooling anyone, Clive. My followers see through your disguise, pedo. Gross. You're standing up for these sick men. Just say you hate women and lesbians. You're not an ally if you advocate for these gender reforms. They're just children.
It went on like this for 15 minutes. I felt the room close in around me as he continued until he put the phone down and stared at me. A presence I'd only felt directed at those in the cicada chamber now firmly directed towards me. I'm not trying to hurt anyone when I love. I don't invade spaces that harm women and try to indoctrinate or groom children. They're totally different. I tried to stammer, less angry and more wanting not to lose his trust. He shook his head and put the phone towards my face, a specific post highlighted.
40% and growing. Myself, my friends, and the turf army will try to help it along every day. We will never stop if you try to harass us.
They did 2 years before I met Gael. I felt a lump in my throat.
You've been moonlighting, I see.
He sighed, pulling his coat up to cover the rest of his face.
Clearly, we have different views on how to go about this. You never wanted to save them. You just wanted them eradicated. My work will continue unabated. I will try to save every soul I can, my own way.
I remember an overwhelming sadness rising within me, like losing a loved one as he made for the door, ignoring my pleas. He pointed toward the door where his art still hung and said 4 final words to me before leaving for good.
Your portrait has changed.
That was the day my world began to crumble around me, when mistakes were made with Finley and Lucinda, when things got to this shit.
Clifftop Rest.
A beautiful view. I can see my destination in sight. A sea of glowing lights, complex towers of machinery and steel, a bastion of bustling life and vibrancy. On a night like this, it radiates with such luminous beauty that it may as well be bioluminescence to me. Gael would paint something stunning, I'm sure. 20 years on, and 9-inch nails still knows how to hit you where it hurts, huh? That wasn't a prosthetic laying in the road, was it? None of them were. I don't know how, but it looks like the portrait wasn't the only thing that changed. Gael knew all along this would happen. Maybe I don't need to reach my destination after all. I could end it all right now. Take what I know with me to the grave. But Gael would want his art shared with the world. Why else would he get his curator to put it on display now? He did send me a letter, you know. The curator, I mean. Told me I was a welcome patron anytime, and that Gael felt it was best we go our separate ways. The methods I employed were too messy, and 6 failed subjects was enough to let him know he needed to do this his own way, with his own methods. The Antlion of Sturgeon began surfacing not so long after that. Seems he got what he wanted. Good for him. Now I'm just a fan, watching from the sidelines, trying to help however I can.
Question 18. Did it make you feel loved? Did Patient 27 show you the love you crave?
Of course he didn't. Maybe I will never get that kind of love. I've always been someone who lusts from afar, but I don't think that was the kind of love I wanted from him. Beyond the obvious, I think I wanted his approval. I'm sure my contemporaries would draw and quarter me for even saying I wanted a man's approval. But he was different. He's someone with vision who truly shares our ideology, and I think we all have one person who breaks the mold. Right? No, it didn't make me feel loved. Maybe nothing ever will.
Question 19. Why do you hate 27's victims?
Hate is a strong word. I just don't want them in my spaces, in our spaces, for that matter. Women have struggled for aeons against male domination, abuse, rape, and grooming. Marriage as an institution was purely to use women as bartering tools. Virginity is still seen as something sacred, with creepy fathers going to hymen check their daughters. This and more are things a man can never understand. They're trying to take away our history of systemic oppression, the growth we have shown in our modern society, and even going as far as to say they're with us. How dare they? I got told to refer to women as something other than that in order to make them feel safe. Why should I adjust my terminology when it's simply not wrong? That's saying nothing of the freaks in the middle, those who seem to linger between man and woman, picking and choosing what parts of the gender spectrum they want to assimilate, like a cyborg. They're even more insidious, and you never know what to do with them, how to trust them. I despise what these people stand for because they seek the eradication of my people. This is a war for survival of womanhood itself. You could never, ever understand the plight.
Question 20. Why do you hate yourself?
They're laying over the cliff edge. Piles of bodies clambering up the ridge and stepping over each other's broken bodies to reach the car. They're staring at me. Some with melted eyes, but all of them staring at me. They're pointing to pieces of themselves, still climbing. I'm losing my fucking mind. I have to leave. I have to leave now.
– 106 miles.
Is this real? 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 Is this real?
66 miles.
I'm almost there. So close to my goal. And yet it feels so unbelievably far. Every part of my body aches like I've run a marathon. The surroundings no longer look familiar, and if I stare at any one patch of land for too long, it begins to melt away and twist into something else. Like I'm looking at a bad quality video where the pixels spray across the screen when it detects motion. You've lost the plot, Luann. You've totally lost the plot. How much more do you know? I've been terrified to look further, but I have to know.
Question 21. Did you ever get used to the smell or the taste?
I only did it. He did it for the preservation, and I was curious, but I would never...
The arbiter of our pain screams and hits something that does not stop driving.
I just need to get to my destination, then everything will be fine. Yes, everything will be fine. I'll be protected. I'll say I'm sorry, and then things will be fine. History will vindicate me. They'll understand the sacrifices.
42 miles.
Something is dragging underneath the car. Every bump evokes a noise from Luann, who frantically clutches at the paper like a frightened child.
Question 22.
We know what you did. We all know.
Who are you? Who the fuck are you? This is just some kind of hypnosis or lucid dream. Maybe that there's no way they could be here. That you would have access to this kind of information. You're not from the board, are you? Who am I even recording this for? Who's hearing this? I will find you, you hear me? I will strip you of your skin, and I will take great joy in devouring it like the animal you think I am. But I remember that animals have cunning, cleverness, and patience. Oh, you disgusting little prick. Who do you think you are?
The weak-willed flair of the vulnerable goes on a largely directionless and profanity-filled tangent until her voice grows hoarse and she begins choking, pulling over to the side of the road and vomiting as she sees what she's been dragging behind her.
23 miles.
I just want to go home. I wish I'd never worked with Gael. I wish I had never partaken in his barbarism and worked a safe job until I retired. I never meant for any of this to happen. I just wanted to help fix people. Bring them back to sanity and keep them safe. Keep us safe.
Question 23.
What is the Inner Sanctum's motto?
To help people break out of their shell and become the person they want to be. Become the person they want to be. Oh, God.
7 miles. Question 24. Do you know where you are going?
I was going on a meeting to finalize the... Was I taking a break to see some... Where am I going?
Sobbing can be heard as the hateful flesh sack stops the car to let out the confused crocodile tears for half an hour before composing herself and pulling off the mask.
They're all from the room. Every single one of them is haunting me, determined to get back the pieces that I took from them. Desperate to go back to the lives they had, the futures we took from them. They won't stop until they can take me. Every night I dream of them pinning me down in the cicada chamber, flaying at my skin with scalpels and peeling it off like a fresh scab. I watch the sinew stretch and muscles tear as I scream, their hungry little mouths ready to exact upon me what I did to them. I wake up screaming in a cold sweat and full of unimaginable guilt. But it doesn't stop me going to work to do it again, does it? Hunter without restrictions, free to purge my land of any wolves among the sheep. Where am I going? I don't...
Question 24. Do you know where you are going?
No, I don't.
2 miles.
I see something on the horizon. It's dark out. The stars sure do look beautiful, don't they? But near this bridge, they seem to become fewer and fewer, like something is plucking them out of the sky and eating them. If I squint hard enough, it looks like an open mouth, waiting to welcome me into its jaws. I wonder if its belly is warm.
1 mile. Question 25. Do you know what will happen when you get there?
I will meet every single one of the people I've hurt. My nightmares will come true. They will have their revenge. But please, I just want to go home. I miss my mom. I miss my dad. Why aren't they here? Please.
0.5.
I've gone through the bridge and past the sharp teeth on either side, the hot breath steaming up my windscreen as I find a place to park by the back molars, the tongue-like pavement kicking up something slimy around me. I don't like it here. I want to go home. I don't want to stop the car. They're lining each side of the car and staring at me. They're waiting. Please pick me up. I think I'm going to be sick.
Destination reached.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. I know what they want. It comes in waves and it goes in waves. My sanity barely held in my grip as if being pulled by a force far stronger than I could ever hope to beat. There's only one question left. If I answer it, will you let me go? Give me a chance to explain myself in person, perhaps. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Question 26. Are you ready to do it all again?
Hey! Miss Coleman! Miss Coleman, are you alright? Did you take an unexpected trip?
Pardon? Sorry, what? Where am I?
You got here all the way by yourself. It's remarkable, yet every time I find myself impressed. Oh, well done, you.
Are you patronizing me? Where the hell am I? The last thing I remember was being in a car doing a bloody long journey, and then
He doesn't answer you. He doesn't even hear you. You haven't realized it yet, but you will soon.
Where's that voice coming from? I don't understand. Someone tell me where the fuck I am right now!
Hey, Mitch. Miss Coleman did it again. Crazy, huh? Man, she just can't stay put. But I can't say I blame her.
They're going to take you back now. Don't resist, Luann.
Take me where? What are you going on about? What are you talking about? Get your fucking hands off me!
Well, let's get her back to her room. Seeing this is always rough, especially when it's so aggressive. Apparently she had a stroke. The tumor was found while she was unresponsive and boom. 6 months later she's here. Borderline, mute and stuck in her own body. Poor girl.
No, I can't be. That can't be. I was just...
Look in the mirror, Luann. Look at your frail body, the wiry, unkempt hair, the patient gown half exposed, the sheer volume of aging. This is where you are now.
All right, Miss Coleman. You had quite a journey there, but time to rest now, okay?
Did you ever wonder why it was 1,149 miles, Luann?
My face. Oh my God, what happened to me? Was that hallway trip? Was that...
It's the length of distance to hell, Luann. The exact mileage from Earth to the very depths of the abyss where you will spend the rest of your hateful life. This is your long goodbye. Gael's not the only one who can harness the gift of manifestation. I can too. He doesn't even know it yet. But I cannot wait to see the look on his face when he comes back for another of his lessons. My name is Lux Gerhardt. I was the twin taken that night. I was the doe found in that coffin. And I am the monster that put that little time bomb in your vile brain. But I'll tell you something, Luann. It rotted away long before I ever existed. Now, do you remember the last question?
No, God, please, no. Gael, help, please. Please help me. Please.
Question 26. Are you ready to do it all again?
Static glares through a faded oblong-shaped television. A relic from the 90s the masses have long since abandoned. After a few agonizing moments, it connects to the local channel and life begins to erupt from the screen. Pixels hurry to form vibrant colors and all too perfect teeth. A trained voice bleats out the usual dreck of the media's introductory platitudes.
This is a special news bulletin from the Sturgeon Nexus, your #1 source for news, covering Angleron, Nenosha County, Dondella, and of course, Sturgeon Central. Your anchors, JJ Watson and Trisha Hill.
It would go from a
The man, unsettling in his porcelain skin with no visible blemishes and pillar-structured teeth, bears them at the screen with an almost knowing hunger before his dead eyes flick to life as if someone flipped his proverbial switch,
Dr. Faust was,
speaking
of course,
clearly
well known
and
for his divisive
concisely as
opinions
TV
online
people often
and
do.
causing no shortage of animosity towards
We apologize for interrupting your local broadcast, but there's been a crucial update in the ongoing Antlion case. Moments ago, investigators confirmed the identification of 3 missing Jane or John Does. They were found in a mass grave 3 miles from the Dondella cemetery where they had been suspected to have ended up. Further details were not made public at this time, but senior investigators did promise there would be updates once the inquest had concluded. All 3 bodies are now with the senior coroner in Dondella County.
The woman chimes in, visible disgust and distress riddling her pristine features. Not a single skin cell out of place or bereft of defects. No, they wouldn't allow that on camera. She has to look even better than him, so the producers say.
Investigators were able to confirm these were victims of the Antlion based on missing flesh, organs, and their shared admittance to the increasingly scrutinized Inner Sanctum Therapeutic Services, a place where those with specific mental infirmities and disorders were admitted for extended stays. While the methods used are largely kept private, information has leaked out that has both locals and legislators concerned. Some lobbyists advocate that there is, quote, more fixing to be done, and that these methods do not go far enough. But for the time being, their doors are firmly closed, following a series of mishaps culminating in the mental collapse of their director, Professor Luann Coleman. Investigators have promised to provide updates on the identities of the victims, as well as information to the families still waiting for their loved ones who have yet to come home.
The man smiles, something hungry hiding behind his omnivorous lips. A mouth that has uttered more damage than most tilted into feigned sympathy.
Our thoughts are, of course, with those families. In other news, the Day of the Fireflies is coming to Sturgeon once again, where all cultures unite to give something precious up to the umbral door. What will you give over?
Well, JJ, I think I'd give over something precious to me. Something like
The transmission begins to fade to white noise as the volume is turned down and the listener walks around the still unseen room that reeks of ammonia and stale air. Footsteps echo and bounce incessantly off of marble floors and unforgiving walls. This is not a room for people to live in, to love in, to thrive in. That much is apparent. The man sighs in a way only the truly exhausted can. This job was beneath him, and he resented being called out in the dead of night to perform routine autopsies that could be done by his juniors. But the DA had been insistent on expediency, and his students could learn much from him upon hearing his dictations back. What use was there in fighting? He needed a vacation, that was certain. Still, it would be over before long. Dictation started.
This is the first of 3 autopsies we will be conducting today. It is 1:57 a.m. on the 18th of December, 2023. My name is Dr. Miles Bancroft, and I am the senior coroner and pathologist in Dondella County.
Alongside me is Dr. Gordon Faust from the Dondella branch of St. Martin's Hospital, and he will be assisting me during the first 2 autopsies and leading the third. You will forgive any informalities during our transcripts. These are being requested for internal use only, and I'm sure the DA will overlook any potential unprofessional quantities in our dialogue. Mr. Faust does enjoy his banter. Faust interjects. A slimy, surreptitiously dirty tone ekes out of every consonant he speaks. He feels foreign on the ears, unwanted, uninvited. I am merely here to do my duty by the association. If you wish for me to leave, I'm quite sure the governor would understand. No, that's quite all right. We will proceed, if you're ready. External examination. Summary. The first body is presented in a black body bag. At the time of examination, the body is not clothed. The body is that of an underdeveloped, malnourished 30-year-old Caucasian, measuring 64 inches in length, weighing 122 pounds, and appearing generally consistent with the age of 30 years. Are you going to redact the gender? I am. Do you take issue with that? I will withhold my thoughts for the moment. Proceed. The body is cold and unembalmed with expected lack of rigor. Lividity is, at this stage, non-blanchable on the upper body. Some non-blanching lividity is present in the hands, right lower side and upper thigh, coincidentally matching up with all visible bite marks and missing flesh. If you'll permit me to speak candidly, these wounds were not post-mortem, and it is my determination that the victim suffered a great deal. The corpse's suffering is not relevant. They made their choices, and the association is not interested in your misplaced sympathies. Please continue. The scalp is covered by short, cropped blue and green hair. The body hair is reduced and shows signs of routine maintenance to keep clear. The skull is symmetric, and there is evidence of repeated trauma in the parietal region. My best estimate is the doe was subjected to repeated bloodletting based on the numerous holes within the skull. The eyes are open and the irises are green. Pupils are asymmetrically dilated. The teeth are mostly natural and well maintained. 2 back teeth are missing. The anterior chest is of normal contour and is intact, though there has been cosmetic surgery done and 2 scars surrounding the areola remain, with no palpable masses. The abdomen is flat and the pelvis is intact. The external genitalia are unremarkable. That much is apparent. What a waste. May I remind you, Dr. Faust, this is a person laying dead in front of us. A person whose family and loved ones are desperate to know how they ended up in such a horrific situation. Doesn't look much like a person to me. More like an anomaly. Perhaps you should remember you are dealing with a corpse, Dr. Bancroft. It hasn't got feelings. I dare say it barely understood the concept in life either. Come now. Your heart is bleeding so much it may as well be on the metal slab alongside this waste of meat. I will have no more of this disrespect, Dr. Faust. You will refrain from behaving in this manner or I will lodge a complaint. Am I understood? Crystal, sir. Very well. The back is symmetrical and intact. The upper and lower extremities are symmetric, normally developed and intact, though the right arm and thigh do have multiple scars, likely induced via self-harm. The hands and nails are damaged. I note torn ligaments in the left middle, index and thumb. The right hand is entirely broken and the nails split with soil, hair and skin underneath. These will naturally need to be inspected. Scars are present on the chest, right arm and right thigh. Tattoos are apparent on the feet, forearms, left finger, left ear, neck and back. Internal examination. Summary. So tell me, Dr. Faust, what does the association want with these victims? It's unusual for your group to pay such close eye to things like this. Firstly, let us not jump the gun calling them victims. These people made decisions based on their weaknesses and illnesses to be where they ended up. We do not know for certain of their victimhood. Secondly, the Association for St. Martin simply wants to ensure due diligence is carried out on a case such as this. We are all, of course, closely tied to the methodology and those impacted by it. I will do my best not to interfere too much, Dr. Bancroft. Central nervous system. The brain weighs 1,340 grams and is within normal limits, though I spy old wounds across the tissue. Skeletal system. I expected there to be more trauma within. Perhaps a subdural hematoma with fractures of the parietal region causing fragments to splinter into the brain tissue. But while there are penetrative wounds, this is not the cause of the victim's death. Though it should be noted there would have been great pain during this process. Respiratory system. Throat structures. The oral cavity shows multiple lesions. Likely our doe bit down repeatedly on their tongue and cheeks during moments of great pain. The missing teeth could also be explained this way if the doe was subjected to blunt force trauma. This would also fall in line with practices of the... I advise you to stop there, Dr. Bancroft. You are not permitted to make such speculations or judgments on what a private institution does with its patients. Be very careful where you tread. You cannot be serious. It is entirely my job to make these speculations. Not while I am here. Continue, but no any such theories will be redacted from the record. The mucosa is intact, and there are old injuries to the teeth, newer ones to the lips and the gums. While there is no visible obstruction on the airway, it looks as if the doe choked during their final moments. We'll check the stomach contents. The mucosa of the epiglottis, glottis, and piriform sinuses are all anatomic. The trachea and major bronchi, however, seem unusual. This particular substance is almost tar-like, black and opaque, no odor but feels warm to the touch. It is lining the interior of the victim's respiratory system, which could be a factor in choking. That being said, no further injuries are seen and there are no mucosal lesions. I take it you believe in alternative medicine, Dr. Bancroft. Not a fan of the traditional ways. You never change, do you? Can't leave well enough alone. Always prodding and poking at anyone who leads a lifestyle that doesn't fit with your worldview. You were always an instigator, even before it became the in thing to make your name off of being an unmitigated prick. I prefer to think of it as enlightened and unrestricted. I do not tiptoe around anyone, that I will not apologize for my views on how I think things should be. I think the current trend towards softness is a disease, and I aim to be part of the cure. So more restrictions for women, for queer people, and the most vulnerable in our society so that they don't end up on this slab. Keep them locked up and kept away from the sight of white men. If that's what it takes, yes. And what's wrong with being white? I can't be proud of that. I can't be proud of loving women. When did that become against the norm? It never did. It still isn't, and you know damn well that's the case. Nobody is replacing or overwhelming the most powerful groups in human society. They just want to exist without being assaulted in every waking moment of their bloody lives. How is that complicated to follow? There will be people who may one day hear this that feel threatened just by your rhetoric. Well, let them be. We will drag them kicking and screaming into our way of thinking. And if they don't, Oh, please do finish your thought, Gordon. I so want to hear you take your mask off fully. No, I'll keep that for my online circles, thank you. Now, back to my original question. Miles, what do you believe in? How would you steer this soft, broken, confused world? I believe that a person's right to choose is one of the most important fundamental rights we have as human beings. It is not for you, I, the government, or any supposed deity to pass judgment on us for it. Oh, so you're one of the woke types, I see. You don't follow the Sanctum's teachings, then. Oh, what a stupid word! You people steal it from a black activist and turn it into an umbrella phrase as your security blanket for disdain for things outside your comfort zone. Don't like someone being gay? It's woke. Don't care for a character's gender? It's woke. Race or ethnicity are changed in a fictitious television show or video game? It's woke. Angry when the world elects to be kind to one another, regardless of their belief system, who they love and what they wish to be? It's woke. This redundant, childish term will die long before kindness and acceptance ever does, Dr. Faust. You are on the losing side. Cruelty does not ever succeed in the long run. It may be popular, it may be more fun, it may be infinitely easier to mock those you do not understand or that you dislike, but that doesn't make it right. Your idol, your leader, your chosen god, if this behavior is what they preach, then it is not remotely worth surviving to the next generation. I suppose you'd not listen to me, though. What with me being the enemy as a gay man. Don't be ridiculous, Dr. Bancroft. You are one of the good ones. At least we know what you are. I can see I've upset you, so I'll leave and let you calm down. I'll be back for my autopsy. Keep it fresh for me. That was not professional of me. I will make a note to redact the dispute and the submission of failure once the initial draft has gone out. Forgive me to those listening. My professionalism must always come first. But, if I may, in my line of work, I've seen many horrible things done by truly demonic people. Some due to bad choices and addictions, some in the heat of the moment, others for their own gain. But this, attacking someone, anyone, for the way they choose to live, someone not hurting anyone else. It is inhumane, and I will treat this doe with the same respect I'd show my own child as I would if it were a victim of religious persecution or ethnic targeting. Dondella is not the place it used to be. There's a foulness in the air, as if something is manipulating the very particles around us, pushing us towards some unknown evil. Maybe that is what the victim eventually encountered. Poor thing. The lungs weigh right 370 grams, left 352 grams. The lungs are unremarkable. Notes have been made for the lesions and mucosa. Cardiovascular system. The heart weighs 370 grams and has an abnormal size, but normal configuration. Evidence of some kind of infection present. As I inspect the aortic valves, I can see the black substances coating them. I also note it as blocking one of the ventricles. This would have ultimately been the main contributor to the victim's passing. Gastrointestinal system. Now this is curious. The mucosa and wall of the esophagus are intact, but they're a melange of black and pink. Whatever was assailing the trachea made its way down the throat and into the stomach. No discerning lesions or injuries, though I do not wish to assume this black substance is in any way healthy. The gastric mucosa is intact, again with the same pink and black coloring. signs of burning lining the interior of the stomach. This black tar was eating its way out and would have likely caused perforation before long, but that is not what killed this doe. No food in the stomach. The mucosa of the duodenum, jejunum, ileum, colon, and rectum are intact and unremarkable. This infection spread through the body, but did not make its way further into the digestive tract. Urinary system. The kidneys weigh left 117 grams, right 112 grams. The kidneys are anatomic in size, shape, and location, but lesions are present throughout both. As suspected, the black substance has stuck to them and is acting like a tumor, spreading across from a single entry point. Genital system. Unremarkable. Fluids have been removed for analysis. It should be noted that there are pieces damaged. This damage was inflicted post-mortem. There is a branding of a cross on the left thigh. This was not done post-mortem. Description of injuries. Summary. The black tar substance present throughout the body would have contributed to a fatal heart attack following the blocking of the right ventricle and failure of the aortic valve. At present, I cannot say what this substance is, or say definitively that this was the cause of death, but I am hoping that after inspecting the other two victims, I can piece together a bit more of the last hours of these unfortunate people. I will, however, state that the victim imbibed this caustic liquid, likely under duress or forcefully, and its slow-acting agents caused their demise. It is, in my professional opinion, a homicide, and with the bite marks across the tender parts of the body and roughly 11 pounds of flesh missing, this is in line with what we know of the Antlion killer. Opinion. Time of death. Body temperature, rigor and livor mortis, stomach contents and witness statements approximate the time of death between 2 in the morning on the 15th of December 2023 and 6 in the morning on the 16th of December 2023. Cause of death. Fatal heart attack by poisoning. Suspected. Manner of death. Homicide. Dr. Bancroft takes a deep breath, bags up the first doe, and prepares for the second autopsy. He thinks of his family at home, the sense of fear constantly permeating the atmosphere, as if something was always haunting them. The outside world really wasn't the place it used to be. People weren't the way they used to be. Sure, no era is ever safe, and historical revisionism is a malady of the mind used by elected officials to make us hate any changes. He knew that. He clung to that, and he reminded himself of the trappings of such thinking. But that didn't mean that there wasn't an ugliness in the world that hadn't been there before. No. Maybe that was naive of him. Maybe it had always been there, lurking in the shadows and in hidden rooms that people boarded off for their own good. But when they thought it was safe to come out, they broke down the barriers and reared their heads to see if this world would be more accommodating to them. And they were. Bancroft took one last look at the first doe, zipping them up as he thought of his firstborn. Imagined them on the slab, being dissected in this way, without identity or dignity. The monsters amongst the community would relish in that, he thought, picking the bones clean even in death, ensuring this victim never stopped suffering. Conspiracy theories, hateful opinions, dark humor content, all proliferating like a cancer in a society that wants to play the ultimate bully. One who berates, beats, and abuses its victims, even in death, but would cry a foul and play the victim the moment they are challenged by someone else. They became powerful. So powerful that any circle of human influence had them lurking in plain sight. Now, they were Bancroft's bosses. They were Faust. They were all but financing the Antlion's antics, profiting off of it, relishing in it. Why? Bancroft shuddered at the question and the answer. Because that is what monsters do. Hatred does not have rhyme or reason to it, though they'd love to tell you that there is a method to the madness. Their chosen god doesn't like it, it's not normal, it's harming their own kin. Doesn't matter. So long as the reasoning holds water with their other monster populace, desperate to sink their teeth into more flesh through their Antlion, the Antlion they helped make. Even now, if they so much as heard his thoughts on this, these calls for compassion, understanding, and love, it would fall on deaf ears. Bancroft thought back to his religious upbringing, long since abandoned, to the ideas that God was a benevolent entity who wanted the best for everyone. But that was a fallacy, Bancroft thought, as he looked at the partially eaten body of the second doe. God was a drunk driver asleep at the wheel, hurtling a vehicle containing all of us down a dark country road with the lights off and no seatbelt on. Time to move forward. Doe 2. This is the second of 3 autopsies we'll be conducting today. It is 3:02 in the morning on the 18th of December 2023. Once again, my name is Dr. Miles Bancroft, and I am the forensic pathologist in Dondella County. Senior coroner Dr. Faust has stepped away until the third autopsy, and I will be conducting this on my own. I would again like to apologize for the unprofessional outburst and subsequent disagreement between myself and Dr. Faust on our last autopsy. I recognize it will be redacted for public consumption, but to my colleagues in the DA hearing this, I will apologize unreservedly. Professionalism before emotion. Let us begin. External examination. Summary. As before, the body is presented in a black bag. There is a note attached to the top of the zipper. I was not aware of any prior inspections of the body, so I am assuming this was one of the detectives who found the body. I shall read it for posterity. This body has several irregularities and abnormalities. We think this doe to be... and there is a file on them if this is proven to be true. Please check database upon first suspicions of positive identity and contact if confirmed. This is... The body is not clothed, but is instead covered in a combination of what I assume is tar and feathers. A pair of wings affixed on the back. This is an angel, or at least an interpretation of one. I must say, this is a surprise. It seems our doe went through quite the ordeal. The body is that of a well-nourished Caucasian in their mid to late 20s, measuring 77 inches in length, weighing 238 pounds, and looking remarkably youthful for the suspected age. The body is warm and unembalmed with no rigor present. No unblanching lividity present. Ligature marks apparent across all joint markers, bruises on the upper interior, thighs, knees, elbows, and right side jaw. The scalp is covered with long, 18 inches to be precise, of grey hair. It does not appear to be dyed, suggesting a congenital condition rendering it grey. There is no pronounced body hair anywhere on the body, suggesting, again, a condition that inhibits the produce of hair. The eyes are closed. Upon opening them, Sorry. I was not expecting that. Left iris is an emerald green. Right iris is azure blue. Our doe was a recipient of the heterochromatic gene. My startling came from the pupil's dilation upon my examination. A trick of the light, perhaps, for they are now asymmetrically dilated. The teeth are... Hang on. Dentures. Top and bottom row. Likely fitted from a prolonged substance issue. ED, medication dependency, injury, or other unknown genetic issue. Hard to determine at this stage. Looking at the gums, they... Well, that's curious. The gums appear to have small, sharp teeth growing, protruding out of the lining by approximately 1.5 centimeters. They look almost like shark teeth. A cosmetic procedure gone wrong, perhaps. We'll file for study later. Appear to have caught my finger on one of the teeth. Sharp little things. The anterior chest is of a flattened contour and has been crushed. The weight of something heavy dropped onto them, likely being the cause of death. The abdomen, too, has become concave. The pelvis, however, seems to be intact on first glance. The external genitalia... It appears that this time there is something of note to report. Our second doe is a eunuch. There has been considerable work done on the lower extremities, and whoever did it was certainly someone with extensive medical knowledge. Clean incisions, no sloppy aspects to the procedure. I will investigate further after concluding the external examination. The back is symmetrical and intact, signs of internal trauma present from the crushing. The wings are likely affixed to an indentation beneath the shoulder blades, an incorrect assertion of how winged humans would perform. I'm going to separate the wings before continuing the autopsy. This is far stranger than I anticipated. I don't know who did this or how, but this doe has undergone extensive surgery. Their wings are not superficially attached to the stumps on or directly to the shoulder blades. Rather, they are deeply connected with ligaments, nerves, and muscle fibers. As if... I must inspect the pectoral muscles before continuing. Fiction enjoys showing us winged beings, angels if you will, flying gracefully with two wings on the back, but this would never work. The muscles need to be stronger and act like additional limbs. That is why the pectoral muscles would need to be significantly stronger, denser, bigger. Or have a smaller set of pectoral muscles beneath the main set. Pseudoscience, yes, but I am looking at it right now. This person either underwent multiple invasive surgeries to have this done to them, or they were born this way. Naturally, I will lean towards the former, which unfortunately ties us into the Antlion's modus operandi. I just did not envision it being this virulent within the victim's body. I will leave the wings for the time being. This is uncharted territory. Yes? I have examined the first. Currently on the second. Yes, it is presenting irregularities. How did you... Are you sure? No, I don't mean to question your... I understand. I will do as you ask. Thank you. The upper and lower extremities are symmetric, normally developed and intact, though there are signs of surgical work done on all four limbs, likely muscle replacements. The hands and nails are clean, no evidence of injury present, no markings or tattoos visible. Internal examination. Summary. The brain is unusual. It has multiple white lesions across it. A mold-like substance, perhaps. No, that can't be right. The brain weighs 1,515 grams. This is definitely unusual. It feels as if something is vibrating within the brain itself. I'm going to dissect and check. There's a cicada inside the cavity. How is this possible? I see no entry point. The larvae itself would have either starved to death or the host killed long ago. This creature made noise until I pulled it out. Now it lays still in my hand, dead. I cannot explain this phenomenon. I will bag up the cicada for study. The brain will go separately. Skeletal system. The exact same bone fragments as with our previous doe, though these line up almost perfectly with the white lesions across the surface of the brain. An experimentation? Maybe a dye forced into the tissue. Unknown at this stage. Respiratory system. Throat structures. The oral cavity shows no lesions. The mucosa is intact, no injuries to the lips, but gums are blackened and the teeth, as previously reported, are smaller and sharper than expected. I also note more of them than perhaps there should be. Identical obstructions present in the airway as with our previous doe. The mucosa of the epiglottis, glottis, piriform, sinuses, trachea, and major bronchi are anatomic. No injuries, no mucosa lesions. Rings. Concentric rings underneath the epidermis. They run smoothly where the ribcage should start and cover the anterior area to the bottom of the navel. I count 12 of them. How is this possible? What monster did this to a living creature? It appears the rings are removable. I will do my best to keep them intact as I cut them free. Yes, this is Bancroft. I'm in mid-procedure at the moment, and you're on the recording. Not that you would mind.
Doctor, how far into the second autopsy are you at present?
Currently in the midst of the internal examination. The findings were, as you accurately predicted, unique. I will report those findings once concluded.
So you haven't seen it yet? We expect there to be something that defies reason within the body. If you'd be so kind, we'd like you to live report to us, in addition to the recording. That can always be redacted later if the information is sensitive. Proceed, Doctor.
This is...
Go ahead, Doctor. Report what you see.
I'm staring down at a sprawling, densely packed city running from pubis to clavicle, seemingly hidden underneath the concentric rings, though the space defies understanding. There's spires on top of houses and municipal buildings jutting up to just beneath the last layer of skin, their black brick design reminiscent of Victorian-era housing, but with an immediately far more uncomfortable atmosphere surrounding them. There's a culture of some sort in the space where the stomach should be situated. No, not a culture. Small creatures, the size of pillbugs. Red eyes, cavorting in long flowing robes, their faces hidden and only small spindly appendages coming out from where hands should be. Some seem to be conversing openly on the streets, others ferrying large carts of food, which appear to be pieces of the victim's organs, from one place to another. How is this possible? How is any of this possible? I know Sturgeon is a unique place, but surely this is an elaborate hoax. A pre-made body with lifelike organs, or perhaps a...
We know what it is, Dr. Bancroft. So do you. Let's not waste precious time pretending it is anything else. The Antlion has been here. Continue your observation. dispense with the normal proceedings.
I see small picnic tables where these things have gleefully torn pieces off of the doe's flesh, spewing a viscous black liquid around their dwelling and pasting it to the walls. This seems to be conducive with the liquid found in the throat and that of the first doe. Whatever the black liquid touches, the internal walls seem to grow a virulent mold that sizzles as it spreads. In the center of this strange, macabre facsimile of a town, there lays a pedestal atop a series of remarkably built marble steps. A pair of statues standing on either side of a pyre that's connected to a thick black pipe. An Antlion on the left and, on the right. There's a larger cloaked individual stood in front of a crowd, speaking impassionately in a language I can't understand. But his hand signals and accompanying imagery certainly explains his agenda. Sacrifice. This is a joke, isn't it? A way of punishing me for wanting extra time off or for my outbursts. This is absurd. Please just tell me this is a fallacy, Governor.
Do not use my title or name again. What are the figures doing, Bancroft? Give me every detail.
There's a small, screeching individual brought to the front forcibly by members of the crowd, now chanting eagerly as the poor soul is thrown at the preacher's feet, struggling to get up and staring around for help from someone, anyone. They're looking from hood to hood and pleading, reaching out in easily grasped signals of understanding. But nobody's coming to their aid. They all simply point to the pyre. The dark flames have been lit, and they pulled their hoods down as they shoved this person onto the fire and sang a chorus. My God, they're cicadas. Each one of them a bulbous cicada, now screaming their chorus. But the one they pushed in, it looks different. Like a larvae, or something else. They beg for clemency, for help, in any language that's universal. But the fire burns, and so their resistances cease. The body falls limp over the pyre before being pulled into the black pipe.
Remarkable. Simply remarkable. Manifestation is truly something. I'm glad I could be here to witness it through your keen eyes, Doctor. It's not often I get to plunge my hands into the muck and the mire of the outcasts. Should you discover anything else, include it in your report.
In nome di Padre, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, requiescat in pace. I may not believe, but I hope Nulldus guides you to safer shores than the ones you ended up upon in this life. I hope they grant you amnesty, clemency, safety, and love. I'm sorry we failed you. The best I can do is report this to the detectives before the other superiors, and hope they catch the animal that did this to you. The body of the second doe is emitting a black smoke, permeating from the throat, it seems, likely affixed to the pipe inside the town. The residents are gone. The residents within are gone. The whole thing is empty. There's just a cavity now. How is this?
Purveyor of the dead, hear us. We were made angels by a demon with a coat fashioned from that of the divine, enabled by monsters without form or name, singled out for our otherness, sought to be molded, changed, and saved. But there is no saving that which does not need salvation. Wound us with blackmail, manipulation, understanding, entrapped us, changed us, devoured us, denied us rest. The Antlion is growing. The tarred angel of Dondella has a secret, has many secrets, but only one matters, Doctor. Only one will make a difference. The grave digger, the stargazer, the artist, the traveler, the playwright, the reclaimer, all are connected, all manifested. Join the dots, kill the Antlion in its den. Drown it, starve it, burn it, eat it, kill the Antlion, save our souls.
I need to get out of here. Bancroft? You look as if you've seen a ghost. This body's beginning to affect your constitution. What? Did you not hear the... with the wailing? I'm afraid not. You're tired, Doctor, and I likely didn't help with my ugliness earlier. Forgive me. I will take over from here. I assume the second door is almost finished? Yes. Yes. Cause of death was the black mold we found on the first dough. I may need to inspect further, but a break would be nice. I will simply observe this one. Please go ahead. This is the final of the 3 autopsies we are conducting today. It is 4:14 in the morning on the 18th of December 2023. My name is Gordon Faust, and I will be leading this final autopsy into our third doe found at the crime scene. I realize this may be out of protocol, but I will be doing this in a more informal manner than Dr. Bancroft, with permission from our seniors at St. Martin's Hospital. So I will do my best to be respectful during the process. Shall we? External examination. Summary. The third body is presented in a black body bag. At the time of examination, the body is fully clothed, wearing a black hoodie, fashionable hakama pants, leather boots with straps, and several charms adorning the body. It is unknown why this body is the only one clothed. The body is that of a well-nourished, normally developed Caucasian aged between 18 and 25, measuring 60 inches in length, weighing 116 pounds, and appearing generally consistent with the age range specified, though this is speculative. Gender is unknown at this time, though we will soon ascertain that. The human body is a truly remarkable thing, is it not? It is a monument to perseverance. We have fought against our cousins in the hominids genus and beaten each one of them with our intellect, ingenuity, and propensity for violence, using our bodies to the best of our abilities. Who would have thought that one day we would grow so bold as to even become chameleons who could change their very sex? Some say this is becoming enlightened as we further understand ourselves. Others say it's an insidious path of subterfuge. Shh! We have had fears of the uncanny for hundreds of thousands of years. Something deep in our amygdala that screams danger when we see people who aren't quite people. Some historians think we sat at campfires in the dark, fearful of the things that look like us. Others postulate it's a creature all its own breed that wears human skin to lure in victims. Many names have been given to this beast. Perhaps now we just found a new one that we've grown to accept, to let into our society, like a sickness, until an appropriate monster of our own could help cull their numbers. You speak as if you admire the beast that did this. Is that in line with St. Martin's practices? Somewhat. You could say it's a joint venture. The very state itself turning a blind eye to one brand of beast if it takes care of the other. You heard our leader on the phone. You see our media. You just don't want to believe it. Let's see what secrets the third and final door holds.
Stop! Stop! My God, they're alive! Jesus Christ, put the saw down! It's not alive, Doctor! It was never alive! Do not let the demon fool you! The only demon I see here is you!
It's all right. It'll be okay. We're going to get you help. I know you're scared. I don't know how this happened or what you remember, but we'll make this right. Can you tell me your name? I know it's hard, but please, try.
Gerhard.
Their last name is Gahort. Their first name lost to time. My finest work.
You were the beast that did this to these poor souls.
Indeed. I am the right hand of divinity, destined to bring change through this town, and then the world. Our doe here will be the arbiter of that change.
Not if I stop you, here and now!
Hush now, little man, for there must be a witness to my deeds. You will be the one to sound the trumpet heralding the end of Gomorrah and the start of something beautiful at their hands with my guidance.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I failed you. I failed you.
Dr. Miles Bancroft took an extended absence following this incident. While he tried to reason with the higher-ups at St. Martin's, he was summarily shut down and put on paid leave. The Inner Sanctum offered him aid for what he experienced, but he refused. One night, he was paid a visit by two individuals claiming to be from Sturgeon's information agency, politely but sternly reminding him He endangered others' safety if he talked about what he saw. Specifically, about who he saw. He acquiesced and took his family out of Dondella shortly after this encounter, but not before dropping all his findings to the detectives in charge of the Antlion case, those piecing together the events as we speak, at great risk to his own well-being. Somewhere in Dondella County, a TV flickers to life in a desolate room. Its lone occupant's exhausted and pain-rattled skull jerks up at the slightest hint of stimuli and begins to focus on the colors of the logo.
This is Sturgeon Nexus, the nexus for your news across Sturgeon, Menosha County, Kerala, Antlion, and Dondella County. Here are your hosts, JJ Watson and Trisha Hill.
Those two reporters were back again. Something looked different, but the occupant's vision had yet to fully recover. This was still a learning curve for them as the tanned one with the booming voice spoke.
Good evening, Sturgeonites. Tonight we bring you news of a most macabre kind. A mortuary clinic in neighboring Dondella County, the site of a grisly murder, a terrifying error, and unexplained phenomena. OF Province has more.
The camera cuts to a young reporter standing in the middle of a location that makes the occupant's synapses scream when it comes into view. Sterile, white, cold, ambient, violent. They were there once.
Thanks, JJ. It was here, at the Buckmcgraw Memorial Hospital, deep in the bowels of its mortuary clinic, that Senior Coroner would undergo quite the experience. While investigating the recovered bodies of those suspected to be victims of the Antlion killer operating in Dondella, it would go from a macabre affair to a downright horrific one. Visiting assistant Gordon Faust would suffer an accident with a circular saw, and in the aftermath, the body of the unidentified third doe would go missing. Dr. Faust was, of course, well known for his divisive opinions online, and causing no shortage of animosity towards marginalized communities, but had plenty of support to boot. In recent months, he'd even been caught associating with...
The voice continues on for some time as the occupant's head spins. They knew this man. This Faust. This hateful, spiteful little creature. The one who had attacked them. Why? Why would he... The reporter is wrapping up as it goes back to the studio.
Our thoughts go out to Dr. Faust's family and the recouping of Dr. Bancroft. We were informed before going on the air of the wishes of the Dondella County PD. The Sturgeon Nexus was asked to honor the embargo and not disclose any information publicly at this time. The screen darkens and the host begins to grow. Or maybe it's just their shadow. No, definitely their form. Ever so slightly, it is twisting. The occupant feels a staleness in the air. Something is coming. But we believe in the freedom of the press, and as such we will not be honoring that request. We have reason to believe the Antlion infiltrated the building and has taken the third doe, a missing member of the famous Gerhardt family. Their name is...
Static blasts the room as the occupant clutches at their ears. The sound malicious, painful, foreign, unwanted. The broadcast wraps up with a sign-off that leaves the occupant chilled to the bone as heavy footsteps and the buzzing of flies begins to encroach on the last vestiges of safety they still have.
We'll provide more at 11, but for now, we return you to your scheduled programming after a word from our dear sponsors.
The smile creeping across the host's face is enough to make the dead switch graves and turn a rainbow gray. 3 words spilling from his lips that paint the ugliest picture Dondella has ever seen.
The Inner Sanctum. Take care out there.
the Sturgeon National Library presents The Celestial Event Over the Emperor's Kingdom by the Bard of Dondella. Copyright Sturgeon Nexus Limited. Dondella, Minotia, Coralla, Angleron, and Sturgeon. 1795. 4th edition, translated in 1977. Introduction. The Bard of Dondella's The Celestial Event Over the Emperor's Kingdom was first printed in quarto in 1795. While it was initially described as a tepid reception upon first impressions by theatregoers, something within the play caught on with the disenfranchised art groups and vagrants that populated Sturgeon's neighbouring territories at the time, and before long, it was being seen in droves by those the wider community saw as undesirables within its borders. Very few first editions survived the Great Purge of 1818. Those that have remained have been coveted by collectors ever since. The second edition in 1839, though more commonplace, is largely disconnected from its peers due to rabid retranslations by scholars who did not fully understand its material, thus leading to the third edition which, despite insistences by the church and ruling government at the time to the contrary, was largely kept in its original form and released to the public in 1895 on the centennial of the original release. Due to language barriers and educational gaps between the bourgeoisie and the working class, it was eventually requested to be translated by a member of the Sturgeon National Archives in 1976. This 4th edition would see widespread success and become a cornerstone of Dondella's art community and eventually wider Sturgeon, finding success across its borders and being adapted into multiple plays, television shows, and audio dramas. Eventually, it would receive the modern adaptation for today's audiences, the 5th edition that you're reading now. The Bard of Dondella was a reclusive, pugnacious sort, an eccentric who was so attached to their privacy we ultimately know very little about them. Birth is estimated to have been in 1766, and death shortly after the Great Purge in 1818. They lived their entire life in Dondella, and upon being made bard, did so while fully disguised for fear of outside persecution over their artwork. They were buried in the Dondella Cemetery, in a grand mausoleum that attracts pilgrims to this day. Ultimately, this play of war, tragedy, strife, experimentation, and the human condition in the face of horrific adversity is a thought-provoking piece of literature that parallels, at least to a certain degree, a historic period in the once thriving kingdom of Angleron, before it was absorbed into modern-day Sturgeon. This period, known as the Nameless War, was marked by great battles with rival kingdoms and a final conflict that left Angleron scarred and devoid of any true power in its aftermath. In fact, there still stands a spot where the castle once sat, now nothing more than a crater that spans 3 city blocks. Known as the Wound of Golgotha, it has served as an inspiration to artists ever since. Not much is known about the history of Angleron prior to its absorption into Sturgeon, for few records survive. But the Bard of Dondella claims to have descended from this kingdom, and fervently described the play as autobiographical to a strict degree. Alas, they never elaborated, and now we are left only with the play itself. The celestial event is akin to a half-remembered dream, a conflict one wishes to never go back to, but must take up arms once more. It is the last garrison before self-destruction, and we hope you enjoy it. Synopsis and cast notes. A strange phenomenon has appeared over the skies of a forgotten kingdom during tumultuous times. This play follows how each of them interprets it, and the consequences as a result, based on the historical events that befell the kingdom of Angleron in the 17th century. Translator's note. Stage directions and descriptions have been faithfully adapted from the original. Though unconventional, we feel it is vital to keep them and carry authenticity. It is not for the translator to definitively state if the events within are historically accurate as depicted. Cast: Emperor Marius IV and Empress Desislava, played by Philip Donnelly and Erica Sanderson. Dual rulers of Angleron seeking the ultimate artifacts of power to remove the sickness from their kingdom and the interlopers at their door. Demons of ungodly size and shape, shifting beasts that cannot be trusted. They will do whatever it takes to secure the kingdom. Ula the Obsidian Blade, played by Mimi Brown. The kingdom's greatest champion and the Emperor's personal bodyguard. A half-human, half-angel beast who has no autonomy of their own and yields only to the Emperor's wish. Much lurks behind the armor they wear for others' protection, but it will take a great tragedy to unearth such a thing. Erembor the Tinkerer, played by Jackie Dan. A mad woman seeking only the pursuit of knowledge, she communes with something otherworldly for her designs. It has been claimed she makes unholy weaponry for the kingdom, but few have ever seen what is in their workshop and came out willing to talk at all. Vedanta the Great Machinator, played by Hannah Popel. A soothsayer and advisor predicting a calamity in the heavens. General Cole, played by Rob Aldridge. Dissident member laying in wait, desires an end to the bloodshed and a freedom for the people. The Crown Prince, the next in line to the throne. Little is known of them, but they are spoken of in reverence by the royal family. Prince Fallon, played by Harry Locke. A shutaway desiring only the knowledge and the stars, works closely with Vedanta as an understudy. Princess Lyric, played by Caspia Huntington Davies. A rebellious princess working with General Cole and the interlopers to free the kingdom. Prince Bilbo, played by TJ Lea. A braggadocious, foul-mouthed individual with a silver tongue, directionless and the eldest member of the Emperor's children. The Duke of Harper's Wake. A tall, mysterious individual shrouded in a perfect ivory cloak. They do not speak, only using sign language to communicate. The Envoy to the Stars, played by TJ Lea. A short, stout individual emblazoned in bright purple robes and eccentric in their behavior. They speak for the Duke of Harper's Wake. Lady Moreau, played by Mary Hall. A high-ranking noble who is in charge of the financing for the kingdom. A conniving and unscrupulous individual, he is ruthless in ascending to the top. Master Mikhail, played by Andy Faber. Minister of Trade and representative of the Onyx Mines. Mikhail is an anti-royal individual who backs General Cole in the hopes there will be a more equal opportunities kingdom in the future. Hira Monk Lavelle, played by Alan Curtis. The appointed head of religion and commander of the Holy Sector of Spies. Ambassador Eritral, played by TJ Lea. A Machiavellian-type dignitary from the nation of Kerala. Does not mince words and is keen to see the fires of conflict stoked between the three nations. Kerala is a small country that profits off of the arms race, as well as selling information. Ambassador Jorik, played by Hannah Davies. A clever and battle-hardened member of Minotia who is attempting to quell the conflict between her nation and that of Angloron. Opening prologue narrated by Christopher James. Special thanks to Gareth Johnson, Dario Knight, and Unbound Theatre. Please consider supporting the theatre or the actors in the links below. This presented by Dusklight Radio.
Upon the third day of the third month, in the third age of Emperor Marius IV, a great change swept through his kingdom. For 7 long years, a civil war had been taking place, largely seen as an operation masqueraded by neighbouring nations Kerala and Minotia in a concerted effort to destabilise the strongest power on the continent. Demonic forces and unspeakable entities have repeatedly stormed across the fields, killing indiscriminately along the way and only capturing a chosen few for nefarious and unknown means. The losses were immeasurable, and all involved were tired, reaching a torrid stalemate that had begun to take a toll on the mental fortitude of its ruler and his family. During the 7th Annual Peace Summit involving the Emperor, his advisors and various dignitaries, it was observed that sometime after 6 p.m. a schism did appear in a spot overhead in direct course with the sun's directional pattern, eventually producing an ugly, fantastical light in the shape of a downwards triangle no larger than a hay bale, which began pulsating from above the sky. While various scholars and religious authorities across the continent viciously debated its meaning, there were those in the kingdom and beyond who formed their own unique interpretations of this sky-anchored growth, mocking them from the heavens. And from them grew 4 distinct theorems. The first took it as a sign of their success in the ongoing rebellion against the kingdom, charting its growth with that of their desire to blot out the very skies with their ambitions, hiding their disloyalty from the gods themselves. Declaring it a sign of providence, they amassed all their groups in one camp and prepared to move on the capital when the rays were at their strongest. The second felt the glowing rays of the tumour on the skin of the now reddened sky and decreed them to have enhancing properties that, basking in their glow when the sun was at its zenith, would ensure loyal subjects to the Emperor could better serve the kingdom, imbued with divine skills and calling themselves the Pervaded. Not much is known about the third group's immediate reaction, for they amassed under the cover of night in the workshop under the great onyx mines and shrouded their congregation's conclusions in total secrecy. But it is clear that when they emerged, they were filled with a purpose. But it is the fourth group's theory where our tale begins, for only one opinion truly mattered: of Emperor Marius IV and his court advisors on the eve of the light's entrance, now known as
Act 1. The Dissimulation. Act 1, Scene 1. The Emperor's Court.
The Peace Summit, hosted by Emperor Marius IV and Empress Desislava, will now begin, and we thank you for convening at such an hour. I am Vedanta, Chief Advisor and Chancellor to His Majesty, and conductor of this meeting. In attendance this evening are as follows: Princess Lyric, Prince Bilbo, Prince Fallon, Ula the Obsidian Blade, Lord Moreau, Chief Exchequer, General Cole, Leader of the Holy Army, Ehrenbor, Chief Weapons Researcher, Master McHale, Representative of Trade and Foreman of the Onyx Mines, Magister Lavelle, Head of the Holy Church and our Spy Division. Lastly, our visiting dignitaries. Representing the province of Kerala, Ambassador Eritol. Representing the nation of Minotia, Ambassador Jorik. In addition to them, from far-off nations beyond the Silver Seas, the Duke of Harper's Wake and the Envoy to the Stars. The Crown Prince is marked as in absentia due to illness and regrets their inability to attend. Noted also is the intimate meeting of which this is being undertaken. Courtiers, jesters, and others of lower status have been instructed to stay at home. With that, this session can now begin.
Members of the court, at this hallowed peace summit, we are facing dire times. Dark forces are at our door. We cannot allow this conflict to continue. 7 winters have passed, and a quarter of our nation's populace have fallen to their claws, tusks, and machinations. I shudder to think of the losses our neighbours in Kerala and Minotia have experienced at our hands, and out of these demonic forces from whence we know no origin point. But we have called this peace summit not to ruminate on death, but to look forward to life.
Indeed, it is through the struggles and strife of our kingdom that we were forced to find alternate methods of progressing in the face of our enemies. Praise must be given to Master Ehrenbor the Tinkerer for his great devices, General Cole for his decisive and effective way of running our army, and to Vedanta for the predictions she has made with frightening accuracy. But still, it is not enough. Other methods were required in order to not only become victorious, but to survive entirely. Such desperation ultimately led us to this.
Pray tell, your majesties, what are we looking at here? A new weapon? A peace offering? I assume this is something we wish to share with all neighbouring nations in a bid for unilateral peace and a united front against our demonic enemies, no?
Or, my dear friend, it is something that can bring utter ruin to the kingdom of Minotia, setting every building ablaze and each of its kin into forced servitude, with nary a single-armed soldier storming the first cobblestone street. Maybe it'll be a gift to my humble nation. Put it in the hands of the deft spies that can utilize it appropriately in exchange for perhaps becoming a vassal state of the Empire.
You would do well to hold your tongue in the presence of enemies. Even if there is a mutual ceasefire, Eritral, I need only take a few steps, and your slithering tongue will be separated from its cave.
And yet, I would not need move at all to inflict greater damage. Perhaps poison is within you that only I have the cure for. Perhaps there is an agent waiting in Minotia to hear from me that, upon failing to do so, will start a coordinated attack on your most vulnerable areas. Oh, I can do so much more with careful planning than you can with a well-trained pair of arms.
Enough. You are both visiting dignitaries and will restrain yourselves in the company of fellow nobles and their majesties. If it will ease your consciences, none of us save for the chief advisor, Vedenta, know of what is under that cloth. It has been a well-guarded secret for as long as they have found it. I too am eager to hear of its true purpose. Perhaps something that will aid the Church and our connection to God. It is only through him that we may find the answer to banish these foul demons from our land.
The Duke wishes to ask the Hieromonk a question prior to the subject's unveiling. They wish to know how you propose to collaborate with a god that has long since abandoned this realm and left you to fight with his other children.
How dare you even question the wisdom of the Lord our God?
My lord is not questioning anything, Hieromonk. Where we are from, we are in active contact with the gods themselves. We speak with them and they speak to us. They provide us with ways to appease them and in turn offer us gifts. We have seen your god, a paltry little thing that got bored of his playthings for greater pastures before being slain by the unspoken one. Your god was a wasteful thing, a petulant child playing with forces it truly did not understand. These demons, as you call them, are merely another form of life trying to dominate. Just as we did before settling into our comfy beds, with others waiting on our every whim. My lord wishes for you to know that your god died in pain, alone and forgotten, like any normal man.
I wish to hear what the rest of the summit has to say in retaliation to such a bold declaration of active alternate gods. We face an enemy that we cannot stop with conventional means. I'm willing to hear nothing but brutal honesty if it means our survival. Speak.
Your Majesty, I do understand the old ways have meaning, tradition and relevance, but I put my faith into my machines more than anything beyond this realm, answering my prayers and fixing my problems. If I see an issue, I create something for it. This is the way of the craftsman. Perhaps there is a god out there that suits my needs, perhaps not. But I fail to see how the one we have at present will solve our problems where my weapons and machines are far more efficient. They do not require prayers, tithes, or empty words. They merely require competency and a desire to use them properly.
I agree with the Tinkerer. We in the Onyx Mines have our beliefs, but they do not interfere with the current climate at hand, and we would gladly put aside our notions of godhood to survive.
Emperor, Empress, I have long held the belief that there is a force in this universe guiding us to a true purpose. A divine entity that wishes only for us to succeed. A part of me still holds on to that notion, that perhaps the answer lies beyond the pale, and we will not know until our end has met us. However, I have seen the horrors this war has produced, and I struggle to reconcile with any truly good power existing that would not have intervened for our kingdom's sake. I will put my faith in the throne, in the two of you.
You cannot be serious. This is blasphemy of the highest order. My lord, my lady, you must not let this go unpunished. There must be recompense. I married the two of you. I watched you ascend to the throne as I did your mother previously, and her sister prior to that. I have watched over 4 generations of this dynasty all pledge themselves to our true God. Madness speaks when sanity is drowned out by its great howls and wails. You must hold fast to your faith.
General, what of you and what of our children? You are all either at adulthood or fast approaching it. I wish to hear your counsel. Do not hold back on my account.
I wish only for this conflict to end and peace to reign. Many in my position would salivate for such battles, but I'm tired of my retinue even more so. None of us care for a god or goddess. We only want to rest. Whatever path grants us that is the path we follow, my lady.
I approach 19 winters this season, and I've done as instructed since birth. Follow my instincts and allow them to carry me to glory. This nation's God does not, nor has it ever, factored into that, and to pretend otherwise would be disingenuous to our responsibilities as a ruling monarchy. I will not continue this lie. I am in service to Angleron, nobody else.
Old, haggard men that debate and squabble like baseless animals over which particular law contradicts one another in their holy books, which ones they will abide by today and which will be abolished tomorrow. Petty conflicts that amount to nothing for these lecherous pigs who will just as quickly frequent a whorehouse as they will burn it down upon discovery of their dirty little secret. I would sooner see every con man pushing his or her brand of lies strung up by their thumbs until they renounce their stupidities than I would support them. The richest in the land are the most pious, the most helpful, the most loving. Nonsense. Utter bloody nonsense.
The truth has always been in the stars. Ancient things that hold secrets far beyond any mere man's understanding. No, I have no love for the church. I have only love for that which Vedanta teaches me, and will continue to do so. It is as simple as that.
You know my position already, Your Majesties.
Very well. Then I wish for you all to see what we have discovered with the assistance of the Duke of Harper's Wake and the Envoy to the Stars. An artifact from an age long since past that within it holds the ability to cure our realm of its sickness, bring our own force to the demonic enemy, and find our true peace. I am told there are several of these strewn throughout the continent and beyond. One that allows for painted worlds hosting all manner of realities and creatures, possibly binding them. Another to strip the flesh from its owner and birth something new if their heart is pure. I admit I am unsure what ours holds, but our magnificent Vedanta and Erembor shall work tirelessly to unlock its secrets so our army can be victorious. I present to you the attire of the Nameless.
Am I among utter insanity? Has there been a plague of heresy and godlessness sweeping our beautiful kingdom? A righteous world cannot be run without fearing God's wrath and desiring his love. Faith is of the utmost importance, and these outsiders must not hold sway over our policies.
Haramonk, you have served our kingdom for 4 generations, and in that time I have watched our borders grow smaller, our crops wither, our babies die in record numbers, and demons appear at our doorstep. Are you to tell me this is divine? This is righteous? Are your emperor and empress, all of our kin, to lay down and allow this place to become dust?
You asked me to choose between my majesty and my god. This is not something I can do. Even you must answer to God.
And we do, Hyrama. We just don't answer to yours. Please allow Ula to pass the message on.
We wish to thank our friends from Harvest Wing for helping us understand the true path to victory. You will all have your tasks in the coming days. I trust our neighboring friends will wish to find their own artifacts and bring them here.
We already know of ours and anticipated such a moment may arrive. It has already been procured and sent to your Tinkerer's workshop for further study. We will assist however we can, Your Majesties.
As have we. I sent Minosha's priceless treasure to your chief advisor's chambers ahead of time. We will also stay to provide assistance.
If there is nothing more, Your Majesties, I will take Prince Fallon for their lessons now. We will experiment on the artifact in the interim.
As will I, Your Majesties. I will confer with Master McHale on my findings.
Good. The Onyx Mines have their own methods for these things and will be happy to help.
I will be in the upper floors with our sibling, should you need me.
I will be in the armory preparing.
The Duke wishes an audience with Prince Billibo, sensing some kinship in his words that could better unite our two nations. Would their Majesties mind?
Not at all. It will do the boy some good to get diplomacy past his steel tongue. Love him though we do. You will go, won't you be?
If it pleases you, Mother, I would rip the sky asunder.
Very well. If there is nothing more, we will reconvene in 2 days.
The sky will split open and reveal us to them and them to us. As we gaze into the unknowing, unceasing schism of the cosmos, we see what lurks in its depths. As the unseen one plans, the undesired acts, and the unacknowledged reneges. Ruin will befall the creators and their kin. This land will crumble to dust if there sits a defiler on its throne. See how the very heavens give way to its horror.
My word. What is this? The very flesh of the cosmos. It is seeping through into our kingdom and reaching out to us.
That shape and its colour puts me at unease, as if a great battle were to start at any moment. I must see the troops immediately.
It is beautiful in its own way. I can hear something on the wind, but it is far too soft to grasp. I want you to look into this, Vedanta. Give it your full attention. Erembor and Master McHale can handle the artifacts in your stead.
Your daughter is a remarkable individual. How could she have seen such a thing? Perhaps it is... no matter. The Duke wishes to retire to the chambers and speak with Prince Billibo. We will be available should you need us.
My head. Father, what is it?
There is a wound upon the world, and through it comes evil far greater than anything we have faced since. I fear that even with our newfound gifts, we may not survive this if your predictions ring true, my daughter. I do not believe that slaying the Hieroman courtesan, rather that it is always going to occur. A calamity befalls nations not because they renounce virtues, but because the calamity does not care for them. It strikes because it is destined to do so. It is in its nature. Perhaps what is beyond that veil, that strange and ugly shape, host beings of such ancient and ferocious gait and power that they are no different to a calamity.
Act 1, Scene 2. Erenbor's workshop.
You have seen the calamity unfurling in our sky, I presume?
I have not. I have no need to. It is by my design it dwells there, growing in stature with each pair of sapient eyes befalling it.
Your planning is clearly beyond my reckoning. I do not wish to speak out of turn. The visions you impart to me, they have granted wondrous machinations, tools of destruction man could only glimpse within a shameful dream that he dare not utter to another soul, even with stains on his person. What would you have me do with these artifacts bestowed by their majesties? I sense great secrets within, powers not befitting of man.
You are a master crafter, Erenbor, daughter of Elamon. You will play a pivotal role in the events unfolding. Your tools shall help turn the tide of conflict, usher in an age of Malum. All will fall to its knees at the Emperor's feet, for it must be so. The undefinable will take the throne. The flaxen will be strewn across the holy courts. The bonds of blood shall be tested, and all will ultimately bask in the glow of the dissimulation. This is what must come to pass.
I still do not understand why you came to me. Why not to the Emperor or his advisors? I am gifted with my hands, yes, but I am limited in my capacity. What shall I do next?
Be patient, Erenbor. There will come a knocking at your door with a false voice. You must recognize it and not let it in. To do so would cause a calamity to befall the kingdom. For now, work on your tools. Provide them for the Emperor. Be patient. We will meet again soon.
Do you see, my prince? The sore on the skin of the sky is no coincidence. It is divine providence. This is further proof of such a thing. I saw in the formation of our great and bountiful cosmos that something would come into our borders and infect us slowly from the inside out, rotting the flesh and writhing in the wounds, poisoning the mind to believe it is something it is not. The detritus it leaves behind forming more vile abominations that will eventually take over the kingdom itself. This is the end I spoke of.
The potential of a calamity does intrigue me, Master Vedanta, though I am more so captivated by the entity that Erenbor appears to be speaking with. Perhaps a sickness of the mind beguiles her to speak in a second voice. The woman is clever and talented enough with machines to do so. Perhaps even finding a way to record her voice and carry it out of a musical instrument. Or collusion with these people from Harper's Wake. If that is so, she is to be brought before the Emperor, my father, and tried for treason.
My prince, to act rashly is to march into death. Say you were to barge in there with accusations aplenty. How are you to know you would not immediately be struck down by a trap, a machination of Erenbor's making that gravely wounded you? There would be outrage, yes, but Erenbor is a famously private tinkerer, and you know of this. The blame would be on you, as would the consequences of any damage. Furthermore, we both know what your father would say if you brought to him such accusations with no proof beyond hearsay, do we not?
One's word is merely one version of a larger story. It is not the full tale. Very well, Master Vedanta, I relent. But I wish to learn more of Erenbor, her origins, and of this entity which she speaks. Perhaps we could come to her workshop another time at her behest. Could you do that?
I will endeavour to, my prince. But for now, you should ruminate on your training, and when sufficiently rested, come to my chambers. There is something I wish to show you. Something to better understand the stars themselves and the entity with which Erembor may have been communing with.
The mice did come knocking on one summer's eve, their curiosity taking them down a long and winding tunnel. It was too late for them to return to the surface where the light gave them strength. The path was too narrow. The only way was forward on tired and broken paws, their skin stripping itself to the bone, and eyes, though accustomed to the void, losing their shape. Through strife, suffering, and sheer will, they came to the end of the tunnel as the sun hit its peak and burned all things on the surface. There they saw a formless being offering them shelter in exchange for something they were petrified to give up, even in their simple-minded states. But it did not matter, for their fear gave way to a desire for security, and so they embraced the formless beast. But of course... They never could have imagined what it would ask for in return. For an ancient beast knows many ways to entice, entrap, and enslave.
Act 1, Scene 3. Soldier's Courtyard.
Are the Flaxen ready to march? I do not share full confidence with our contemporaries that success is absolute due to the glow above. I fear something else is brewing, a malignant thing awaiting its opportunity to strike.
My lady, are we right to put our faith in the shape at all? Perhaps it is foolhardy to trust in corporeal things. I am but a common man made better by the station which your majesties have given me, but I sense trepidation in you. It would be wise for us to heed it.
My visions have not been wrong yet, General. As the unseen one plans, the undesired acts and the unacknowledged reneges. Ruin will befall the creators and their kin. This land will crumble to dust if there sits a defiler on its throne. I believe we're the unseen ones planning, though I am not certain on who the undesired and unacknowledged are. I can certainly take my guesses. Do you have doubts about its success?
I do not go into any conflict with an assured sense of victory at hand. I've learned through countless skirmishes and massacres that to do so is only to invite misery and to pour more blood on my hands, staining them so deep that my skin may as well be crimson. Alas, I look upon our kingdom having been at war since you were but a child, watching the decisions made by the rulers in their perceived wisdom, and my mind turns to our populace who starve, suffer and scream incessantly. I've heard that over in Kerala they did away with royalty long ago, in favour of a republic that sought to raise the common folk up as well as bringing nobility down until all stood on equal footing. With no doubt there was resistance within and without, but they have flourished since then. A land of equality driven by common sense. Yet, I still believe in the power of a righteous ruler. Someone like yourself, Princess.
If only my parents saw it the same way. Still, we've exhausted those options over the past winter. This appearance in the sky and their quest for power only concerns me further. Flaxen must act and do so soon. While we topple one foe, another waits on our horizons. How many do we have in waiting?
Over a third of the reserve army, all of my troops, and volunteers by the droves. The holy spies and the king's guards will find themselves overwhelmed. I will keep the bulk back in the hopes that this can be done peacefully, thus preparing ourselves for the demonic enemy at our borders. I will alert our troops and we will proceed on the new moon.
Very good, General. Soon, Angleroom will have a new path forged. I can only hope my kin will join us. If only we could bring Ula into our ranks. They may pose a problem if things do not go our way.
Surely we can take on one man, milady.
That is no man, nor woman. Truth be told, I've never known a time without Ula, or what lurks beneath that shell. Father has remarked before that they are single-minded in their loyalty to him, and tellingly did not dismiss whispers that they are descendants of something more than mere human. But you saw the strength they displayed. We would be wise to keep an eye on them.
Yes, my lady. How does the Crown Prince fare?
Frantic.
Act 1, Scene 4. The Archives.
What a mess we find ourselves in. I would not have guessed in all my years that their majesties would act so rashly. To immediately turn on Hieromonk and the Holy Army like that for their own self-preservation and that of their crown prince, it's almost inconceivable. Of course, I am not foolish enough to stand in the way of them publicly, but privately...
Privately, you would have my own network of agents do your dirty work in order to order a ceasefire and give us reparations if you're installed as the new ruler. With your financial colour, I imagine that would be no difficult task, though I must say there is risk behind your venture. Should you be caught, Kerala will offer you no aid. We do not care for rats exposed to the light. We snuff them out like vipers.
I understand better than you how risky my proposal is. However, the company my majesties keep is... it is repugnant. Ula, the half-angel, half-man thing. Erembor, the corrupted craftsman who lays with her fellow woman. Bilabo, the braggadocious. Fallon, the intellect taken in by the unseemly and unholy forces of Vedanta, their chief of staff. Lyric, the mighty's abominable gift to see visions and her close relationship to a commoner in General Cole. And then there's the Crown Prince. That freak of nature must never sit on the throne. Their Majesties plan to use these gifts from the Dark Realm for their own disturbed and fetid bloodline will bring ruin to us all. It must be stopped. Hieromonk's death was a final insult, a black mark on an already stained canvas of sacrilegious practice. What say you, Jorik?
What say I? It is not a matter of what I say, but that of their excellency. They accept your offer for a ceasefire and expansion of territory, but wish to have your aid in fighting back the demonic enemy on our borders. But if you're asking what I say you are a coward, a traitorous wretch who seeks to step over any single body still writhing or stiff from cold if it brings you even a hair closer to your lofty ambitions that far exceed your station. You are a peacock prancing in front of a star shower and daring it to outshine you. It will, Moreau. The stars cannot be denied, and we all must answer to someone. If there is nothing more, I will take my leave. Your very presence makes my skin feel fit to break out in hives.
Charming woman. I will have to remind her of her own place within the hierarchy, it seems. A soldier that has come home from battle one too many times.
If your lordship would deem it so, I could have her meet with an unfortunate accident before taking her leave from Enosia. Subtle, without pain and without suspicion.
In this ever-changing world, women are too often apt to forget their betters. This will at least send a message to other rebellious types like Princess Lyric, a woman who should be focused on birthing rather than fighting.
Now, my lady. Let us not judge too harshly or place one's hand over an open fire whilst telling others it's ice. For I know what sort of person you visit in the dead of night when you think nobody is aware. You have dark predilections, do you not?
I deign you to watch what you say and hold that venomous tongue, Ambassador, or I will use all of my not inconsiderate influence to bring the full force of Angeron onto you.
I know where the demons come from, Lady Moreau. I know that the famine has not spread further due to your intervention, and furthermore, I know why. You are a noble, and much like anyone of your exorbitant wealth and stature, you get bored. So, when you and your other rich kin congregate like golden-clad simians under a certain moon at a certain time, you provide some entertainment. Young, supple, vulnerable. Your men pluck them from the streets, feed them treats laced with alchemic compounds to make them dance to your tune. Sometime later, you got bored again, and a certain contemporary you had been wooing finally let you into their inner circle, did they not? What was that name? Di misteri dom cerno...
Stop! I beg of you, do not speak his name. It is clear you know more than I could have ever imagined.
It is our nature to know these things, my lady. We are small, but we are deadly. Kerala's sigil is that of the stonefish, unseen, unassuming, and deadly when it strikes. You became a part of this order, and in doing so, you followed their doctrine to bring about the demonic presence across our continent and the calamity in the sky. You orchestrated this with your peers, using the souls of those very same people you seek to rule to fuel your ambition. I must say, I'm impressed. Not at all fond, but impressed.
I did not know so many would pour through Eritral. Truly, I did not. I wanted a small contingent that could join me in overthrowing the monarchy, yes, but not the endless number of horrors. As for the calamity in the sky, I do not know of how it came to be there. Perhaps it was us, perhaps it was always meant to be. But I have taken this path, and I am steadfast in my beliefs as I was before. I will sacrifice as many souls as necessary, for I believe something far worse will happen if the Crown Prince takes the throne.
You speak of this Crown Prince as if they're a demon themselves. Surely they're just an eccentric. Even our spies have been unable to glean so much as a scrap of their personage. Pray tell, what do you know?
We have spoken enough. Remove Jorik discreetly, and perhaps I will tell you after. There is much to be done, and I fear we do not have much time with which to do it. Many forces converge on this kingdom, some more powerful than any of us. We must be ready.
Very well, my lady. But indulge me once more. Who could be a greater threat than that of the demons, the calamity, or the supposed freakish Crown Prince?
The Duke of Harper's Wake. That creature could be the doom of us all if left unchecked. You will get no information on them, their homeland, or their envoy, but know this. They serve something far more horrifying than anything we deal with here. If it were within my power, I would have them eradicated from the land down to their very cells. But we are puppets to them. We just have to hold fast that we perform perfectly and that they don't change their tune.
Act 1, Scene 5. The Duke's Chambers.
Fascinating antiques you have, many of them far beyond my understanding. Odd structure, seemingly pointless in their design. Are they recreational tools?
No, Your Majesty. They are tools from our land we had hoped to use in order to better assist your kingdom in the coming days. Some are of benefit to the Majesties, some less so. We would be happy to show you them, but first, the Duke wishes to know something of you.
Very well. Ask. I am not one to mince words or hide my intent like so many simpering fools in this kingdom of wasted potential and endless hunger.
Do you know what true power is, Your Majesty?
Aside that from which my parents wield, that which General Cole holds, or even that of Ula and their mighty sword. Or perhaps you refer to the mighty intellect Vedanta lords about the place, or the deft hands skilled enough to produce a weapon of such destructive capabilities our enemies would soil themselves in its mere visage by Erembor the Tinkerer. Oh, no. No, you must mean the power of subterfuge our surreptitious enemies brazenly display like their very members betwixt their legs as they sit at our table and discuss surrender terms. You certainly don't mean the religious power of fear that old zealot had at his fingertips, and I would assume you aren't direct enough to refer to the artifacts, so I have no earthly fucking idea what power could be. Enlighten me, learned folk from beyond the sea.
True power comes in two forms. The first is within information held over others and away from others. The secrets we keep locked up from ourselves, from our loved ones, and from our enemies. There is, in this kingdom, a secret that your family is determined beyond a shadow of a doubt to keep from the outside world. We know this. But we also know that there is something else. A lie within a lie that has been kept from you, eldest prince of Angleron. Of course, that is only the first form of power, the human form, if you will. The Duke posits that there is a second form of power, one that you are seeing manifest itself above your skies, a power so great and frightening it does not bear a name in your tongue or a form you can comprehend. It is destiny manifest. You, in all your swagger and fervor, are powerless to the ties that bind us, Prince.
Okay. Look upon my blood and know what true power represents. It is the essence of divine right. When this refined fluid flows freely, dissidents quiver in fear, for they are in the middle of a fight for their lives with their ruler, and the very forces of the kingdom's righteous fists manifested into the bodies of a 10,000-strong force. You think you know of me? You think because I possess a tongue sharper than any steel in this kingdom, with more venom than a basilisk, that I am somehow a boor, a dullard walking blindly towards his inevitable obscurity? No, scholars from beyond the sea, I am not a passive observer to this incoming storm, but the one standing on the edge of the precipice, daring the storm to strike me, so I can catch it in a bottle and hone it for my own means.
And should you capture this storm? Hone the terrifying power within? What will you do with it then, my prince? The Duke's interest is piqued by your bravado.
You may have knowledge beyond me, but I am not immune to the whispers that persist within the walls of my home. I know of what you speak, and I have a plan of my own. But trust must go both ways. I know nothing of your home, of your motivations, or even what the esteemed Duke looks like beneath those unusual garbs. Perhaps I have a means to remedy the sickness here. Perhaps not. What do you offer in exchange? What does a person such as you from a land far beyond our own gain from such an alliance?
This is Harper's Wake, a painted world shrouded in the spaces between realms, a world beyond the spectrum of your understanding and free of the shackles of morality this kingdom is bound to. We have watched patiently, electing to wait until someone who could see our world for what it truly is arrived. That person is you, Prince Bilbo de Frederick, the rightful heir to the throne. Should you decide to take back what is yours, we will assist. Perhaps the Duke will even show you what lays beneath their garbs.
This is magnificent. I see individuals wearing such unique outfits, their faces contorted into pure ecstasy. Colors. I cannot place their name, but they're wondrous. I have no earthly understanding of the things I see around, what I can only assume are proto-people, but they look like angels. I wish to see my kingdom like this, free from the demonic invasion, sedition, betrayal, and madness. Everyone in the same throes of bliss and free from the concerns of this realm. I will be their eternal emperor. I accept your proposal, but what do you and the Duke want in return?
Change. Harper's Wake merely wants change, exacted by your deft hand.
End of Act 1. Act 2. The Gestation. Act 2, Scene 1. Erenbor's Workshop.
Spawn of the unknown. It pains me beyond words to harm another living thing, but gifts must be tested. You understand this, yes? Truly, I am sorry, but your kind invaded our kingdom, razed our lands, and took our people for your unholy deeds. It is only natural we fight back, yes? Warfare is built upon the ideals of innovation. Primitives start with their bare fists, teeth, nails, and feet. But eventually, a rival began using a rock and some sticks, so there was a desire to innovate. Accelerate some time, and now we not only have a Hydra from Kerala bearing down on us with its serpent tongue and many heads, but a grand giant from Enosia threatening to step on us with one large, singular blow. We may be mighty, yes, but we are not invulnerable. No man, nation, order, or idea is. So I ask you, Demon Spawn, what is the most terrifying thing one sentient creature can experience? What thing can drive any rational person to untold violence, to the creation of instruments whose sole purpose is to inflict misery? The different, the unwalked path. You are not the only new and unusual things marching at our door, demon. We have enemies within and without. Thankfully, I have developed a way to best use you both. What is your name and purpose?
My name is Yondor Minakut. I am the third-rank soldier in the Flaxen Army under General Cole and Princess Lyric. I was born to serve and safeguard the rights of any of Angleron's subjects. I am part of the change sweeping this kingdom in the coming days.
Good. Very good. And what will you do now?
Whatever it is Nulldus desires, Lady Erenbor.
Act 2, Scene 2. Vedanta's Chambers.
And so it is written that when the great powers converge and an unseen influence outstretches its greedy hands, the chrysalis will finish its gestation, and the calamity will befall this land. It is as I thought. This is predestined to occur, down to the very last minutiae of action. There is no escaping fate, no grand revelation at the 11th minute of the 11th hour that turns back the great dials on the clock that Father Time himself hoards like a dragon. No. All things must eventually end. All must turn to dust. I was Vedanta before I knew of this, and I will be so after. My priority is to instruct the prince on his next steps.
You wish to see me, Vedanta?
Yes, my lord. Come in. I take it you rested. You seem more balanced than before. That is most fortunate, for what I have to relay to you will be extremely taxing. I must insist you follow my directive and trust in me. You are my sovereign lord, my prince, and my student. But that last one must take priority when sharing this information. Do you understand and consent?
You have not failed me this far, Vedanta. I have grown sufficiently under your teachings, and as you know, I care not for my royal heritage, nor the concept of class that is most hideously coupled with, like a parasite latched to a sickly host. I am your student, and I see this as a path to lead me forward. Educate me.
Sit. Breathe in the smoke and cast all thoughts from your mind. You must ignore all impulses that this body of meat, lightning, and water implores you to abide by. Your mind, a window to your thoughts both deep within you and bubbling to the surface. Render them blank. Turn the mind to a blank ocean with no bubbles, froth, or life within. Even your breathing, you must ignore. Your body will do that for you as your inner self separates from it, if but for a moment. You're becoming empty, my lord. You're becoming one with null. What do you see?
I see a path, a doorway.
Go through it. Let me be your spectre and haunt your every step. Dictate unto me what you see.
I'm in a chamber, grand in design with multiple pathways, leading on towards multiple gateways I can step through. Stairs that lead to nowhere, to everywhere, to all that lays in between. Impossible structures and angles, with gilded doors and ramshackle archways of filth. They rotate around me until I am at the apex. Each viable path laid out in front of me like a fork in the road of time. I don't see the hands, but I feel them gesturing to each one. First, an archway of stone leading to the tombs of my kin. The next, a locked gate leading to a sanitarium. A wailing voice shrieking to me from beyond the purview. The third, a pulsating mass. The hide of a great beast bursting from its confines as it barely holds back something unholy. The fourth archway, made of wood and bone, somehow contains an endless expanse beyond our borders, a great moor rising in the distance. The fifth, a gilded door with a big top carnival beyond, a group of oddly dressed individuals beckoning me in. The sixth,
Say it, my student. Speak it into existence and make it so in your mind.
It's a triangular door, through which I can see a view of our very kingdom from far above. I am gazing from the abyss as the abyss gazes at us. But there is something more. Something calling from the highest set of stairs in this space, and forming from seemingly nothing to greet me. There is something within our kingdom, though I wish to see it.
Do not stray too far, Fallon. But if you feel safe...
I see something in the Duke of Harper's Wake's chambers. He's...
My prince, there are some things you are not ready to see, and some you are not meant to see. Keep your focus. Follow the voice.
Almost ready. The chrysalis is almost complete, and I will spring forth anew. You must ensure they do not wake me early, Vedanta. I trust you, just as I trust Fallon. Let the wolves come to my door, hungry and snarling, with their disease-addled minds boiling with hatred and the malice, looking to tear the flesh from my bones. Let them try and fail to stop the wheel of progress. Let the machinations of this cursed dynasty bring ruin. But do not let them open my doors until the schism has reached its apex. There is still work to be done. But I will bring an end to this charade, and our enemies shall know the rage of the unacknowledged. Speak with Lyric. Confer with Marius and Desislava. Be mindful of Bilbo. Something is coming. Fallon must be prepared.
You have my word, my sovereign.
Was unexpected. As if a most freezing slumber overtook my body. My lungs feel tight, and my very breath cooled to the touch. My mind addled and sluggish. What happened, Vedanta?
You opened yourself up to Null, and something spoke through you. Something powerful. Something that has guided me as it now guides you, my prince.
It mentioned something was coming. That I must be prepared for. Pray tell, Vedanta, before I succumb to sleep and anxious dreams, what may that be?
Nothing short of blissful silence, ambling its way to the finale of this kingdom.
Act 2, Scene 3. Their Majesty's Chambers.
My love, have you been staring at the sky this whole time? I've been gone since supper, yet here you still stand. You must eat something. Fragility does not become you.
It has grown since last you were here. I am watching our potential demise loom overhead, moment by moment, gnashing its teeth and licking its lips before devouring us whole. Will the annals of history remember us as we are in this moment, my love? Will they remember your smile? Bilbo's sharp wit, Fallon's incredible insight, Lyric's kindness, our Crown Prince's mere existence? What will become of them if this calamity comes to pass?
It matters not what history says, only what we create for those long after we are dust to learn from in relative peace due to our actions. Be they perceived brutal and stained red with blood by some, pure and without folly by others, or largely perceived as no different to our ancestors surviving against the elements. They were afraid. They were armed with nothing but their own instincts, their kin and the will to persist beyond the veil. They killed. They made choices that many of our most learned scholars would consider barbaric. They did what they had to do. They lived. and eventually brought us here, to this moment, to this era of humanity's greatest test, and we will surpass it.
I'm afraid, Desi. Death is a reality I've learned to meet and greet with the same decorum I would give our most revered guests. That much I am at peace with. It is the world we leave behind, and that of our children that frightens me, a world with demons encroaching on their bedsides, monsters wearing human skin who would deign to eliminate our crown prince. They will never understand. Instead, they will fear, which will turn into hate.
Perhaps understanding is not the aim, my love, but respect. And if respect cannot be earned, then fear will take its place with tenterhooks that will burrow so deep into man's heart that they will never be removed. We will carve this world out for our children, our crown prince. If the calamity takes us, it takes us all. But I believe in a different outcome. I believe by the end of this, our worries will be at an end.
Valen will thrive under Vedanta's guidance and proves already wise beyond their years. Lyric is a master strategist and tactician with unyielding conviction. Bilbo may be crass, but his wit and sharpness is beyond reproach. Our children are all destined for greatness. We have done well. But the Crown Prince?
They will rule, absolutely and without opposition. It was always their destiny as written in the stars. Even that schism in the sky will not stop them. It is limited to our world, our skies. It cannot compare to the brilliance from which the Crown Prince draws upon, and our artifacts will only tighten the grip they will have around history's pretty neck. Come now, no more worrying. We have something far more pressing.
Indeed. It is time to see what these artifacts can do. My hope remains that they will keep the demon threat at bay, giving us some room to breathe.
Oh, my love. They will do much, much more than that.
Act 2, Scene 4. Flaxen War Council Room.
It is decided then. With the arrival of this calamity, we will escalate our plans. Come dusk, we will gather our forces and storm the front gates. It is my hope and belief that with our numbers outweighing the royal army, my parents will do the smart thing and surrender. They are not evil, nor are they foolish. They are simply misguided and worn down by this conflict, too focused on the outside to deal with the issues within. The transition should, if all goes to plan, be a smooth and simple one. I will act as lead advisor with General Cole remaining head of our army, but we will allow the people to elect someone new within a solar year, should that be their wish. Our focus must be them, our unseen kin who starve or worse in our streets. Are we in agreement?
Aye, my lady. I do not enjoy this subterfuge against our majesties, and my heart is still with them. But we of the Onyx Mines cannot continue this way without severe consequences. You have our support and our resources.
The Onyx Mines have always helped to steer this nation in the right direction, Master McHale. I trust they will continue to do so alongside me. The test of the artifacts is due to commence soon. Are you certain you wish to be the one?
Aye, my lady. I share yours and General Cole's fear that the wrong person wearing those cursed things could cause untold damage. Better it be someone like me who, above all else, wishes to see Angleron prosper in peace. If that means the end of me, the Onyx Mines shall remember me fondly, and I will have a place in the Giant's Maw under the mountain. I will dine with the Great Ones and never tire. I only hope I can live long enough to see Angleron's new dawn rise.
If you do not, know that our history books will never forget your name. It will be remembered by our scholars, our children and their parents who are alive, loved and free. I will ensure it. General Cole, what say you?
It goes without saying of my loyalty, Your Highness. I have already readied our troops and the reserve army is prepared to march when the sun begins to set. Angleron will unite as one to remake itself anew, ready for a new age and the threat at our doorsteps. I only hope that certain caustic elements do not find a way to become combustible.
I appreciate your concern, General, but we cannot prepare for the unprepared. Only for that which we can anticipate. You taught me that. But if there is one thing I could do to put your mind at ease, perhaps I can oblige. You wish to speak to Ula, yes? Get them to join our cause?
The alternative being to simply have them eliminated. Yes, I would feel comforted knowing such a behemoth was on our side or not involved at all. You have a plan for approaching them?
Master McHale, would you be so kind as to outfit me with your finest blade? I wish to duel our beloved and esteemed Ula.
You cannot be serious, my lady. The mere thought of you...
Of me battling such a beast as the obsidian blade is terrifying, and you are concerned I'll be cut into ribbons. I'm well aware of the skill differential. I do not plan to best our finest swordsmen. I have an alternate method in mind, if you'll humour your princess's wild indulgence.
Your Highness,
Ula the Obsidian Blade, your skills are beyond reproach, as is your loyalty. Whilst this request may seem petulant, foolish, and suicidal, I ask that you uphold the loyalty and indulge me. Will you do this?
For the royal family, I will do anything that is asked of me.
Good. I wish you to duel me, and should I get a hit on you, ask that you become my personal guard and swear fealty to me. If you win, I will see to it you have the freedom to leave our servitude, if that is your desire.
I would never leave the comfort of the royal family. You will get 3 attempts before I retaliate. Should you fail, I will instead request that you answer one question of mine, as truthfully as you are able.
You have never asked us of anything. How fortunate I was able to rouse your curiosity right as I needed it. Perhaps this is fate.
Slow. 2 more attempts.
You are an anomaly, even to us, Ula. I've no doubt my father knows of your origins and what lays beneath that armour. Perhaps mother too. But even I do not know, and yet you've been here since I was but a child. I admired you. Your strength, your technique, and the way you carry yourself in any room. You say so little yet convey so much. I wanted to be just like you as I became a woman.
Good, but predictable. One more attempt. You flatter me, Your Highness. Skilled though I am, I have my flaws.
Oh, I know. I'm not as witty as my elder sibling, pensive as my middle brother, or as talented as the Crown Prince. But I am one thing above all else. Observant. And do you know what I have observed of you these past 12 winters, Ula? You are far too lenient when it comes to the royal family, because loyalty trumps all else.
I will keep my promise. I am now and will always be sworn to you directly, Lyric Ophelia de Frederick. I will inform your father of this change.
Excellent. We have some things to discuss before you depart. More importantly, I have a mission for you.
As you wish, my lady.
Act 2, Scene 5. The Crown Prince's Chambers.
Father, how fares my sibling? And how fare you?
If I recounted the story of when each of you were born, my daughter, come sit, I will recount it to you. When the eldest of the family, Bilbo, was born at daybreak, it is said that every church bell in the kingdom ceased to function for the duration of the sun's rotation across the sky. Such was his power of will and defiance, the very fabric of our institution stopped in awe of him. His name was taken from that of my forefathers, something of an ironic title now, looking at his disposition, I suppose. It means to laugh at oneself and find joy. I sometimes worry about him. It is never easy for the firstborn to be passed over for the throne, but his sharp tongue and sharper wit do not make for good judgment. When Fallon came into the world, we opted for tradition. He was and is the spitting image of me, bearing my curious nature with your mother's directness. Fallon meaning descended from the ruler. What he lacks in constitution, he makes up for in intellect. Second in line, he never protested being passed over like his brother. When you were born, nary a dry eye was in the palace. It'd been a difficult birth, and upon your arrival, you didn't cry so much as sing. So we named you Lyric, song-like child of Angleron. Everything I could want in a successor, more beautiful than the stars during winter solstice, measured in their decision-making, skilled with all manner of weaponry, a natural diplomat, and remarkable foresight. If you did not have such mental ailments, we know how I feel. Which leaves us with the youngest, the Crown Prince. The night they were birthed, the weather turned foul. Great winds from the east billowed and shook the foundations of the palace. Lightning struck outside, threatening to pierce our very windows, and I sensed spirits manifesting in the room with us as their first cries rang out, dispelling all in an instant. The world was silent, eerily so when Sovereign took their first breaths. That is the only birth that has ever scared me, Lyric. But it's the one where I knew something otherworldly had been brought into our kingdom. Something with great power that over time could dispel any enemy. I only wish they saw what we saw.
Pray tell, you speak so cryptically of my kin. You speak as if they are otherworldly.
Would it be so far-fetched if that were to be true? My daughter, there is but one thing I've never told you about Sovereign's origin. Perhaps when you enter their chambers you would understand. It's been many moons since you saw them last, has it not?
Yes. Vedanta told me that Sovereign needed rest, that the rejuvenation process was complex and could not be disturbed. I wished to be by their side, but I understand. I was hoping to confer with her on how much longer we must wait.
Judging by the calamity outside, I'd wager not long. Stay by Sovereign's side, Lyric. Guide him as you would do when they sit upon the throne. Your mind is too sharp to go to waste. Know that I and your mother are immensely proud of you in all that you do. For our bloodline, no action was without merit. It is time I took my leave. The artifacts must be tested, and I relished in a chance of respite here in my child's chambers. A reminder what I am fighting for, of the narrative I am trying to protect, the lineage I am trying to protect.
Father, you have yet to tell me of the one thing you never concluded. About Sovereign's conception.
There was no conception. On a night not dissimilar to this, I awoke to find your mother cradling a newborn babe. When I asked her of its gender, its place of origin, or anything of the sort, I was met with silence. A blissful, unending silence on her part that enraptured her. She simply told me it was divine will, and this was the beginning of a new age, that our new sovereign had arrived, our crown prince. She loved them, loves them like it is her own child. Once, in a stupor, she told me of who she suspected Sovereign came from. But I must say no more on the subject, not now. Know this, my daughter. Whatever you hear inside those doors, know it is what Sovereign must go through in order to rise anew. A cocoon within which they will gestate, pupate, and emerge a better version, a truer version of themselves. While they fight their battle, we have our own to attend to. Do not delay too long.
End of Act 2. Act 3. The Test. Act 3, Scene 1. Testing Chambers.
Master Mikhail, are you quite sure that this is what you want? The Onyx Mines are in need of a competent leader, and your loyalty has never once been in question.
Yes, your eye for detail and repartee with which you command your kin is to be admired. There is no need to...
There is every need, my lieges. I do this not to prove my loyalty to the Empire, not to save face for an act of defiance, not to curry favour and advance my station. No, I do it for this, and this alone. Papa, I know you have long tried to understand the plight I suffer with. Since I was young, I have known myself to be different. To see the world in a shade that no other can around me can identify. To hear things that would rattle the constitution of lesser folks, and to know things that would test the very foundations of one's faith and moral compass. I have known since I was old enough to carry the McHale name in my heart with pride that I was one of them. A distinctive entity beyond the norm, and therefore something that would lead a life of subterfuge, scorn, and strife. I know you and Mother would do your absolute best to shield me from the hatred of the world. For though I do not doubt our own king would largely accept and love me, it is the outside world which would find means and methods to eradicate me. For humanity fears what it does not understand, and hates what it cannot control. It was not that long ago that our borders were expanded, and we came to know of others beyond our purview. We did not meet them with the godly kindness the church preaches or the welcoming arms of our elders talk of. We assimilated. We dissected. We commodified until there was little remaining of who they once were. What made their persons special was stripped to the bone. At our last gathering, I was encouraged to be myself and announce the new name I had taken in celebration of my true self. But upon doing so, rage was what I saw across the faces of some of our kin. Even now I can envisage the immediacy of their virulent disgust. It is not something I can ever erase from my memory, nor the words spoken to me, despite your best intentions and that of Mother's. I fear this is the life I am consigned to. A human born desperate to be in the skin of a demon. The very thing our lives are dedicated to eradicating. Your brother was right. I am an abomination who cannot change what I am. I know you will try to stop me. So this letter will reach you when it is already far too late. Papa, you did your best, and this is not your fault. I only wish there had been a way to find joy outwardly and peace inwardly. But in death, I could hope for nothing more. I pray for a world where one day the concept of demons is eradicated from the human consciousness, where one's soul is determined by its owner and nothing more. But alack, it is a dream that will not reach the deepest of sleeps that I will embark upon. I do this for my child, who would never see the dream you hold within my grasp. Please, for you, for our kingdom, I would give anything. Do you hear it, my lords? The sounds of a white dove against a blue sky, and a beautiful pink sun. That is my child. Yes.
You were brave, Master McHale. Truly, truly brave. We will honour you.
And still the calamity grows in size. But we will face it head on. For your children, our children, for all of Angleron.
Act 3, Scene 2. Bilbo's Chambers.
I dare not think of this as anything more than a flight of fancy. But my rational mind is steadily giving way to the possibility of this world. As if it is in a pool of clear water, slowly being engulfed and dragged under the surface by a soft, almost comforting pair of hands. How is it I can look like that? How can I possibly behave like that? It is beyond reproach. It is unthinkable. The very idea of such dalliances makes my stomach quiver. And yet, I cannot deny what my own senses are unabashedly receiving. This is true.
I see His Majesty has found our doorway to his liking. How long has His Excellency stood in front of it on this day?
It has only been minutes, I assure you. I am no narcissist who fawns over his reflection and swoons at his features, be they chiseled and exuding strength or soft and displaying wisdom. Need I remind you that you are a guest in this kingdom?
Wrong. You have been standing for half a day, if not more. Your legs are shaking, and I would venture a guess you have not eaten today. You are changing, my liege. Slowly but surely, you are changing.
A half day? Nonsense. I only sent the maid away mere moments ago. The food was not to my liking, and I wish no company. Not out of the ordinary for a man of my disposition, surely.
Perhaps not. But we believed something else has happened. You have become enthralled with the mirrored world, my prince. Harper's Wake is calling to you. Perhaps it is time you became our guest.
Such a thing? In a time of war and strife such as this? What of your assistance to my parents? To our kingdom? Was that now why you came?
We came to observe, and we found you. A much grander prize than any other. This world will cease to be of interest to you should you spend one afternoon in Harper's Wake. I assure you.
Oh, but how would we even get there and back before things unraveled here? I cannot abandon my post. I am no coward, and I would sooner bite off my own tongue than utter the words of retreat or recuse.
We have no need to take a prolonged journey. You need only do one thing if you are willing. Allow the Duke to place their hand on your face and touch the mirror.
Touch the... Are you quite well? Or did you perhaps
If you do as we say, you will awaken to whom you truly were meant to be.
Act 3, Scene 3, King's Court Hall.
And as I explained to my assistant, you cannot rule a nation whilst feeding the pigs, gourmet.
Lady Moreau, my time in this kingdom is running short. I must have an audience with the Crown Prince. You said you could facilitate this.
I said it could be done if you removed Jorik. Has it been done?
I have spies in place to administer any means of death I or you wish to see put into action, my lady. But I wish to see the Crown Prince before any such action could take place. My position is tenuous, and like any coiled snake, I would only have one shot before someone discovers me. My exit must be swift for the safety of our nation.
You are a spy. Your entire nation is built on subterfuge. Do not tell me you have issues killing one woman. You jest, surely.
You do not know Jorik the way I do. She is a calamity, a force of nature unrestricted by the limitations of a common man. Should I fail, she will raise entire villages just to make me flinch. A human like that, you do not wish to cross, even if I have the means to. I may poke and prod at her, but I am no fool. A viper does not bite a tiger unless it is backed into a corner. I need the meeting, milady.
Oh, very well. Come with me. We should have enough time if we're discreet. It's me. We have a visitor. He wishes to see the Crown Prince.
Oh well, by all means,
Send him on down.
What?
What would you have me do with him, my lady?
Whatever they desire, Erembor.
Act 3, Scene 4. Erembor's workshop.
Are you back in the land of the living yet, Ambassador? I hope so. I'd be so forlorn if you missed out on the festivities. After all, we're about to make you a whole new man.
What trickery is this? Why would you stop me seeing the Crown Prince? My agreement with Moreau has no bearing on Angleron.
Oh, but it does. Especially if you involve the Crown Prince. It could be murder, or that pesky poison your people are so good at. Or maybe outright influence. It matters not. The main issue is that your interference is not needed. Your body, however, well, that could do with some tinkering. You were one of them all along. My, this world truly has surprises.
And those surprises shall remain. I will rend the flesh from your bones and rip out your voice before you ever utter a word of my origin or Minois's great secret. We will not be exposed.
And so the mouse travels further down the tunnel, not realizing it can no longer back out. Only forward, always forward, until the light of the sun itself threatens to erase it.
Erembor, you don't need to do this. You don't need to do any of this. I have seen the stars. I know what is coming.
You know a version of what is coming, Vedanta, not what is. I have seen in my own divinations. I know my path.
Erembor, you are a wise machinator, and I would not call your skills into question. But I will challenge your perceptions. We have both seen the end. You would do well to heed Vedanta.
I'm sorry, my lord, but I have someone else I must answer to, and they have a plan.
None of it matters, Erembor. We are all just momentary glimpses, names affixed to creatures of no face, body, or space. We are devised in the minds of those who hear our words, and each one hears us, sees us, and knows us differently. We are all a matter of perception, don't you see? None of this will matter when the end comes. We will cease and we will return to just being alive for a flicker, a snapshot in the annals of time. Kronos himself barely moving from his throne to acknowledge us. I implore you to think of the bigger picture, of your bigger picture.
They told me you would use your flowery words and intellect, but I am resolute. I have no need to harm the demonic ambassador, no. Instead, I will simply escalate my designs. Yes, perhaps it's time. The emergency is nigh. The mice are trapped. The beautiful, unforgiving light of the sun is ready, and the burning will commence. Awaken, awaken, my children. Your time is now.
I do not understand why you helped me. I am the enemy. I am a demon. The very spawn you've sworn your lives to eradicate. I am vulnerable, cornered. You can inflict any justice upon me you wish.
You could have harmed us at any moment, yet you chose not to. You defied expectations, and lived on your own terms. For what reason I am unclear. But I will find out, and should I change my mind then, I will turn you in to the Empress and Emperor. But for now, you have my trust. We must disable these traps and stop Erenbor. Are you with us?
I will join you in the courtyard. I must first attend to a fellow snake, one that must swiftly be devoured. Act 3, Scene 5. Hallway.
Who is it? Who goes there? I am the Lady Financier of Angleron, Augustine Moreau. You will respect my name and the rank it carries. Show yourself!
20 long years have I waited. I thought I would need to wait another winter, perhaps more, before I could be in a position to safely dispose of you, Lady Moreau. Did you not wonder how I knew of your little rituals? Did you never wonder where that information came from?
Stay back, you foul creature. I will send you to your maker and away from the halls of the just and good.
Just and good? You... a farce if I ever saw one. You're not a snake, Moreau. I was wrong. No, you are the parasite that lurks within the sneaky creatures. You're the spores in the mushrooms. You take charge of those with skill, and you command them to do your bidding at the risk of their mortality. I know where the demons come from, because I was once a little boy, shipped along with his dirty immigrant family from Minotia to be a part of your ritual. It tore apart my mother, my father, and my sister. But not me. It changed me into this. And now, I will show you what awaits you on the other side, you parasite!
A little insurance policy I picked up from Erenbor. Old magic dispels any of your filthy kind from coming near me. Always thought it would come in handy should the demons break the front lines and invade our castle gates. Seems that it worked perfectly. Do you want to know something before your wretched little life is snuffed out, Demon Eritral? I still remember each and every one of you we used so fondly. Enough joy erupts within me when I think of your family's last moments that it is akin to a climax. But this is the greatest joy, to eliminate one of you with my bare hands. Maybe the Emperor will promote me. What a joy that will be!
Choke on your vile words, you fucking animal! Let your very head be separated from its body and do no further harm!
A death too quick, Eritral. Yes, we can kill two birds with one very efficient stone. For a demon can be revitalized by feeding.
Act 3, Scene 6. Courtyard.
Come now, soldiers. We have but days until the march. You must keep your focus. There can be no dalliances on the battlefield. Chambers, show me your riposte technique with Minocote.
Yes, sir. At once, sir.
The time of the Null God is nigh. We will serve and be of service. Our kin on the border will know of our deeds here. We will embolden their march upon this profaned capital.
General, call!
My siblings, our instructions are clear. Weaken their defenses and ensure our kin on the outside know to strike for the Null God.
It's Ula! Ula, the Obsidian Blade has come to save us!
This is the one we were warned about. The Obsidian Blade of the Empire, Ula. Do not let their demeanor or skill deter you. Continue fighting!
Should we help them, General?
No. Ula has the capability to take them all down. Fear not, they will not falter.
What in the hells are you? 32 warriors cut down. You must cease. We will overwhelm you. Curse you!
I am the Obsidian Blade. Long have I served under the Frederics. Long have I been a part of this realm and defended it. By my count, it has been nearly 300 lunar cycles since I first fell to Earth. 200 since I became the Obsidian Blade, a monkey I was given by Emperor Mortimer Ludwig de Frederick.
Nonsense! Utter nonsense! Humans do not live such long lives. You fragile things have but a century at best.
I am no human. I merely have the privilege of being among them. Be not afraid.
We must inform the princess. The timeline must be pushed up immediately.
General Cole, word from our front garrison. They say the demons are marching. 200,000 strong, behemoths as tall as our grandest towers. They will be in full view come the morning, at our gates in 3 moons.
As above, so below, it would seem. Our time is almost upon us. There's no more left to hesitate. Ula, are you prepared?
I am, General.
Then tend to our wounded and prepare the men. We march at dusk.
End of Act 3. Act 4. The Emergence. Act 4, Scene 1. Testing Chambers.
So, our greatest asset now is stained with the blood of our clansmen, our kin, our friends. The price of security in Sovereignty grows ever higher. Tell me, will even this stop the calamity above? Will this better prepare us for what is coming? What you know is coming, Vedanta.
Am I permitted to speak my mind, your lordships? Uncensored. I fear I may not have an apt answer otherwise.
You would make a poor advisor if we shackled you now or any other time, Vedanta. You have not once steered us wrong in our time together. We welcome your honesty. Our egos will not be so easily bruised by harsh words from the person we placed our trust within as an advisor for so long. Speak.
My rulers, you requested I delve deeper into the void between realms, and I have done just that. The answers within do not lie, for they have no real reason to. It is a matter of whether you feel aptly prepared to heed them. Many men, women, indivisibles of power before you have seen unfettered scribblings on the walls, Clear clandestine laws set out to safeguard them from themselves, and multiple advisors of the pious, the greedy, and the genuine warn them of the coming downfall. But each and every time, they ultimately stumble into the same quagmire of failure, corruption, bloodlust, and greed that the veritable elephant grave surrounding them is full of. I fear the reality of it is that, despite you both being the most steadfast, honest, and bereft of all the evil traits that would so easily and readily corrupt the outer shells of so many before you, I fear that despite your goodness and just rule, you cannot stop what is coming. In short, you will save Angleron from the current ill fate marching upon its borders, but at a great cost.
You wish to see me, Vedanta?
Yes, my prince. Thank you. I was just finishing telling our rulers what I had foreseen. I assumed you may wish to be here for this moment.
Indeed. Mother, father, I too have seen what is coming. I spoke with the Crown Prince and became their conduit for a moment. I know of what will befall Angleron, and I request to leave with Vedanta on the morning rise, go beyond the kingdom's borders and study. I do not wish to be here when the worst comes to pass.
My boy, you're nearly an adult and by far the most studious of my children. If your wish is to leave, it's not my place to stop you. Every ruler, every father, and every man knows when it is time to let go and allow his fellow man to find his own kingdom. I only wish it could have been this one.
Thank you, Father, for allowing me to discover myself, to learn incessantly and to grow from an ember into a grander light that I can shine onto new kingdoms. It will be your light, Mother's light, Angleron's light.
I always knew you would be the first to leave, despite being the youngest. Something about you was always full of adventure, despite spending far longer in those dusty libraries than I or your father knew. Knowledge is power, my son. It is time for you to share that with the rest of the world. With a woman like Vedanta by your side, I feel that will be an easy task. You may leave here today, but I, your father, Lyric, Bilbo, and Sovereign will always be your family. Even if the kingdom is naught but ashes, it will still be your ashes.
My lordship, my lady, it has been the highest honour to serve you these past 5 winters. I am but 21, and you have treated me with the reverence of someone much, much older. I have grown immensely fond of your son, and I will do all in my power to protect him, as much as I am sure beneath his currently shaken constitution, he will protect me. But before I rescind my role, I do have one final piece of advice for you. When the eye of God looks upon you, do not hesitate to spit at it.
Act 4, Scene 2, Crown Prince's Chambers.
I regret the departure of our brightest child, but we must remember that all things are in pursuit of the ultimate goal, of bringing about Sovereign's true self. The preparations are almost complete. The long, spiteful days are finally giving way to blissful, serene nights. The once bashful celestial body that was our moon bringing itself to the forefront once more, eager as the unseen gods to bear witness to the day at hand. I knew from the moment you came into our lives you were to be something special. We're all born different, my child. I was always confounded by the physical closeness with which others discovered so easily. It was never something I felt I required. I felt wrong. I had no place in society, for I could not bend to their expectations of me. My duties as a future empress. All I wished to do was sequester myself away, become a hermit that was passed into legend, for at least in private scorn would I have had my peace. But then I met your father, a man who encouraged me to blossom anew and be the great tree I was destined to be. Not one made of paltry materials planted by future usurpers and fair weather interests, but one of stone, iron, steel, unbreakable in its foundations and resolute in its desire to stay rooted and grow in spite of those who would wish to see otherwise. I am a behemoth of iron in a forest of wood. So is your father. So are your siblings. So are you. Oh, forgive your mother for rattling on, but had I the choice or ability to pluck you from the deepest recesses of my consciousness, the realm that lay between my heart, my soul, and all that makes me a complete human, I would have gladly done so. The same as I would for your siblings, equal in their beauty and growth. For me, no pain, physical, emotional, or spiritual, is too far in order to see you thriving. For you, for us, I know the future will be secured.
But still, my love, the calamity above. Vedanta's words, we must take heed of them. Sovereign is indeed the future, but...
Sovereign is the only future. There is nothing beyond their reign. If it does not come to pass, the calamity will only be a flickering ember before the winds of death blow us all away into the gaping maw of the unseen ones. Heed Vedanta's words, yes, but not abide by them. We must focus on the task at hand and not allow ourselves to be mired by cowardice, indecision, or hesitancy now that the final dawn draws upon us. My love, you know what is coming. You have always known. We will stand atop the mountain as rulers of naught but death. But we must play our role perfectly.
Yes, you're right. Otherwise, what rulers, what parents are we? Our youngest taking flight to gain more knowledge, our daughter destined to rule by any means necessary, our eldest assured for stranger tides, and our crown prince, the end of all things and the start of something new. I will steel myself, my love, for you, for our kingdom, for our sovereign.
You will be the change this kingdom needs, Sovereign. But not before I lay the foundations for you. Just wait a little longer, my prince. All things come to pass with enough time. Even the cliffs erode when the waves smash against them with patience.
We must prepare the final tests. The subjects will soon be ready. Let us gather in the court and begin. Time is ever our enemy, and I intend to slay it before the day is done.
Act 4, Scene 3. Royal Court.
You have all pledged your loyalty to our kingdom, fighting off the enemy at our borders, and those within we have gained word of this morning. There is little time left. We must escalate our tests. There can be no more dallying. Our weapons must be tested. Those of you who stand here do so of your own free will, and with loyalty to the kingdom. I will not punish those who wish to leave, but know you will only be hindering the kingdom should you do so.
Once the weapon is unveiled, however, you will not leave this place. You have been selected carefully beyond your ranks, your titles, and your class for a special reason. We believe this will assist us in our tests. If correct, you will leave here with the gratitude of the kingdom and enough gold to cover your expenses for 2 years. Should injury or death befall you, we will ensure your loved ones are looked after. If you have objections, do not waste time holding them in, for none shall hear you from the grave.
The kingdom thanks you, and so do we. Before you is the attire of the nameless. We will hand out one piece to each of you and request you simply try it on and report on your feelings. The task is simple, but the risks are as we have outlined.
The Duke wishes to know if honor is this important to your subjects. Is money and the respect of a territory so powerful that it would send a man to his death?
Of course. Though the option to leave is of course available until the weapon is revealed, as we said. It is our duty to protect secrecy, would you not agree?
Oh, indeed I would, Mother dearest. Secrecy is of the utmost importance, and you will die screaming all the same, my loyal subjects. Lips sealed with the unbreakable steel of a bond, a promise, a pact. But all things resurface eventually. There is a buoyancy to the truth that simply must rise above the muck and the mire. I have sat back and watched the machinations of this kingdom for so long. First, I watch as my rightful position as heir is taken by my younger sibling. Never told why beyond their special nature, and instructed to smile and nod like a good prince. Then, my kingdom beset by corrupt nobles playing with decadence and sacrilege, the likes of which would make the devil blush, causes the issue at our very doorstep. This happened under your purview, and yet you cared not. As if you welcomed the final nail in Angleron's coffin so you could bring about this change.
My son, that is hardly fair to put on our shoulders. The conflict has been going on for...
I am not done, Father. You have allowed snakes into our den that have not so much taken root to feast on the hen's nest as they have laid eggs to usurp whatever loyal chickens you had left roosting. You have no clue of what is coming, but you still cling to the one hope in this world you think you have. You have already lost your youngest, now you'll lose your eldest. For I have seen what lies beyond this pallid and pathetic land. There is a sea of wonder beyond the limitations of this realm, in the mirrors that the Duke and the Envoy have revealed unto me. There, I can be king. I can be myself. I can be.
It has been a most interesting sojourn to your kingdom, your majesties. But Prince Bilbo was always our prize. And now that we have him, we shall be taking our leave. I do not believe we will see each other again. But should you survive, Harper's Wake would welcome you with open arms and minds.
I should think not, dear envoy. You may have taken my boy's fancy for the time being, but know he is a fickle individual with an attention span that could barely fill a thimble. He will tire of you and see through your ruse. Know that when he does, you will regret ever crossing the de Fredericks. Bilbo is by far the most dangerous of my children, and he would sooner render my flesh than assist me if it meant getting vengeance for a slight against his honor. My son, I do not agree with your decision, but that was never my purpose at this stage in your life. Be who you are meant to be.
The sun shall never be outshined by its celestial twin, for they share the same light. We are proud of you nonetheless, my boy.
When this kingdom is naught but bone, ash, sinew, and broken dreams, I shall return to rule over it. That is my promise. I left a parting gift for you on the steps of the court. Use it however you wish.
I see. That boy is equal parts cunning as he is vicious.
What did he leave for us?
The biggest snake in our hen house.
Act 4, Scene 4. Unknown.
What hellscape is this? Have I descended into a nightmare? A stupor? I can sense so little around me. This feels different.
You know where you are. Erembor the Tinkerer. You have only to speak its name, and it will become clear.
I am dead? This is the realm of the recently departed? I do not understand, my lord. I did as you instructed. I followed the plan.
You were warned of a false voice, Erembor, daughter of Elamar, to not let it in when it comes knocking. You think I do not know of the corruption that has overtaken you? That it is beyond my purview?
You simply need to allow some of those demons to be converted to my cause, all still serving Nulldus naturally, and we can overthrow these deluded rulers. We can become gods ourselves, Erembor.
But to betray the Empress, I swore an oath.
And do you think they would wish for your oath to be upheld if they knew of the kind of woman you are? The kind of women you enjoy? Never. They'd sooner string you up in the very dungeon you occupy as a freak alongside the demons you torture. They will never understand you the way we do, Erembor. The Crown Prince is a beast among beasts. It must be eradicated.
But my lady, I was merely acting within your divinity. But these demons, are they not a part of your grander plan? Please, my lady, I only wish to see your divine judgment shine upon the kingdom.
You had a purpose, a goal, and you squandered it. The Crown Prince shall rise, and your allies will be slaughtered. Make your peace, Erembor. It will not come quickly.
What will become of me? What will become of Erembor the Tinkerer? Is the Crown Prince not the enemy? The unknown? The unassailable threshold that man was never meant to cross? I thought it was different for them. That they were the enemy of all you sought. What are they?
They are the future, Erembor. You spoke of the mice gleefully entering the tunnel, too foolhardy to go back, and therefore marching to their very demise. If that allegory were to ring true, then you are the fool who believes the demons will not roast your flesh because they walk and talk like you. An outsider you will forever remain, my fallen child. But fear not. It's not the demon who looks like the demon who is the most dangerous. It is the demon who most looks like a human. Nulldus embraces all forgotten and different children into their loving arms. Eventually.
Act 4, Scene 5. Entrance to Antlion.
Today we are marching for a new chapter in Anglion's history. One that will be devoid of the subterfuge, blood, screams and tears that have predated each reign for the last 1,000 years of its history. I know you love the Emperor and the Empress. I do too. But sentiments cannot abide destruction, and that is what they are seeking in this pursuit to end the war. I do not trust they have the best interests of our kingdom at heart, nor that of our unseen citizens who are ostracised for who they are and who they love. They have allowed nobles to cavort with the very demons that stand at our gates, and all to serve their greater purpose. Today we put a stop to this madness, and we can do it without spilling unnecessary blood.
We will march with purpose, not with hatred. We will not accost any standing by, and should the Emperor's Guard lay down their arms, we shall not seek blood. Minimize any destruction and be proud of your decisions today, my soldiers. The flaxen is for all. It will be the symbol with which we bring Angleron into a new age of peace.
Today we stand not as an army, not as a rebellion, but as kin. Fallon and Bilbo have both departed, and I march to depose my parents. So from this moment forth, you are my family. The flaxen are my creed, and I will die defending it. We will depose them, restore order, push back against the demons at our doors, and ensure the calamity does not befall us. For Angleron, for history, for the flaxen.
It seems they've begun to march. Another of our children is ready to fly away. Oh, Lyric, you really are too gifted for your own good.
Preparations are in place. All that is left now is to confront them. Bring out the materials to greet our daughter with. This will be a summit to remember. Like a creeping illness or a predator lying in wait, it matters not how far you run, how good you behave, or how well you wish. Death finds us all eventually. It will grip us with its decaying, spindly hands and force us to dance until we are no more. Be sure you don't lose your footing. The Reaper hates two left feet. Memento mori indeed.
End of Act 4. Act 5. The Calamity. Act 5, Scene 1. Forecourt of the Summit.
General, Ula, Lyric. I am to assume this is a rebellion. To what title has my most gifted child anchored herself to? Knowing full well it will drown her in the process.
We are the Flaxen, Father. I'm pleased to see you and Mother are in good health and ready to speak. I take no joy in this, but I must ask you both to abdicate. The Flaxen outnumber the Emperor's elite guard significantly. We have observed the past few days with great concern and with numerous threats to our safety, seek to refocus our efforts away from the torturous methods involving weaponry by a madman such as Erenbor.
Ah, yes, the Tinkerer. Well, you need not worry. It seems she was ceremoniously handled before your arrival. Here.
Monstrous! Who is responsible for this? Was he not entitled to a fair trial?
He attempted to subdue the will of the Crown Prince. This could not stand. Either your elder brother did the deed, or at the very least was assisted by someone else. Someone who has been waiting for this day just as much as we have.
Look above you, both of you. Cast your eyes directly north and gaze at the Onyx Mines. Look at the beasts marching upon our capital. We cannot survive with our current methods. You must listen to me. The calamity will come for us.
You are by far the most capable of my children. It should have been you to rule this kingdom. Regrettable that may have been, this is far more egregious. A part of me wishes to see this insolence punished, but I have far too much love and respect for your tenacity. Simply lay down your arms and swear fealty, then we can forget all of this happened.
Is there no convincing you? No swaying your conscience? Father, please, do not make me do this.
Apologies, my lady. But Lyric and the Flaxen have a far better vision for a united future of the kingdoms, and Kerala has elected to ally with them. We hold you in great esteem, but I will cut your throat should you resist.
Of that I have no doubt. How amusing.
Same for you, your lordship. Minosha is very grateful to you. But there is a future to consider, and I will not ally with a regime that allows creatures like Moreau to hold office. It's not personal, I assure you.
Ah, a demon. Fascinating. Even in the waning hours of this chapter of Angeron's history, it provides twists and turns we could not have foreseen some days ago. To think we'd be here. What a stupendous occasion.
You have done remarkably, Lyric. Tactical, pragmatic, beautiful. Truly you were born to rule. But you have your limitations like any mortal. There are deep, dark oceans within which swim ancient beasts the likes of which you cannot comprehend. You are royalty, yes. Clairvoyant and gifted, absolutely. But limited. Gods have no such limits.
Gods? I thought we dispelled that nonsense at the summit.
No, my dear General. I said it wasn't hieromancies. We have a god. Their name is Sovereign. They are awake.
What is that? Oh my god! It just wiped out the demon army! Over by the Onyx Mines! It's on fire! What is that? It's the Crown Prince, lad. And they're awake.
And you will worship him.
Act 5, Scene 2. The Crown Prince's Chambers.
It is time, my child. They have kept you safe, kept you away from the world until you were ready. But all parents must let their children go one day. To brave the horrors of an uncaring, unrelentless world of misery and hatred. You are strong. You are their sovereign, and you have been sufficiently prepared.
Sovereign looks at their body, finally complete and draped in the attire of the Nameless.
You are the symbol this kingdom needs. You will be everything they wish to know, but fear to ask. But remember, my child, there is a greater threat beyond the horizon. Simply cast your gaze to the mountains and remember that something has been knocking at your door. Soon, it will find its way in. Be prepared. I hope you've been paying attention.
Sovereign nods and feels the power coursing through their veins as they break from their chambers and begin exacting their power on the enemy at the gates.
You will remember everything that happened here.
Act 5, Scene 3. The King's Court. A day after Sovereign had subdued the demon threat with the horrifying power of the Attire of the Nameless, the Flaxen, its cohorts and allies, had all agreed to lay down their arms and swear fealty to the new sole Emperor.
So it shall be that on this day, I, Marius de Frederick IV, do abdicate my throne and give power to the Crown Prince, henceforth known as Sovereign de Frederick.
I, Desislava Maria Cantrell de Frederick, do also abdicate my throne, and give power to Sovereign de Frederick. May they forever reign in glory and with impunity.
This feels too familiar, as if I've walked this world once before and am sleepwalking into oblivion. The stars. Why, the stars look positively beautiful tonight, do they not?
Lyric sees a vision of Vedanta in the sky, calling to her.
My lady, listen well. You are seeing through the veil of what this is, but you must press forth. The moment is nearly upon us. The calamity will unfurl, and the usurping beast will seek to claim its prize.
Beast? The calamity has a form. I do not understand. This was not in my vision.
It was in my own, that which urged me to flee. It was the shape of an antlion. Be wary. More is coming. The stars have much to tell you. Beware the veiled practitioner.
Indeed, a momentous occasion for a new reign, it seems. Not the one I would have hoped for, but no blood spilled is a victory, I feel.
No, you misunderstand. My eyes do see something beyond the stars. Why, pray tell, do I see something in the mist? Fallon in the Valley of the Dead. Mother and father in an alternate kingdom burning. Myself, wandering the fields of Elysium with no end in sight, and
so this coronation shall be completed. Arise, Sovereign de Frederick, forever ruler of Angre.
Pardon the intrusion on this most exquisite coronation of your most grotesque creation, your former lordships. But it was a necessary one. We have been discussing and elected to expedite the process of which your kingdom is reduced to nothingness. We grow tired of the song and dance. The secret has been revealed, and so we shall dispense with the pleasantries. This entire event is nothing but a farce, a protective shield for your crown prince. We will put a stop to it before it remembers what it is. Harper's Wake cannot tolerate another abomination. As decreed by our rulers, the Inner Sanctum.
The Duke of Harper's Wake unveils themselves and produces the form of an antlion which lunges for the Crown Prince. Marius and Desislava standing in protection, taking the brunt of the attack. Ula and Cole unsheath their blades and separate the antlion from the Emperors. Desislava is mortally wounded. Marius is nursing a bad wound. Sovereign begins rising from their throne and preparing to fight.
Mother, why would they do this? Because you protected our sibling?
We did what any parent should do. Shielded them, protected them, prepared them. We would do it all again. My children, remember, through hardships, through cruelty, through strife, love will always triumph.
Mother, no! Do not go onto the eternal path. I cannot walk with you there yet. I'm not ready. Please.
The mother, then the father. this wretched bloodline shall be eradicated. All but one. All but one!
You will not harm any of our kin. Of that I can assure you, even it is my last act in this realm.
And it shall be, for your prodigal son has returned, and he has come for Sovereign. Your secret has been revealed. The building shakes violently, and Bilbo rises into the air, draped in a similar attire of the Nameless from Harper's Wake.
I told you I would return when this place is naught but ashes, so I shall make it my kingdom. You have all cowered in fear of the creatures at the doorstep, ignoring the calamity above as if it was something to bury your heads in the sand over.
Brother, please, listen to reason. We can still fix this. We can go back to the way that things were.
My son, if you would only
Bilbo strikes Marius down with the powers granted by the attire, killing him. Sovereign rises to meet him as the Antlion battles with Ula and Cole.
You are everything I wanted to become! Everything I should have been! It is unjust! It is a sin against the order of things! It will be corrected on my very soul! I will erase you from the inside out!
Bilbo rips the ceiling off of the building as the calamity widens, and we see, for the first time, a human eye peering in and looking at the kingdom as someone in the distance screams. It's not a calamity. It's a wound. As Sovereign and Bilbo do battle, the calamity widens and proceeds to engulf all of Angleron.
I am the calamity! And you all know what it means to ascend!
Life, death, the purgatorial states in between. Such is the way for the chosen few who seek to find their truest selves and fall afoul of the evils that lurk within mankind, hiding within human skins. They will climb the steps of purgatory, only to be kicked back down and forced to climb anew. But with every ascension, there is one fewer step. The ease is apparent, and their strength is growing. They will one day arise anew and slay the evils of this world. Or, at least, that's what I believe. As for what I see, well, I can't reveal all, but I will say that though the journey must start anew, our Crown Prince will have a different path this time.
End. Fourth edition modern translation in 1977 by Oliver Gehart. Revised 5th edition completed in 2023 with assistance. Dedication. To my grandchild Lux. I know you will find solace in this fairy tale. You have been listening to the celestial event over the Emperor's Kingdom, a Sturgeon play written by TJ Lea. Recorded at Unbound Theatre. Learn more about Unbound Theatre at their website, linked in the description below. Cast: Emperor Marius IV was played by Philip Donnelly. Empress Desislava was played by Erica Sanderson. Ula the Obsidian Blade was played by Mimi Brown. Erenbor the Tinkerer was played by Jack Knight. Vedanta the Machinator was played by Hannah Popel. General Cole was played by Rob Aldington. Prince Fallon was played by Harry Locke. Princess Lyric was played by Caspia Huntington Davies. Prince Bilbo was played by TJ Lea. Lady Moreau was played by Mary Hall. The Envoy to the Stars was played by TJ Lea. Master Mikhail was played by Andy Faber. Hieromonk Lavelle was played by Alan Curtis. Ambassador Jorik was played by Hannah Rogers. Ambassador Eritral was played by TJ Lea. Officer Yundal was played by Andy Shaw. Nulldus was played by Dark Somnium. Officer Chambers was played by TJ Lea, and Officer Damshun was played by Alan Curtis. Special thanks goes to Dario Knight and Gareth Johnson.
Oh boy, god damn, you made it all the way to the end of a 7-hour compilation. You are either asleep or you may be exhausted yourself, I don't know. But I'm going to use a little bit of this time, just a little bit, to just talk about the process of doing this. Please do not listen if you have not heard this and you're skipping ahead, because there's spoilers. But I really wanted to just kind of explain a little bit about the process of what this all kind of means to me. I think this story was something that I really felt I had to write, and I'm just gonna say this outright here. If you have somehow gotten all this way and you're sitting there going, I hate trans people and queer people, I don't like any of this, then, well, I mean, thanks for listening to 7 hours, I guess. But I'm trans, I'm non-binary and queer, and Lucy is non-binary and queer, so we're probably not the channel for you. And that's all I'm really going to say. I'm a grown-ass adult. I'm not going to argue or engage heavily. Like, it's exhausting. But assuming that you are an ally, let's sort of address the elephant in the room. Some people will say that this is very on the nose, and it is in places, but I have to stress that most of this was written 3 years ago. It's been tweaked a lot, but it was reflective of 2022 sentimentality. I didn't think it could get much worse, and here we are. I do believe it will get better, but at the same time, I'm a pragmatist, and art propagates well in difficult times. We reflect what's going on, and that's what I'm trying to do right now, both as a queer person and for my trans siblings who are people of color who do not have anywhere near the advantages I do and the security I do. So yeah, I mean, I wanted to start experimentation. House of Leaves completely changed how I approached literature, as did Carmen Mercado's Her Body and other stories. Max Voynich, who is a colleague of mine, really started opening my eyes a few years ago. And I'll be honest, guys, I got very bored of doing first-person stories. It's not that I don't enjoy them every now and then, and I do want to do more Sturgeon. You know, I want to do the rest of year 2, which is the NFC season 2 is at the end of that, which I'm nearly done with, and then the final year, and then we'll do something different. I do need to do that because there's millions of people, which is freaky to say, literally millions of people that love Sturgeon. They love the Bar series and all that. And, you know, bear in mind, this shouldn't be a surprise to anybody who's followed me for 6 years, because Kraus is trans, very openly about it, makes a joke about it, and everyone moves on. And that's kind of how I try and do my writing. There are obviously some conversations that are very ugly and very in your face, but they're
meant to be reflective of conversations either I've had or I've witnessed, and I don't want people to shy away from them, but I also don't want it to be the entirety of the book, you know, despite the fact that the center of it is, you know, Gael, who believes that he can forcibly convert queer people, and when he fails, he turns them into living art, and that's obviously an allegory in itself, but there's other things going on within there, and that's what I tried to do with this unusual storytelling narrative. And I'm very proud of the work I did. I mean, I grew from a lot of influences, you know, Lovecraft, true crime transcripts, going into art history. Blind Dweller was a big help with things I did in Wound of Golgotha. The Long Goodbye was a very challenging story to talk about dementia in the way that I've done it. I've done that a few times in my work. The Autopsy transcript, a little Easter egg. I listened to my own loved one's autopsy transcript and then read it to get the vibe down properly. And obviously the play. The play took 18 months to do. I just loved the idea when I pitched to my manager that the idea of the 5-act Shakespearean play in the middle of a book. It's so both crazy and stupid that people will talk about it. If they get the book in their hands, they will tell people, for better or for worse, there is a fucking 5-act play in the middle of this book. And God bless the Unbound Theatre, who were gracious enough to have me come over to cast, to be directing it, and then the recording and editing took a long time. Never worked on anything more in my life. It was an insane undertaking, and it's only through my experiences on YouTube and obviously working with Ronnie for so many years that has really helped bolster my skill set, and hopefully it was enjoyable. The other half has almost been completed, and it goes places, and I will be putting it up at some point. The aim is to get as much interest as I can. It's not available in print anywhere, obviously, and then take it to a couple of publishers. Or come back to them and say, hey, here's the numbers. You know, the Bar series did 1.3 million. The Night Raid Detectives has done nearly 1 million. Now, I'm not going to make anywhere near that on numbers, but I'm hoping the algorithm will pick me up and people will just fall in love with it. That's my hope, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Part of making art is to be willing to take risks. So big shout outs to, of course, Lucy, Spirit Voices, my BFF, the other half of the channel, Evelyn Blackwell, who did the voice of Luxgahart and also did Lucinda in Chapter 2. Unbelievable performance. I mean, God, phenomenal. Shout out to Gabe, who voiced Dr. Rawlings in that. I debated going back and doing it, but I like Gabe's delivery. Gabe is a friend of ours who's played D&D with us. He's not a credentialed voice actor. There was just something in the way that he did it that I really enjoyed, and I decided to keep it. Big shout out to Vidith. Vidith is incredible. Took the role of Gael straight away and ran with it. Did an amazing job to the point where I've gone back and taken out my lines as Gael from later chapters and put him in. Just phenomenal performer. Shout out to everybody in the Unbound Theatre, the whole cast. I'd be here all day if I list them all, but you know, everyone from Erica Sanderson, Philip Donnelly, all the way through to Harry Locke and Hannah Rogers, like just everybody, honestly. Dario Knight, the director, they were all incredible people, and I think they brought that play alive and showcased British acting. Big shout out to Autumn Ivy for Long Goodbye. I mean, what a performance from Autumn. Really just spine tingling. Autumn is a friend of mine I have known for many years, and someone who I deeply respect. And again, I wanted queer people, non-binary people, trans people in this production, and asking someone who is in our umbrella to play a character like Luann Coleman is a massive ask. And Luann is a very divisive, very ugly figure, regardless of your views on the queer community and men and whatnot. She's not very easily likable, and Autumn did not bat an eye. Autumn just went in and smashed it, and that's exactly what I would expect from someone who is just undoubtedly going to become one of the most seasoned and talented voice actors of our generation. Phenomenal human being. And everyone else involved, top to bottom, to my buddy Oliver, who has been really helpful with the edits, like listening to it, to Tilly, who was listening through, to Hannah, to for support, to just everybody, in my friend groups. I'd be here all day, but this is such a victory lap moment for me. I wasn't planning on putting this up so quickly, but the channel's birthday, 4 years as of the 11th of April, but technically 2 because I only did a little bit and then stopped for 2 years. And it's just really cool. I never thought I'd have a 10,000 plus sub channel. Bearing in mind we're not really in competition with anybody because we're an in-universe channel. It's just for Sturgeon. We do some stories occasionally, but we don't upload regularly. We put a lot of time into our sound design. We do custom scripts on all of our radio transmissions, which help with the patrons, to give them, whether they put $1 in or $45 in, they get custom roles and actions. We're trying to build a community of people who really enjoy that kind of unusual horror fantasy. And I'll say this, it may be that when this book is done, I don't do horror for a little while and I start doing more fantasy. I don't know. I'm just one weird fucking person from the south of England who grew up loving comic books, loving Terry Pratchett, and then fell in love with the Adventure Zone, and in the pandemic was inspired to come back to No Sleep and start writing again, and the rest is history. I really hope you've enjoyed this, and I'm looking forward to see what people think. And as I said, if you don't like this, for whatever reason, there is so much else on display with so many good people, including myself. Dusklight is my safe space to just make whatever I want. Even though sometimes I get worried about chasing the algorithm, I don't have to. I could just make shit. That's really fucking cool. And you're really fucking cool if you stayed this long. Just to test anyone's listening abilities at this point, at 7+ hours in, if you got all the way through, tell me your favorite weird game, weird music, weird film, weird book, just something that is postmodern, experimental, and strange. For example, if anyone has read it yet, I am currently reading Strange Pictures by Uketsu, and that has inspired stuff I'm doing later on. I believe that postmodern horror is the next evolution of what that medium is. Not that there isn't space for every other kind of horror, but I feel that even if you don't like this as much as my other stuff, you'll hear the quality in it. And that's what I want. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I'm very tired. I have been rush editing this all day. I'm going to leave it here. As I said, Discord in the description if you want to join the community. Patreon if you want to sponsor. Help us out. Other than that, just drop a comment, leave a share. Leave a comment, drop a share, whichever one, and I'll see you next time. But from myself, from Lucy, from the entire Sturgeonite faithful, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you soon.